Chapter 41. The fisher's lip was jagged, still shedding stone dust into the dark below. I pulled myself over it with Caelion's hand steadying my elbow, the curse marks along my arms flaring white-hot at the contact. I did not let go. The pain had become something I could breathe through, a constant low hum beneath the larger noise of a court collapsing. Above us, the star chamber's upper level seethed with bodies. Guards in Nightveil black and silver crowded the pillars. Jurists in their gray robes clustered near the shattered archway. Scrolls clutched to their chests like shields. Courtiers had pushed past the outer cordon, silk and velvet crushed against armor, faces sharp with the hunger of people who smelled blood and were trying to decide Herdic would hest. 3 arbels tolled. Closer now. The inner courtyard. The sound cut through the chaos like a blade through silk, and for one breath, every voice stopped. Then they started again, louder. There. A guard's voice, young, cracking. There, at the fissure, she is marked. Look at her arms. Heads turned. The silver curse lines along my wrists and collarbones were unmistakable, burning through the torn fabric of my sleeves. I made no move to hide them. Hiding was done. Dorian reached us first, his ink-stained fingers closing around my arm above the worst of the marks. His gray eyes tracked the silver veins as if reading a text he had not yet learned to decipher. "The pattern," he said. "It is older than the Accords. I need time to study it, but Lyra, these are not random. They follow the star's geometry. The 7 points, the connecting threads." Dorian. Caelion's voice was quiet, but it cut. Later. Dorian blinked, took in the guards, the jurists, the courtiers pressing closer. Released my arm. "Later," he agreed. "If we get one." Caelion's shadow sharpened, rose behind him like a second spine. "I am done being your weapon. I am done being your hollow prince. And I am done letting you decide what Lyra is worth." Silence was absolute. Lyra Voss. Her voice carried no rage, no grief, only the same surgical coldness she had worn the first night I arrived in her court of the ritual is locked. The truth is spoken, the entity beneath the prison has risen and named your grandmother a liar before witnesses. How exactly do you imagine I could make things better? She is still the queen. Eris's voice was flat. She still commands the court, the border houses, the treasury, the fear. Caelion finished. She commands the fear. That is what you mean. Eris did not answer. The alarm bells stopped. The silence that followed was worse than the tolling. It meant the outer wards had finished sealing. It meant no one was leaving the palace tonight. Boots. Rhythmic, coordinated, approaching from the main corridor. The crowd parted, not from respect, from instinct, the way prey parted for something with teeth. Queen Surilath entered the star chamber's upper level. She wore white, frost-white silk that pooled at her feet and caught the torchlight like fresh snow. Her silver-white hair was swept back from her face, and the thin scar through her left eyebrows stood out against her skin like a crack in porcelain. Her pale violet eyes swept the room, cataloging, calculating, finding me. Behind her walked 6 guards. Not the conditioned ones Eris commanded. These were older, harder. Their hands rested on sword hilts with the ease of long practice, and their eyes held none of the flatness of Eris's men. These were loyalists, volunteers. Behind them, walking with the careful step of a man who had not been outside his tower in 6 years, Kang failure. He looked tired, more tired than when I had seen him last, at the tribunal where he had broken his silence to cite treaty law against his own wife. His high-collared midnight blue coat hung a little looser on his frame. His violet eyes, so deep they read black in the torchlight, were shadowed beneath. But he walked without a guard at his elbow, without chains, without visible restraint. Surath had said he was confined. For his protection, either Eris had lied, or something had changed. Surath stopped 10 paces from me. The crowd stilled. The silence was absolute. Lyra Voss. Her voice carried no rage, no grief, only the same surgical coldness she had worn the first night I arrived in her court. You stand before this assembly marked by the Accords, having violated the treaty's most sacred prohibition. You have consorted with my son. You have disrupted a ritual 300 years in the keeping. You have freed a voice that was sealed before your bloodline existed. Have you anything to say before I pass judgment? I felt Caelion shift at my side. His shadow, still thinned and wounded from the Accord's strike, flickered and then steadied. I put my hand on his wrist. The curse marks flared. I held on. The voice you call a threat, I said, was sealed by your grandmother because she could not control it. Not because it was dangerous, because it knew the truth. The Riftborn were never aberrations. They were the bridge, the balance. Your grandmother tried to murder the bridge. She failed. It went underground, into bloodlines, into hiding. Until now. Surath's expression did not change. You speak of truths you do not understand. The first queen preserved Eloria. She made hard choices so that generations could live in peace. She made hard choices so that she could rule without challenge. I lifted my chin. The entity beneath the prison remembers. It was there. It saw what she did. It named her a liar. A ripple ran through the watching courtiers. Not words, breath. The sound of people hearing something they were not supposed to hear and trying to decide whether to believe it. Surath's jaw tightened. Barely. The entity beneath the prison is not a reliable witness. It has been sealed in darkness for 3 centuries. It would say anything to secure its freedom. It did not ask for freedom. That was a Caelion. He stepped forward, putting his body between me and his mother, not blocking her view, making her look at him instead. It asked for truth, which is more than you have ever given me. Caelion, you conditioned me, hollowed me, trained me to be a weapon that would not question orders. His voice was steady, quiet, more dangerous than a shout. You told me it was for Nightveil, for the realm, for peace. But it was for this. For the moment when you needed me to deliver Lyra to an altar and watch her die without flinching. I needed you to serve, as every prince of this court has served. You needed me to obey. Caelion's shadow sharpened, rose behind him like a second spine. I am done being your weapon. I am done being your hollow prince, and I am done letting you decide what Lyra is worth. Silence. Surath stared at her son. For one breath, her mask slipped, not into rage, into something worse. Grief. Twisted, genuine, with a rivium. The grief of a woman who had sacrificed everything, including her son's soul, for a peace that was now cropping open in front of her. Then the mask was back, Frim. Then you leave me no choice. She turned to the guards at her back. By the authority vested in me as keeper of the blood accords, I order the half-blood Lyra Voss confined to the Star Chamber. She will remain here until the ritual can be completed by whatever means necessary. Any who interfere will be considered in violation of the treaty. The gods moved. The Krukama's Chagnis, personally expected partakens to the country and navigans. And I have to move again, making the M over the equal eats. I see where we did be. If you guys think it is, do it. When you want out this came right now, and this is party, thinking like the crowd. I'm convene on the writing licks. He stepped forward. Saralath did not move to stop him. Her guards did not move to stop him. Eris, still frozen near the archway, watched his father with an expression I could not read. Vaylor stopped 3 paces from me. His tired eyes met mine. Behind the exhaustion, I saw something else. Calculation. The same calculation that had kept him alive in the archives for 6 years while his wife ruled in his name. The ritual, he said. What did it reveal that my wife has not told this court? The question hung in the air like a blade. I could feel every eye in the chamber on me, the jurists, the guards, the courtiers with their silk and their hunger, Eris with his unreadable face, Saralath with her mask of ice. The blood accords were built on a lie, I said. The first queen did not write them to prevent war. She wrote them to suppress the riftborn, to keep the bridge between sun and shadow dead, because the bridge, the real bridge, would have made her obsolete. Vaylor's expression did not change. And the entity beneath the prison? It was there before her, before the throne, before the accords. It remembers the original design. It confirmed everything. Silence. Then Vaylor turned to his wife. Chapter 42. Vaylor's question hung in the air like a blade suspended by a single thread. Saralath had not answered. The silence stretched, sickened, became something with weight. Then the healer arrived. I did not hear the approach, only the sharp intake of breath from a jurist near the archway as a woman in healer's gray pushed through the crowd. She was fey, older, her silver-white hair cropped short against a face lined by decades of tending wounds that magic could not mend. Her eyes went to me immediately, not to the queen, not to the king, to me. Someone summoned a healer. Her voice was dry, unimpressed by the royal standoff she had walked into. I assume it was for her. Caelion had not lowered his shadow shield. It flickered at the edges now, raw light bleeding through raw dark. He was still between me and his mother, still between me and the guards. His breathing was controlled but shallow, the way a soldier breathes when he knows the next wound is coming and plans to meet it standing. Stand down, Vaylor said quietly. Not to Saralath, to the guards. They hesitated, looked to their queen. Saralath's jaw worked. The mask had returned, ice over grief, but something beneath it had shifted. She gave the barest nod. The guards stepped back. Caelion's shadow did not retreat. It stayed where it was, a ring of wounded night around us both. And I realized with a lurch in my chest that he could not pull it back. Not fully. Whatever the accords had done to him in the chamber below, whatever the strain of holding that shield while the treaty tried to kill us, had left something broken. Something that would not obey. The healer walked through the shadow ring as if it were morning mist. If you're going to threaten the court, she said to Caelion, do it quietly. I need to work. He stared at her. Something in his expression cracked, not into anger but into the exhaustion beneath it. He lowered his hands. The shadow thinned, did not vanish, but let her pass. She stopped in front of me. Up close, her eyes were the pale gray of winter dawn. She studied my face first, then my throat, then the silver marks climbing from beneath my collar. Her expression did not change, but her hands stilled at her sides. Show me. I did not move. The thought of baring my skin in front of the court, the jurists, the guards with their hands still on their swords, made my stomach clench. Lyra. Dorian had pushed through the crowd behind the healer. His ink-stained fingers were trembling. Let her look, please. Not for the court, for him, for the archivist who had risked everything to help me understand what I was. I unbuttoned the collar of my torn jacket, drew the fabric aside. The healer inhaled. The silver marks were not scars. They were not veins. They traced my collarbones in fine, luminous lines, climbing my throat and vanishing beneath my hair. The pattern was deliberate, geometric, a 7-pointed star repeated in miniature again and again, each point connecting to the next like chain links forged from light. They pulsed faintly, in time with my heartbeat. The jurists nearest the archway recoiled. One made a sign against evil, another whispered something that sounded like a prayer. "Does it hurt?" the healer asked. "Yes. Whenever I stopped, looked at Caelion. He was watching me with an expression I could not name, something between fury and grief and a desperation so deep it had no bottom. Whenever the bond is tested. The healer's gray eyes flicked to Caelion, then back to me. She asked no more questions about the bond. She did not need to. Everyone in this chamber knew what the silver marks meant. The Accords had written their punishment directly into my flesh. She lifted her hand, hovering it an inch above my collarbone. Did not touch. The silver lines flared brighter at her proximity, reaching toward her palm like iron firings toward a lodestone. "They're responding to ambient magic," she murmured. "Not just the bond, any magic. The palace wards, the residual power in the stone, the star chamber beneath us." She withdrew her hand. "This is not a curse. Not exactly. This is a binding written into living tissue. It predates everything I know." "Predates the Accords," Dorian said. He had moved closer, his gray eyes cataloging every line, every curve, every point of light. "Look at the geometry. 7 points, not 7 rings. This isn't the binding coil's signature. This is the original star pattern, the one buried beneath the chamber floor for 300 years. It's older than the treaty. Older than—" He stopped. "Older than what?" Saralat's voice cut through the murmuring crowd like a blade through silk. Dorian did not flinch. "Older than the first queen's alterations. These marks are the original bridge pattern, the design that existed before she drove her blade into it and called it peace." Saralat's face went very still. "You are saying," she said slowly, "that the Accords did not create these marks?" "No." Dorian met her gaze. "I am saying the Accords tried to contain what these marks represent, and failed." A murmur ran through the courtiers, not whispers, breath, the sound of people recalibrating their understanding of the world they lived in. Then one of the silver marks on my left wrist flared. It was not the gentle pulse of my heartbeat. It was a searing, blinding surge of light that drove me to my knees before I could stop it. The pain was immediate and specific, not the diffuse ache of the curse but a pull, a summons. The mark was reaching toward something, answering something, and the pull was coming from outside. Caelion was beside me before my knees hit the stone. His hand closed around my arm, steadying me, and the mark flared again, brighter, angrier, as if proximity to him amplified whatever call it was answering. "Something's wrong," I gasped. "It's not the Accords, it's something else, something beyond the wards." The healer knelt beside me, pressed her palm flat above the flaring mark without touching it. Her eyes widened. "There is a resonance," she said, "from outside the palace, beyond the city wards. Something is calling to these marks, something that knows they're here." Saralat stepped forward. "What kind of resonance?" The healer did not answer immediately. Her hand was trembling. When she spoke, her voice was too calm, the call of someone who had learned long ago that panic killed patients faster than wounds. "It feels like the Unmade, but older, and it's getting closer." Chapter 43. The healer's words still hung in the air as Caelion pulled me to my feet. Something calling. Older than the Unmade. Getting closer. Saralit's face had gone pale beneath her frost-white crown. The courtiers were no longer whispering. They were waiting, frozen in place like rabbits who had scented the wolf but could not yet see its shape. Even Eris had lowered his blade, his conditioned guards standing useless at his back. "We need to get her out of here," Caelion said, not to me, to Dorian, to the healer, to anyone who would listen. "No one is leaving the palace tonight," Saraliv said, but her voice lacked its usual edge. She was afraid. I could see it in the way her fingers curled against her skirt, in the way she did not meet the healer's eyes. "Then may we find hour from me with fewer eyes," Caelion said. "Now!" He did not wait for permission. His hand closed around my elbow, careful, deliberate, avoiding the silver marks that still pulsed with fading light. The contact sent a spike of pain through my arm, but it was manageable. Barely. The curse had learned to distinguish between necessary touch and genuine feeling, and this was necessity. Survival. Nothing more. We moved through the crowd. The courtiers parted for us, not out of deference, but out of fear. The silver marks along my collarbones still glowed faintly, visible above the torn collar of my jacket. No one wanted to be near me. No one wanted to risk catching whatever contamination I carried. Dorian fell into step behind us. The healer hesitated, then followed. Saralit did not stop us. Her gaze was fixed on the star chamber's ceiling, as if she could see through the stone to whatever was approaching beyond the wards. Caelion led us through the eastern corridor, past the sealed doors of the archive, up a narrow stair I had never seen before. The steps were worn smooth by centuries of use, the walls close enough to touch on both sides. Behind us, the murmur of the court faded into silence. Ahead, only darkness and the sound of our breathing. The stair ended at a heavy oak door banded with iron. Caelion pressed his paw flat against the wood and whispered something in the old tongue. The iron bands flared silver, then black, then silver again. The door swung open. His chambers. The same rooms where I had first learned the shape of his silence. The same windows that looked out over Nightveil's eternal twilight. The same bed where he had held me after the Accords tried to kill him, his mask crumbling, his hands shaking. He closed the door behind us. Dorian and the healer had not followed. They had stopped at the bottom of the stair, understanding without words that this was not their moment to witness. We were alone. The silence stretched between us like a living thing. Caelion stood with his back against the door, his shadow still writhing at his feet, unable to settle. I stood in the center of the room, my arms wrapped around myself, the silver marks still warm against my skin. "Let me see them," he said. I did not pretend to misunderstand. I unbuttoned the rest of my jacket and let it fall to the floor. The thin undershirt beneath was torn at the collar, but I did not remove it. There were limits to what I could bear, and standing half-naked before him while the course burned between us was beyond them. The marks were everywhere. They climbed my wrists in spiraling constellations. They traced my forearms like silver ivy. They vanished beneath my sleeves and reappeared at my collarbones, my throat, the delicate skin behind my ears. Every line was precise, geometric, intentional. "They're beautiful," he said. I laughed. It came out broken. "They're a punishment. They're you." He pushed away from the door, took one step toward me, stopped. "The bridge chose you. The marks are just the proof." "The proof of what? That I'm a weapon? A hinge? A thing the Accords can't control?" "That you're the only thing in 300 years that made the star remember its own name." He took another step. His shadow surged forward with him, reaching toward me like a hand extended in the dark. "Lyra, let me try something." "Try what?" "Touch you." My heart stopped. Caelion, the curse. I know what it will do. He was 2 steps away now, close enough that I could see the exhaustion carved into his face, the bruise of sleeplessness beneath his eyes, the faint tremor in his hands. But I need to know how much it's sharpened. I need to know what we're dealing with before we walk back into that court and face whatever is coming. Please. Please. The word undid me. The Hollow Prince had never asked me for anything, not once. Every bargain between us had been negotiated with steel and strategy and the careful exchange of leverage. He did not know how to ask. He barely knew how to want. But he was asking now. I nodded. He closed the distance slowly, his right hand lifted, palm up, an offering rather than a demand. His left hand stayed at his side, clenched into a fist. The shadow at his feet coiled and uncoiled, agitated, sensing what was coming. I placed my hand in his. For one heartbeat, nothing happened. His skin was warm. His fingers closed around Ilyne with a gentleness I had not known he possessed. The gesture was simple, a hand clasp, the kind of touch that should mean nothing at all. Then the curse hit. It was not the diffuse ache I had grown accustomed to. It was not the searing pulse of the marks flaring in response to his proximity. It was a blade of silver fire driven through the center of my palm, up my wrist, into the meat of my forearm. The marks along my skin ignited. Every 7-pointed star blazed white-hot, and the light poured out of me, and I was screaming, and I could not stop, and I could not let go because his hand was clamped around mine, and the shadow was surging up his arm, and his eyes had gone black with pain, and he wrenched his hand away. I fell. My knees hit the floor. The silver fire guttered and died, leaving only the fading pulse of the marks and the taste of blood in my mouth. I had bitten my tongue. I had not even noticed. Caelion was on his knees across from me, gasping, his shadow flailing against the walls like a wounded animal. The skin of his palm was blistered, burned, the same burn that had once marked my left forearm, the one I had carried since childhood, the scar of losing control. Another Office guide. His breathed. Lyra. I'm fine. I was not fine. My whole arm felt like it had been dipped in molten silver. The marks were still glowing, fainter now, but angry. It's worse. It's so much worse. A hand clasp. He stared at his burned palm. That was just a hand clasp. We sat there on the floor of his chamber, separated by 6 feet of cold stone, breathing hard. The silence returned. But it was not the same silence as before. It was heavier now, weighted with the knowledge of what we had become. The Accords had not just punished our bond, they had weaponized it. Every touch, every gesture, every moment of genuine feeling. The curse would tear us apart before we could ever come together. Maybe that's the point, I said. My voice sounded strange, hollow. Maybe the Accords aren't trying to prevent the bond. Maybe they're trying to make it impossible. If touching you kills me, I'll stop reaching for you. Eventually, if I'm smart. On you? He looked up at me. His eyes were still black, the violet swallowed by shadow. Smart another. Intentional. What is Regiment? Caelion, I said. Your hand. Look at your hand. He turned his palm up. The burn was already fading, his fey healing working faster than any human medicine. But beneath the blistered skin, something was glowing. A thread of silver, fine as spider silk, woven through the lines of his palm in the exact same pattern as the shadow in mine. His breath caught. It transferred, he said. The bond, the curse, whatever this is, it's not just yours anymore. It's... There was a knock at the door. Sharp, urgent. 3 beats in quick succession. Dorian's voice came through the wood, breathless and afraid. The outer wards are screaming. Something is at the gates. Something that knows Lyra's name. And it's not alone. Chapter 44. Dorian's words still hung in the air when the first messenger moth found us. It slipped through the narrow window slit of Caelion's chamber, a pale winged thing no larger than my thumb, its body dusted with the ash-gray residue of long-distance flight. It spiraled twice around the room before landing on my outstretched palm. The tiny legs tickled, the wings folded flat. Caelion was already on his feet, his burned hand cradled against his chest. The silver thread in his palm still glowed faintly, pulsing in rhythm with my own marks. "Mira?" I nodded. The moth's body was warm, alive, but the ash on its wings meant it had flown through at least one breach to reach me, maybe more. I touched the moth's head with my fingertip, and it spoke in Mira's voice, tinny and compressed, the words tumbling out too fast. "Lyra, the story's spreading. Every tavern, every market stall. They're saying the Nightveil prince butchered a rift-born girl in some underground ritual, and the queen covered it up. They're saying the Unmade broke free anyway. They're saying you're dead. I know you're not dead because I'm not an idiot, but half of Thornwatch is already mourning you, and the other half is sharpening pitchforks. There's a priest from the sunlit kingdoms preaching in the market square. He says Nightveil engineered the breaches to weaken the human kingdoms. He's got soldiers listening, real soldiers, not garrison drunks. And Lyra, someone's asking for you. Someone from your father's old regiment. Says he has something Rowan left with him before the purge. Says it's urgent. Says it's about the bridge. I don't know if I should trust him. I don't know if I should trust anyone anymore. The breaches are getting worse. 3 more last night. The dead light is pooling in the lower districts. People are evacuating. The garrison's pulling back to the inner wall. If you're going to do something, do it soon. I love you. Don't be dead." The moth crumbled to ash in my palm. I sat there, the fine gray dust sifting through my fingers, and tried to breathe past the weight in my chest. Mira was alive. That was something. But Thornwatch was breaking. The human kingdoms were sending priests to turn fear into weaponry. And someone from my father's past had chosen this exact moment to surface. "That message was hours old," Caelion said. His voice was flat, but his shadow was rippling against the walls, dark and agitated. "The moth flew through dead light. It was dying when it reached you." Hours. I brushed the ash from my palms. How long were we in the chamber? How long has the court been sealed? Long enough for the story to reach Thornwatch. He moved to the window. The outer wards were still screaming, a high, thin whine that vibrated in my teeth. Long enough for human envoys to arrive at the gates. I rose. My legs were unsteady. The burn in my palm had faded to a dull throb, but the silver marks along my arms were still glowing, still humming with that strange counterpoint rhythm. The shadow thread woven through my left wrist pulsed darkly. His. Mine. Ours. Dorian said something knows my name. Dorian said several things. Caelion turned from the window. His eyes had shifted back to violet, but the shadow still clung to him, my second skin, unable to fully retract. None of them good. Another knock at the door. This time it was the healer, her voice clipped and professional. "My prince, the outer courtyard is filling with nobles. They heard the wards. They felt the star chamber rupture. House Valis has already declared for the queen. House Ashwick is demanding answers before they choose sides. And there are humans at the gate, 3 of them, armed, bearing the seal of the Sunlit Council. The Sunlit Council hasn't convened in 200 years, Caelion said. It has now. The healer paused. They're asking for the Riftdeern girl. They're asking for Lyra Voss, by name. I walked to the door and pulled it open. The healer stood there in her gray robes, her lined face unreadable, her pale eyes steady on mine. Behind her, the hidden stair descended into shadow. At the bottom, I could see Dorian Vale pacing, his scholar's robes disheveled, his ink-stained fingers twisting together. "I'm not dead," I said, "and I'm not hiding. Not anymore." The healer studied me for a long moment. Then she nodded once, a small sharp motion that might have been approval or might have been resignation. "Then you should know what they're saying in the corridors. The servants, the guards, the lesser houses. Tell me." "They're saying the prince chose you over the queen. They're saying the ritual meant to kill you and you survived it anyway. They're saying the blood accords struck you down and you stood back up with silver fire in your veins and shadow in your eyes." She paused. "They're saying you're either a saint or a monster. The court hasn't decided which." "Let them decide." I stepped past her onto the stair. "I've been called worse." Dorian caught my arm as I reached a bottom. His grip was urgent, his gray eyes wide. "Lyra, the envoys. They arrived under a flag of truce, but they brought a herald of the sun." "A herald? Do you understand what that means?" I understood. Heralds only traveled when the sunlit kingdoms were preparing for war. "They're giving Nightveil a chance to explain," Dorian continued. "To account for the breaches, the dead light, the prince's public defiance. If Saralot's version of the story reaches them first, then they'll believe the Riftborn Gorin was a threat that needed to be put down." I finished the thought for him. "And they'll thank the queen for her service while sharpening their swords for whatever comes next." "The council will use it as justification," Dorian said, "to break the accords, to declare Nightveil a failed state, to invade before the Unmade reaches their borders." Caelion descended the stair behind me. His shadow preceded him, spilling down the steps like dark water. The healer drew back slightly, not in fear, but in the careful respect of someone who knew exactly how dangerous that shadow could be. "Then we give them a different story," Caelion said. "The true one." "The true story gets us all killed," Dorian said. "The first queen was a liar. The accords were built on a lie. A bridge was meant to be restored. If we tell the human envoys that, we're telling them their entire history with Nightveil is a fiction. Some of them will call it heresy, others will call it an opportunity." "An opportunity for what?" I asked. Dorian's expression was grim. "To finish what the first queen started, to make sure no bridge ever rises again." We moved through the lower corridors, the palace, Dorian leading, the healer trailing behind, Caelion's shadow keeping pace at my side. The wards were still screaming, a constant pressure against my ears. Every few steps, another servant or guard would freeze at the sight of us, then hurry away with wide eyes and whispered words that would spread through the palace like fire through dry grass. I caught fragments. Failed sacrifice, prince's defiance, silver fire, shadow crown, queen's grief. The story was already mutating, already splitting into factions. Saralot's version, our version, and a dozen others, each shaped by fear or ambition or desperate hope. We reached a narrow window that overlooked the outer courtyard. I pressed my palm against the cold stone and looked down. The courtyard was chaos. Nobles in silk and velvet clustered in groups, some shouting, some silent, their retainers forming knots of tension around them. Guards in Nightveil glack stood at every archway, hands on sword hilts watching the crowd for the first spark of violence. And at the main gate, visible through the iron bars, 3 figures stood beneath a banner of gold and white. The sunlit council's seal, a blazing sun and ripper-coursed swords, heralds of the sun. One of them, the tallest, stepped forward. He was armored in gold-chased drate, his face hidden behind a helm shaped like a lion's head. When he spoke, his voice carried across the courtyard, amplified by some magic I could feel thrumming in my silver marks. "I am Herald Caelion of the Sunlit Council. By the authority of the 9 thrones, I demand audience with the sovereign of Nightveil. We had heard of a rift-born woman brought to this quad under false pretense. We had heard of a ritual that failed. We have heard of a prince who broke the blood accords, and a prince who could not stop him. He paused. The silence that followed was absolute. We are here to determine whether Nightveil remains a treaty partner or has become a threat to Eloria. Produce the rift-born woman. Produce the prince. Or we will presume them dead and act accordingly. I felt Caelion's hand brush mine. Not a clasp, not a grip, just the faintest contact, the back of his knuckles against the back of mine. Even that small touch sent a spike of heat through my marks. But it was bearable, for now. The story reached them before we did, I said. They already believe I'm dead. They believe what they were told to believe. Caelion's voice was quiet, dangerous. Saralite's version, the failed sacrifice, the rogue prince, the dangerous rift-born girl who had to be put down. She's already moved, Dorian said, his face pale in the window light. She sent word to the human kingdoms before the ward sealed, before we even climbed out of the fissure. Of course she had. Saralite was many things, but she was not slow. She had known the moment the bridge locked that the story would spread, and she had chosen to shape it before anyone else could. Declare Lyra an enemy of the realm. Spin the ritual's failure as Lyra's fault. Paint Caelion as compromised, dangerous, a prince who had chosen a rift-born over his own kingdom. And if the envoys believed her, then Lyra Voss was already a corpse. Politically, legally, perhaps literally if the heralds decided to enforce the council's judgment themselves. I have to go out there, I said. Lyra, Caelion started. They're asking for me by name. The heralds, the court, the nobles in the courtyard. If I hide, Saralite's story becomes the only story. If I show myself, if I let them see what the ritual actually did, they'll see the marks. His voice was rough. They'll see the curse. They'll know exactly what the accords did to you. Good. I turned to face him. The silver marks along my throat pulsed with my heartbeat. The shadow thread in my wrist pulsed with his. Let them see. Let them all see. I'm done being a secret, Caelion. I'm done being a weapon or a sacrifice or a political inconvenience. I'm the hinge. The bridge chose me. And if the Sunlit Council wants to know what happened in that chamber, I'll tell them. All of it. The first queen, the altered ritual, the voice she tried to silence, the truth she tried to bury. The truth will shatter them, the hearer said quietly. The human kingdoms, the Fae court, everyone who has built their understanding of the world on the blood accords. Then they were already standing on broken glass. I looked at Caelion. You said we had to give the court something else to be afraid of. This is it. Not a weapon, not a threat. The truth. Unfiltered, unburied. Let Saralite spin her lies. We'll drown them in what actually happened. He was silent for a long moment. Then, slowly, his mouth curved. Not a smile. Not quite. Something sharper. Something that had teeth. You want to walk into a courtyard full of nobles and armed heralds and tell them their entire history is a lie. I want to walk into a courtyard full of nobles and armed heralds and tell them the truth. I held his gaze. The lie is Saralite's. The lie is the first queen's. The lie is the accords themselves. I've been hiding from the truth of what I am for 8 years. I'm not hiding anymore. Another knock. Not at the stair door this time, at the window. We all turned. A second messenger moth clung to the stone outside, its wings tattered, its body trembling. I opened the window and let it tumble into my palm. It was smaller than the first, younger, and its voice, when it spoke, was not Mira's. It was a man's voice, rough, weathered, a voice I had not heard in years but recognized instantly. Lyra Voss. If you're alive, if you're hearing this, my name is Captain Renault. I served under your father at Frostmark. He gave me something before the purge, something he said would matter when the world started breaking. I've kept it hidden for 8 years. I've kept it safe, but the world is breaking now, Lyra. The breaches are spreading, the dead light is pooling, and the thing your father gave me? It's singing. It's singing your name. I'm coming to Nightveil. I don't know if I'll reach you before the wards seal or the heralds start a war or the Unmade swallows us all. But your father wanted you to have this, and I made him a promise. The moth crumbled. The room was silent. Even the wards seemed to quiet for a single breath. Then Dorian spoke, his voice barely above a whisper. The captain in Mira's message. The one asking for you. He's already on his way. And outside the window in the courtyard below, the herald of the sun drew his sword and drove it point first into the earth before Nightveil's gate. The signal of ultimatum, the gesture that preceded war. 3 hours, his voice rang out. 3 hours to produce the rift-born woman and the prince who broke the accords. Or the sunlit council would assume the worst and the armies would march. 3 hours. I looked at Caelion, at the shadow still writhing against his will, at the silver thread glowing in his burned palm, at the curse that would punish every touch, every feeling, every moment of truth between us. 3 hours, I said. That's more than I had the last time someone gave me a deadline. The corner of his mouth twitched. You have a plan? I have a kingdom to tell the truth to. I straightened my shoulders. The silver marks blazed along my collarbones. The shadow thread pulsed in my wrist. And a father who left me one last gift. Let's go meet the heralds. Chapter 45. The guard came for me before I could take 3 steps toward the courtyard. Not one of Saralith's hardened loyalists. An older fae, silver-haired and stone-faced, wearing the sapphire pin of the king's own household. He stepped into the corridor and bowed, not to Caelion, but to me. His Majesty King Vaylor requests a private audience, immediately. Caelion's shadow surged before I could answer, a reflexive flare of darkness that made the guard's hand twitch toward his sword. She's not going anywhere alone. The king insisted. No guards, no prince. The man's voice stayed steady, but I caught the tension in his jaw. He said to tell you the East Tower has been quiet. For now. Caelion went still. The East Tower, where Vaylor had supposedly been confined, where Saralith claimed he'd been kept for his protection. The king was reminding his son that he knew exactly which lies his wife had told, and exactly how long he'd been letting her tell them. I'll go. I touched Caelion's sleeve, barely a brush of fabric. Even that made the silver marks along my wrist pulse hot. 3 hours, remember? I can spare 10 minutes for the one person in this palace who hasn't tried to kill me yet. Caelion's voice was flat. He's still a king, Lyra. Kings don't stay harmless forever. He's also your father, and he broke 6 years of silence to ask me what the ritual revealed. I met his eyes. I owe him the answer. The shadow around him settled, though it didn't vanish. I wasn't sure it could anymore. The accords had broken something in his control, left his magic raw and bristling at every perceived threat. Another debt Saralith would never pay. 10 minutes, Caelion said. It wasn't a question. The guard led me through corridors I hadn't seen before, not the grand passages of the public court, but narrower, older hallways where the stone walls wept condensation and the torches burned blue at the edges. Servants' routes, hidden ways, the palace beneath the palace. We stopped before a door of iron-banded oak, unmarked, unguarded. The guard pressed his palm to the wood and spoke a word in the old tongue, the same language the hidden stair had answered. The door swung open without sound. "The king awaits Lyra Voss." Lady. Not enemy of the realm, not rift-born contaminant. Lady. As if the guard had already chosen his side. I stepped through. King Vaylor stood at a window that looked out over nothing, a view of fog and darkness where the palace walls should have been. He'd removed the high-collared coat he'd worn in the Star Chamber. In simple grey wool, with his silver-white hair unbound and his shoulders slightly bowed, he looked less like a king and more like a scholar who'd stayed too long in the archives. Which, I realized, was exactly what he'd been. "You came." He didn't turn. "I wasn't certain you would. My wife's hospitality has been pointed." "I've survived worse." "I know. I read Rowan Voss's military record. Intelligence Division, Frostmark Campaign, 5 comminencies for valor, 3 disciplinary actions for insubordination, 1 formal censure for refusing to abandon wounded soldiers during a shadow breach." He finally turned, and his violet eyes the unbound hair, the hands that had spent 6 years turning pages instead of wielding power. "You knew." "Not all of it. Not until you and Dorian and my son started pulling at threads I'd spent decades too afraid to touch. But I knew the Accords were altered. I knew the Riftborn purges served a purpose beyond preventing war, and I knew my wife's grandmother was not the savior the histories painted her as." He met my gaze. "What I didn't know was the cost, and by the time I understood, I had already lost la voice." "Lost it?" "Saralife took it. Not magically, politically. After the last Rift-born execution, the one that broke Caelion, I tried to speak. She outmaneuvered me in the council chamber, had the jurists declare me unfit, confined me to the archives for my health." His mouth twisted. 300 years of peace, and the king who allowed it was silenced by the queen who enforced it. Poetry, isn't it? I didn't answer. I was too busy recalibrating everything I thought I knew about the man standing in front of me. Not a tyrant, not a puppet, a prisoner of a different kind. One who'd spent 6 years in the dark, mapping the hidden passages, reading the buried records, waiting for a crack in his wife's control wide enough to slip through. "The heralds," I said. "You said 3 hours. What do they actually want?" "They want someone to blame. The sunlit kingdoms are terrified. Breaches are spreading faster than their garrisons can retreat. Priests are preaching holy war, and someone," his voice sharpened, "has been feeding them a very specific version of what happened in this palace. A version where a rift-born woman corrupted the second prince, disrupted the ritual, and destabilized the wards for her own power." Saralife. "She sent her version of the story through a messenger hawk before the outer wards sealed, before I walked into that chamber, before the court heard the truth from your lips and my son's shadow." He exhaled. "She was already preparing for this, already laying the groundwork for a narrative where you are the villain and she is the savior who tried to stop you." "And the heralds believe her? They believe evidence, and the evidence of their own eyes is a failing world, spreading dead light, and a fey queen who claims she can control the only Rift-born alive." He paused. "If you walk into that courtyard and tell them the truth, you'll shatter that narrative, but you'll also shatter the blood accords. And without the accords, there is no legal framework holding the sunlit kingdoms and Nightveil from open war." "Then maybe the accords deserve to be shattered." "Perhaps they do." His voice was quiet. "But 300 years of peace, however flawed, have kept millions alive. If you break the accords tonight, you break everything. And what replaces it? Another war? Another prison? another queen who believes fear is the only tool that works. I felt the silver marks along my collarbone's pulse, the shadow thread on my wrist, the curse that sharpened with every touch, every feeling, every moment of truth between Caelion and me. You're asking me to lie. I'm asking you to be strategic. Tell them the wards are stabilized. Tell them the ritual succeeded. Tell them Nightveil is not a threat to the sunlit kingdoms. It's inspired out of their restment of vicarious moon. They will see this heavenly eventually, about a legacy drives in our hard ackles of being mighting folders, of the requires of quartzbasters on the Ludoil. The unfirst corker, along my Akhenator called a chavering good rich. The corridor that went out of Exland is a physical truth, a minute mist, from my established vice spre for us and the vireclads the hopes because, everything that I would compete, along my feeders for the palace of Postuin. The corridorian makes almost spy eyes, stay to the first 10 and the words probably leave on, starting botany my stops, stoning. Again, literally. Then we had help, so you can sometime even, don't want to stand the physic. But do not. He stepped closer, and his voice dropped to something barely above a whisper. Do not tell them about the first queen. Not yet. Not while Seralith still has loyalists positioned to use that revelation as proof that you're destabilizing the realm. She'll twist it anyway. She'll try, but if I have time, I can undermine her. I still have allies in the council, jurists who remember the law, houses that have been waiting for an excuse to break from her control. He met my eyes. I am not asking you to stay silent forever. I am asking you to give me time. Time to contain the fallout. Time to build a coalition. Time to make sure that when the truth comes out, it doesn't start a war that kills everyone who might benefit from hearing it. The marks along my wrists burned. The shadow thread throbbed. Somewhere in the palace above us, the heralds were waiting. Somewhere beyond the wards, my father's old captain was riding toward Nightveil with something that sang my name. Somewhere in the dark, the Unmade was pressing against a cracked prison, and the bridge we'd built was only holding it back, not healing it. Your wife, I said, is moving loyalists without your sanction. His expression didn't change, but something flickered in his eyes. Recognition, not surprise. I know. House Valis. Half the palace guard. At least 3 jurists she's been cultivating for decades. And you haven't stopped her? I've been confined to the archives for 6 years. My authority is theoretical. My allies are scattered. My heir, his voice caught barely. My heir is still under her control, conditioned the same way Caelion was, and I don't know if he can break free. Eris chose to follow her. He's not a victim. He's both, as Caelion was, as I was. He held my gaze. My wife does not merely control people. She makes them believe they have no other choice. Eris has spent his entire life watching what happens to those who defy her. He doesn't know how to be anything but what she made him. And you? What did she make you? The question hung in the air between us. Outside the window, the fog pressed against the glass like a living thing, thick and gray and full of waiting. A cautionary tale, Vaylor said quietly. A king who loved peace too much to fight for it, until fighting was no longer an option. I spent 6 years in the dark, reading the words of dead scholars, while my wife turned my sons into weapons and my kingdom into a cage. I will spend the rest of my life trying to undo that. But I cannot do it if the heralds march tonight. The silver marks blazed suddenly, a searing pulse of heat that made me gasp. The shadow thread in my wrist went cold, ice against the fire, and for one dizzying moment, I felt something pulling at me from beyond the walls, beyond the wards, beyond the fog. The summons, the call, the thing that knew my name. Vaylor saw it, saw the marks flare, saw me brace against the pain. Something shifted in his expression. Not pity. Recognition. "It's getting worse," he said. "The calling. You know about it. I know the original bridge pattern was designed to respond to a counterpart, a voice on the other side of the divide. That's why the Riftborn were necessary. They could hear both sides." He paused. "Whatever is calling you, Lyra Voss, it is not your enemy, but it is not your ally either. It is something that predates the Accords, predates the prison, predates everything my wife's grandmother tried to bury. And if it reaches you before you understand what you are, it will break you open. Not out of malice, because that is what the bridge was designed to do." "Then maybe I should let it." "Maybe you should." He stepped back. "But not tonight. Tonight you have 3 hours to prevent a war, and I have a queen to outmaneuver. We each have our battlefield." The door behind me opened. The guard stood in the threshold, patient and stone-faced, waiting to escort me back to Caelion, back to the shadow and the curse and the truth I was supposed to vary. "You're asking me to trust you?" I said to Vaylor. "After 6 years of silence, after everything your wife did, after everything you allowed." "Yes." He didn't look away. "I am asking you to trust a man who has failed everyone he ever loved, because he is the only one left who knows how to fight Saralith from the inside. You can say no. You can walk into that courtyard and ban the world down. You might even be right to do it. But if you do, you'll be burning more than the Accords. You'll be burning every future that might have been built on their ashes." I looked at him, at the tired king in scholar's wool, at the man who'd spent 6 years in the dark, waiting for a crack wide enough to slip through. "1 hour," I said. "You get 1 hour to show me you're not just another cage disguised as a sanctuary. Then I tell the heralds everything. 1 hour." His mouth curved, not quite a smile. "Your father would have demanded 30 minutes. You're more generous than your bloodline." "I'm more pragmatic. You're the only one in this palace who's been honest with me about what we're actually facing. That buys you 60 minutes. I turned toward the door. "Don't waste them." "Lyra." His voice stopped me at the threshold. "The thing calling your name, the thing my wife is afraid of, it's not the Unmade. It's older, and it's already inside the wards." The silver marks flared again, the shadow thread went waist cold, and somewhere in the palace above us, the first alarm bell began to toll. Chapter 46. The guard closed the door behind us, and the alarm bell drove a spike through the stone like a heartbeat that had learned how to scream. I followed him through the hidden servants' corridor, my boots silent on the packed earth, while the silver marks beneath my sleeves pulsed in time with the tolling above. The shadow thread in my left wrist had gone so cold it felt like a shard of winter lodged between the bones. Vaylor's words repeated themselves in my skull. "Already inside the wards." The calling pressed against my ribs from the inside, a second pulse beneath my own. The thing knew my name. And now it was here. The guard brought me to the iron-banded door at the base of the hidden stair. I spoke the old tongue word Vaylor had taught me, and the lock released with a sound like a swallowed breath. The god melted back into the dark without a word. I climbed. The stairs spiraled upward through rough-hewn walls, older than the Accords, older than the Queen's grandmother and her blade and her fear. My legs burned by the time I reached the top, and my lungs wanted to labor, but the silver marks had driven my heartbeat into a rhythm that felt borrowed. Caelion was waiting. He stood in the center of his chamber with his back to the window, the fog pressing against the glass like a second skin. His shadow had stopped flailing. It pooled around his boots in a lake of dark that did not move with the candlelight, did not flicker when a draft stirred the tapestries. It just sat there, heavy and wrong, like a wound that refused to close. "You were gone 18 minutes. His voice was sanded raw. His pale violet eyes tracked me from the door to the window and back again. "The alarm started 8 minutes ago. I felt the wards shriek. What did he tell you?" I crossed the room and stopped 2 arms lengths away, close enough to read his face, far enough that the curse would not punish us for breathing the same air. "He wants an hour to build a coalition, to outmaneuver Surlath before I tell the heralds everything." Caelion's jaw tightened. "An hour? And you gave it to him?" "I gave him 60 minutes. He's the only one in this palace who's been honest about the thing that's calling my name." "And what exactly is calling your name?" I opened my mouth to answer, and the silver marks on my rusts flared white-hot. The shadow thread in my vein went from cold to freezing so fast I gasped. Caelion moved toward me before he could stop himself, shadow surging up from the floor in a protective wave, and then we both froze, braced for the curse to strike. It didn't. Not yet. The accords were waiting too. "It's inside the wards," I said, forcing the words through the ache. "Older than the Unmade, older than the prison, the thing that was buried before Surathat's grandmother ever drove her blade into the world. It's here, in Nightveil, and the alarm bell is ringing because the wards feel it." Caelion said nothing. His shadow coiled back down, but it didn't retreat fully. It pooled at his feet like a sentinel that had forgotten how to sleep. Then something tapped against the window glass. 3 soft strikes, deliberate, like knuckles. Not the fog. A moth. Pale gray rings beating against the pane, carrying a curl of silver thread between its antennae. Mira's moth. I crossed to the window and unlatched the leaded frame. The moth tumbled inside on a gust of fog-gok air and landed on my palm, wings trembling. The moment its feet touched my skin, Mira's voice spilled out of it, thin and breathless, the sound of someone speaking while running, while glancing over her shoulder. "Lyra, it's bad. The Warren breach reopened an hour ago, bigger than before, dead light flooding the lower market. The garrison sealed the inner wall, but they're not just fighting the light. They're rounding up anyone they even suspect had reft contact. Old clients, merchants. The woman who bought that binding from you in the spring, they dragged her out of her home. They're calling it containment." The moth's voice caught. I could hear noise behind Mira's words now, shouting, the crack of splintering wood. "The priest from the Sunlit Kingdoms, the one I told you about, he's preaching in the square. He's telling everyone that Nightveil engineered the breaches, that the Fae Queen is burning the borderlands on purpose to break the human kingdoms before they can rally. He naming you, Lyra, not as a victim, as proof. The rift-born girl who went into Nightveil and never came out because the Fae butchered her for power. Half of Thornwatch is ready to march on the border, the other half is sharpening knives for anyone with Fae blood." Caelion's shadow thickened around his shoulders. He didn't speak, but I felt his attention sharpen like a blade being drawn from a sheath. "Mira," I whispered, though the moth could not hear me. "Who else? Who's asking for me?" As if she'd heard the thought, Mira's voice hitched into something faster, lower. "Something from Rowan's old regiment showed up at the safe house. Wants to speak to you. Says he has something Rowan left behind, something that—" The moth's voice cut off with a wet, tearing sound. Not a fade, not a loss of magic. A sound like a door being kicked up Onan. A sound like a shout being swallowed. The moth crumbled to ash in my palm. I stared at the gray dust coating my fingers, the silver thread that had carried the message unspooled into nothing, and the fog outside the window pressed closer, as if the city itself was holding its breath. "Lyra." Caelion's voice was steady, but his shadow had gone from heavy to predatory. Who was it? Who knew your father? I couldn't answer. The moth had died mid-sentence, and Mira's last word hung in the air like a splinter I couldn't dig out. Something what? Something Rowan left for me? Something that proved the truth? Something that would burn the accords to ash or bind me tighter to the cage? The silver marks blazed again, a searing pulse that made my knees buckle. Caelion caught my elbow before I hit the floor, his grip careful, the curse hissing a warning at the edge of my senses. The shadow thread in my wrist went so cold it burned, and the alarm bell outside the window tolled again, louder now, closer. The thing that knew my name was not just inside the wards, it was in the palace. Chapter 47. I did not run to Caelion's chambers. I walked. The moss ashes were still gritty against my palm, and the alarm bell tolled through the stone like a second heartbeat. And somewhere in this palace, a thing older than the blood accords was breathing my name. Running would have felt like surrender. I would not give the curse the satisfaction of seeing me flee. The hidden servants' corridor was narrow and dark, lit only by the silver marks climbing my wrists. They pulsed in rhythm with the bell, with my heart, with something else that I could feel now that I had stopped pretending it wasn't there. A presence beneath the palace's skin, like a splinter working its way toward bone. I turned a corner and found Lady Ilyne Thorn waiting for me. She stood in the center of the passage with her hands empty at her sides. No guards, no copper-haired sneer. Her storm-gray eyes were not warm, but they were not sharpened for a kill either. She wore a simple gown of dark green wool, unadorned, the kind of dress a woman wore when she wanted to move fast and draw no attention. "Stop," she said quietly. "Please." The please stopped me more than the command. I halted 6 feet from her, close enough to see the fine lines at the corners of her eyes that her court mask usually hid. My silver marks flared, and her gaze dropped to them, but she did not flinch. "You have 30 seconds, I said. "Then I scream, and Caelion's shadow finds you before the echo dies." "Heard. The prince is not the one I came to warn." The words landed like a stone in still water. I waited. Ilyne's jaw tightened, not the rehearsed tension of a court performance, something raw. "I spent 6 decades positioning myself to become Queen of Nightveil. Every alliance, every favor, every secret I gathered was calibrated toward that goal. When Caelion ended our betrothal, I told myself I had merely lost a battle, that I could still win the war." She paused. The bell tolled again, closer now, and her fingers twitched at her sides. "I was wrong. There is no war left to win. Serath has lost control of the story. You expect me to believe you've grown a conscience?" "No." Her mouth curved into something that was not quite a smile. "I expect you to believe I'm a pragmatist. The Queen sent a proclamation to the human kingdoms before the wards sealed. She intended to frame you as a threat and Caelion as compromised, which would buy her time to contain the ritual's fallout. But she underestimated 2 things. First, how fast the breaches would spread. Second, how badly the court would fracture once the Star Chamber collapsed and the dead light started eating border forts." I said nothing. Let her fill the silence. She did. 3 noble houses have gone silent since the alarms began. Not declared for the Queen, not declared for anyone. They are waiting to see which way the blame falls. I know which houses. I know what they want in exchange for their support. And I am willing to give you their names. In exchange for what? Future leverage. The words came out smooth, practiced, but her eyes were too bright, too steady. You will survive this. The bridge chose you, and whatever is walking toward you through these walls chose you, and you have already done the impossible once tonight. When the dust settles, I want to be standing on the side that did not try to burn you. Every instinct I had honed in 8 years of hiding screamed at me to reject this. Ilyne Thorn had tried to humiliate me, expose me, and deliver me to Saradlis tribunal. She had stood beside the Quan while the court sharpened its knives. Trusting her now would be like trusting a viper because it had stopped hissing. But I was no longer the woman who had arrived at Nightveil with a knife in her boot and a refusal to depend on anyone. You tried to destroy me, I said flatly. At the Feast of Glass, at the Standing Stones, at the tribunal. You gathered evidence for Saradlis and smiled while she used it. Why would I believe a single word? Because I am telling you something she does not want you to know. Ilyne's voice dropped, and for the first time, there was something in it that sounded like fear. Saradlis is not trying to win the court anymore. She is trying to survive. And if she cannot contain you politically, she will do the one thing left to her. I waited. The bell tolled again, closer now, and her fingers twitched at her sides. I was wrong. There is no war left to win. Saradlis has lost control of the story. We will be a ghost the human kingdoms mourn, and the Fae court reviles. The truth you carry will die with your name. The words hit like a blade slipped between ribs. Not because they surprised me, because I had already felt the shape of this threat waiting in the dark. Saradlis had built her reign on a lie. Of course she would try to bury me inside one. What houses? I heard myself ask. Ilyne's shoulders dropped a fraction of an inch. Relief, or a very good imitation of it. Valeries, Ashwick, Cararon's Reach. All 3 have blood ties to the original star shrines. All 3 have been quietly resisting Saradlis's archival purges for generations. They will not declare openly without seeing proof that the bridge is locked and the accords are built on a lie. But they will meet with you. Privately. Tonight. If you move fast. What do they want? Assurance that their house compats will be honored when the accords are rewritten. They want their ancestral rights to the shrines restored. And they want Saradlis removed from the throne, not just defeated. Exile. Disgrace. A public acknowledgement that her grandmother's crime is her crime too. The price was steep, but it was specific. Ilyne was not offering vague goodwill. She was negotiating. That, more than anything else, made me believe she was telling at least part of the truth. The Queen will know the moment they move, I said. She will know the moment you move. That is why I am here instead of them. Ilyne reached into the folds of her gown and withdrew a small, flat object wrapped in black silk. This is a seal of seal passage, not mine, the joint seal of the 3 houses. It will get you into the Valeries family chapel in the lower east wing, where their representatives are waiting. Saradlis wards cannot touch that chapel. It predates her grandmother's reign. I did not take the seal. What do you want, Ilyne? Specifically, not future leverage. What do you want that would make you betray the Queen who made you her instrument? For a long moment she did not answer. The bell tolled again, and the fog outside pressed against the corridor walls like a living thing trying to find a crack in the stone. Then she said, very quietly, I want to stop being afraid. I have been afraid since the day I entered this court. Afraid of losing status. Afraid of being outmaneuvered. Afraid that if I stopped climbing, I would be crushed by everyone still climbing. I looked at you and saw someone who should have been afraid, and you were not. I hated you for it. Her voice cracked on the last word, barely a fracture, but it was real. I still hate you for it, but I hate what this court has made me more. The silver marks on my arms pulsed once, hard, as if something in her words had struck a resonance I did not want to feel. The entity was closer now. I could feel it pressing against the edges of where awareness, like a hand resting on a door, is not quite closed. I took the silk-wrapped seal from her hand. "If this is a trap," I said, "I will not just bone you. I will make sure every house in Nightveil knows you sold the Queen's secrets and got nothing in return. You will die politically before you die physically. Do you understand?" "Perfectly." I tucked the seal into my sleeve beside the ash of Mira's moth. The two objects lay together against my skin, one carrying the weight of what I had lost, and the other carrying the weight of what I might gain. Ilyne stepped aside, pressing her back against the corridor wall to let me pass. As I moved past her, she spoke one last time, so softly I almost missed it. "She is already drafting the proclamation, the one that unmakes you. You have until the bells stop ringing." Then she was gone, swallowed by the dark of the servants' passage, and I was alone with the tolling alarm and the cold fire climbing my throat, and the knowledge that somewhere above me, Queen Seralith was writing the words that would turn me into a lie. I did not run to Caelion's chambers. I walked faster. The seal was a cold weight against my wrist, and the corridor ahead of me curved toward a door that I knew would open onto the stair that led to him. The door was already open. Caelion stood in the threshold with his shadow pooled at his feet, like a beast that had forgotten how to be anything but a weapon. His face was pale, his eyes were burning, and behind him I could see the healer, and Dorian, and two guards I did not recognize standing rigid with the particular stillness of people who had just been given orders they did not want to follow. "Lyra." His voice was steady, but his shadow was not. It was reaching for me, reaching before him as if it could no longer tell the difference between protecting me and claiming me. "The entity. It's in the Great Hall. The heralds are demanding to see you, and the thing that knows your name just walked through the inner ward as if the wards were made of paper." The curse hissed against my bones, a warding that did not quite strike. The silver marks blazed, the seal of the three houses pressed cold against my skin, and the alarm bell stopped. Chapter 48. The silence after the alarm bell stopped was worse than the tolling. Caelion pulled me through the doorway and into his chamber, and the door sealed behind us with a soft click of iron finding iron. His shadow surged forward, reaching the threshold post as if it intended to guard a space it no longer recognized. The healer and Dorian and the two unfamiliar guards stood frozen near the far wall, the faces carrying the particular pallor of people who had just witnessed something that did not obey any law they knew. "The Great Hall," I said. "How bad?" "Bad enough that the heralds stopped demanding and started waiting." Caelion's jaw was tight. "A presence that does not speak, does not threaten, and walked through wards older than the blood accords, as if they were cobweb. They want to know what it is. They want to know why it wants you." "And Seralath?" "Still in the East Wing. She has not come down. I do not know if that is strategy or fear." The healer stepped forward, pale gray eyes moving between us. "The proclamation she is drafting, if she finishes it before you reach the Velary's chapel, the three houses may not be able to help you. She can legally declare you outside the blood." He paused. Outside existence in the eyes of the court. I pulled the silk-wrapped seal from my sleeve, the bundle pressed cold against my palm, a small, hard shape that felt heavier than it should. "Ilyne gave me this joint seal of 3 houses. She says they are waiting for me." Dorian's head snapped up. "Ilyne Thorn? Lyra! She is. I know who she is. I also know what she risked to give me this. I met his eyes. She was afraid, not pretending. I do not trust her, but I believe she is more afraid of Seralath than she is of me. Caelion's shadow curled around his ankles and stilled. He was looking at me with an expression I could not quite read. The Valeri's chapel is in the lower east wing. You cannot reach it through the public halls. The Queen's eyes are everywhere between here and there. Then show me another way. Something flickered in his face. Not surprise. Something older, recognition maybe, of a choice he had already made and was only now naming aloud. There are rooms, he said slowly, old oath rooms, built into the palace before the Accords, before the first queen. Seralath used them for my training. She thought no one else knew they existed. His voice was steady, but the shadow pooled darker at his feet, and the scar on his sternum seemed to pull at the fabric of his coat. They connect to the lower east wing through servants' corridors that were sealed decades ago. If I can open them, we can reach the chapel without crossing a single public hall. The healer and Dorian exchanged a look I could not interpret. One of the guards shifted his weight, and his eyes were fixed on the floor. The entity is in the Great Hall, I said. The heralds are waiting. Seralath is drafting a proclamation that will erase me from the court's memory. And you want to take me through rooms where she tortured you as a child? I held his gaze. How much time will this cost us? Less than fighting our way through loyalist guards. More than I want to lose. His voice dropped. I would not take you there if there were another way. You should know that. I do know that. The admission settled between us without flinching. The curse hissed against my bones, but did not strike. Waiting. Always waiting now, as if the Accords themselves were holding breath. I tucked the seal back into my sleeve beside Mira's ashes. Lead. He did not hesitate. His hand found a section of the wall near the iron-banded door, and something clicked beneath his fingers, a mechanism older than the door itself. The stone slid aside with a sound like grinding teeth, revealing a narrow passage lit only by the faint silver glow of my marks and the deeper darkness of his shadow. Caelion stepped through first. The passage was cold and smelled of dust and old iron and something else. Something sharper, like ozone before lightning. The walls were rough-hewn, untouched by the polish of the public halls, and the floor sloped downward at an angle that made my calves ache. After perhaps 30 steps, the passage opened into a chamber. It was small, bare stone. A single iron sconce on the wall held a candle stub that had burned down to wax. Tears to Steplia collars before the stream, and in Erikoving. The entity is in the Great Hall, I said. The heralds are waiting. Seralath is drafting a proclamation that will erase me from the court's memory. And you want to take me through rooms where she tortured you as a child? I held his gaze. How much time will this cost us? Less than fighting our way through loyalist guards, more than I want to lose. His voice dropped. I would not take you there if there were another way. You should know that. I do know that. The admission settled between us without flinching. The curse hissed against my bones, but did not strike. Waiting. Always waiting now, as if the Accords themselves were holding breath. I tucked the seal back into my sleeve beside Mira's ashes. Lead. He did not hesitate. His hand found a section of the wall near the iron-banded door, and something clicked beneath his fingers, a mechanism older than the door itself. The stone slid aside with a sound like grinding teeth, revealing a narrow passage lit only by the faint silver glow of my marks and the deeper darkness of his shadow. Caelion stepped through first. The passage was cold and smelled of dust and old iron and something else. Something sharper, like ozone before lightning. The walls were rough-hewn, untouched by the polish of the public halls, and the floor sloped downward at an angle that made my calves ache. After perhaps 30 steps, the passage opened into a chamber. It was small, bare stone. A single iron sconce on the wall held a candle stub that had burned down to wax tears decades ago. Against the far wall stood a wooden frame, simple and brutal, fitted with leather restraints that had been worn smooth by use. Below the frame, the stone floor was stained darker than the surrounding rock. I stopped walking. Caelion did not look at the frame. He did not look at the restraints. He walked past them as if they were furniture, and the shadow at his feet writhed once before going still. "Observation room," he said, and his voice was stripped of everything but fact. She would watch from the gallery above. Eris was required to attend. Sometimes Valor. She said it taught them that obedience cost. My throat closed. The silver marks along my arms blazed once, hot enough to sting, and I forced myself to move past the frame, past the restraints, past the stain. "Second chamber," Caelion said, pushing open another door. "The oath room proper." This one was larger. Shelves lined the walls, holding objects I did not want to identify. A brazier of black iron. A kneeling cushion placed precisely in the center of a 7-pointed star carved into the floor. Not the binding coil, the original pattern. But the carvings were shallower here than had been beneath the prison, worn down by centuries of something that was not weather. "They made you kneel on the star," I said. "Every oath I was forced to swear, every command I was conditioned to obey. She made me kneel on the symbol of the thing she was trying to destroy." His voice was quiet. "She said it taught me what I was meant to overcome." I reached out and touched his hand. Not gripping, not claiming, just the brush of my fingers against the back of his knuckles, where the blisters from our last touch were still healing. The curse screamed against my bones, my marks flared white-hot. I did not go. He turned his hand over and laced his fingers through mine, and the pain was a living thing clawing up my arm, and I held on anyway. Because he had walked through this room 100 times as a child and come out alive. And he was still walking through it now, and if he could do that, I could hold his hand through a cruce that wanted me dead. His shadow wrapped around our joined hands like a shield made of night. "The third room," he said, and his voice was stripped of everything but fact. She would watch from the gallery above. Eris was required to attend. Sometimes Valor. She said it taught them what obedience cost. My throat closed, spleezed sheepishly. They signed the new compacts. They signed under duress. And they have been looking for a way out ever since. Caelion turned from the table. "These documents are proof. If the heralds see them..." A knock. Sharp. 3 strikes in quick succession. We both went still. The knock came again, not from the passage we had entered through, but from a door on the far side of the relic chamber. A door I had not noticed because it was flush with the stone and marked only by a faint iron ring. Caelion's shadow surged toward the door before he moved. "Who is there?" A voice answered, low and breathless. A young voice, male. "Prince Caelion, I carry the seal of your brother. He sent me from the War Council. He says you must come immediately. Both of you." I reached for the knife at my belt. The silver marks along my forearm flared in warning, and through the bond, through the shadow wrapped around our joined hands, I felt Caelion's pulse spike. Eris. The brother who had held a blade to my throat in the chamber beneath the prison. The brother who had confessed he was a coward. The brother who had stood frozen while his mother's guards surrounded us, and his father walked out of 6 years of silence. The entity was in the great hall. The heralds were waiting. Lyra was writing the words that would unmake me. And now Eris, who had never chosen a side without calculating the cost, wanted us at a war council immediately. Chapter 49. The young Fae guard led us through a door I had never seen, down a spiraling stair so tight my shoulders brushed both walls, and into a chamber that smelled of old iron and older decisions. The war council was already in progress. A long table of black stone dominated the room, its surface scarred with blade marks. Maps lay unfurled across it, their edges weighted with dagger hilts and seal stamps. Candles burned at intervals, their flames motionless in air so still it felt dead. Around the table stood perhaps a dozen figures, nobles and captains and jurists whose names I did not yet know, their faces sharpening toward us as we entered. And at the head of the table, Prince Caelion. He looked different than he had in the chamber beneath the prison. Older, less certain. He wore the heir's silver circlet across his brow, and his hand rested on a map of the borderlands with an intimacy that suggested he had been studying it for hours. When his gaze met mine, something flickered in it. Not guilt, not quite. Calculation. "Thank you for coming," Caelion said, and the words were so precisely formal that they meant nothing at all. "Please, sit." There were no chairs. This was not that kind of council. Caelion did not move from my side. His shadow pooled at his feet, thicker than candle smoke, and I felt the weight of it through the bond, coiled and waiting. The curse hummed against my sternum, a low warning that had become as constant as my pulse. "We have less than 2 hours before the Herald ultimatum expires." Caelion began, his voice carrying the practiced neutrality of someone who had learned diplomacy at Lyra's knee. "The Sunlit Council has mobilized 3 legions. They are marching on the border as we speak. Our scouts report dead light spreading through the Frostmarch passes, faster than any previous breach. And the entity that walked through our wards half an hour ago is now standing motionless in the Great Hall, refusing to speak to anyone." He paused, and the silence that followed was deliberate. A performance. "We have 3 crises. They are about to become one war. I have called this council to decide Nightveil's response." "What is there to decide?" The voice came from a grizzled captain at the far end of the table, a woman with steel-gray hair and a scar that bisected one eyebrow. She wore the black and silver of Nightveil's border guard, and her hand rested on her sword hilt with the ease of someone who had drawn it many times. "We seal the borders. We present the Riftborn to the heralds as contained and cooperating. We tell them the ritual succeeded and the wards are holding. That buys us time." "Time for what?" Dorian stepped forward from the shadows near the door, and I realized with a jolt that I had not seen him enter. His scholar's robes were rumpled, his ink-stained fingers twitching at his sides. "Time for the dead light to swallow 2 more forts? Time for Lyra to finish erasing every piece of evidence that contradicts her version of history. The heralds are not fools, Captain. If we lie to them and the breaches continue, they will march anyway. They will simply march with righteous fury. Then we give them what they want." The captain's gaze cut to me. "We hand over the Riftborn. 1 life for the realm." Caelion's shadow surged toward her before he fell forward. The captain flinched. Caelion did not. "The next person who suggests that will lose the ability to speak." The words were soft, almost gentle. The room went very still. "This is a war council," Caelion said, and his voice sharpened with something that might have been frustration or might have been fear. "Not a tribunal. Lyra, you are here because you are at the center of this. What do you propose? The question landed like a stone in still water. I looked around the table at the faces watching me with calculation and suspicion, and in a few cases, something that looked like hope. The silver marks along my wrists pulsed faintly, and I felt the curse shift against my ribs like a sleeping creature stirring. You wanna know what I propose? I stepped forward into the candlelight and let them see the marks clearly. Let them see the silver threading through my skin like a map of wounds I had chosen to bear. I propose you stop pretending you can contain this. A jurist in blue robes drew a sharp breath. The captain's hand tightened on her sword hilt. Eris's expression did not change, but something behind his eyes shifted. The ritual you are all so afraid to name was never designed to be completed by sacrifice, I said, and my voice was steadier than I felt. The first queen altered it. She severed the star bridge and built a prison over the pieces. The blood accords were written to silence the truth about what she did. And now the prison is failing, and the entity your grandmother tried to erase is standing in your great hall, and you are still talking about containment. A murmur rippled through the room. Lady Lyra speaks of things she cannot possibly understand, the captain said, but her voice had lost some of its edge. The blood accords have kept peace for 300 years. The blood accords have kept a lie for 300 years. I gripped the edge of the table, and silver flame kindled along my knuckles. The candle flames guttered. The first sealing was meant to connect this world to something larger, a network, living bridges. The star shrines across both kingdoms were built in fighting ink. The light is moving faster than our scouts can track, he said, and the calculation in his voice had been replaced by something rawer. It will reach Thornwatch within hours. If the human garrison there is already at the breaking point. The priest, Dorian said, his scholar's composer fracturing. The priest preaching in Thornwatch Square. If he hears that the Border-forts have fallen, he will call it divine judgment. He will turn Thornwatch against Nightveil before the heralds even deliver their ultimatum. The captain who had suggested handing me over was staring at the messenger's ash-streaked face. Her scarred brow had gone pale. 3 legions are marching, she said slowly. The dead light is spreading faster than any breach in recorded history. And the only person who understands the original ritual is the woman our queen is trying to erase. She looked at me, not with hostility now, with something that might have been the first stirring of recognition. What do we do? The chamber walls seemed to press closer. The candle flames guttered and sparked. Caelion's hand found mine beneath the table, and the curse bit down, and we held on anyway. I looked at the messenger, at the black smoke still seeping from his lips. The entity in the great hall has been waiting for 300 years, I said. I think it is time someone asked it what it wants. The Ashwick nobleman stepped forward. The heralds are waiting in the courtyard. They want answers before the ultimatum expires. Then they will get answers. Eris's voice cut through the rising murmur. But not Saralight's answers, not the lies she sent in her messenger hawk, the truth. He looked at me, and I saw something I had never seen in his face before. Not calculation, not carefully measured neutrality, a choice. I will take you to the heralds myself. The room fractured. The captain raised her voice in protest. The jurist demanded protocol. Dorian was already gathering the maps, his ink-stained fingers trembling with urgency. The messenger sagged against Caelion's shadow, still coughing smoke. And through the chaos, through the bond pulsing between us like a second heartbeat, Caelion leaned close and spoke words meant only for me. The entity is moving. I turned toward the door, toward the corridor that led back to the great hall. The pull in my chest sharpened into a command. It was coming toward us. Chapter 50. The summons hit me like a hook beneath the ribs. Not pain exactly, something older. A resonance that bypassed my silver marks entirely and spoke directly to the marrow of my bones. A pull that made the council chamber tilt and the candle flames gutter sideways. Caelion's hand tightened on mine beneath the table. The curse howled. We ignored it. "It is moving faster," he said, voice pitched low enough that only I could hear. "It knows you are here." Eris was already snapping orders. Guards to the Great Hall. A runner to the heralds. Someone to find the Queen before her proclamation left the East Wing. The captain who had suggested handing me over was now clearing the table of maps with quick, efficient movements. Her earlier hostility converted into something that looked almost like purpose. But I could not look away from the door. The entity in the Great Hall had waited 300 years beneath a prison built to silence it. Now it was walking toward us through wards that should have been impossible to cross, and every step felt like a heartbeat inside my chest. Dorian Vale appeared at my elbow. His ink-stained fingers were trembling, but his gray eyes were bright with the particular feeler of a scholar who had found something he was not supposed to find. "Lyra." He thrust Rowan's journal into my hands. "While you were at the War Council, I kept working on the cipher, the one your father hid beneath the Star Shrine's histories." I looked down. The journal was open to a page I had read a dozen times. Rowan's cramped handwriting detailing solar alignments and ritual resonance frequencies. Nothing new. Nothing that had not already pointed us toward the Star Shrine and the entity beneath it. "Look closer," Dorian said. He reached past me and pressed his thumb to the margin of the page. The ink shimmered. Beneath Rowan's writing, a second layer of script began to rise, paler and older, written in a hand I recognized from the hidden notes my father had scattered through the journal like breadcrumbs through a dark wood. "Blood activated," Dorian said. "His blood, your father's. He must have pressed his own thumb there when he finished writing. The cipher layer only responds to Voss blood, or," he hesitated, "to someone who carries what Voss blood carried." My silver marks pulsed. The journal page warmed beneath my fingers. "Read it," Caelion said. His shadow was coiling around our feet like a guard dog awaiting a command. "The entity will be here in minutes." I read. Rowan's hidden script was not a confession or a warning. It was a map. Not of Nightveil, not of the borderlands. A map of star shrines spanning both the sunlit kingdoms and the Fey Dominion, marked with sigils I had never seen before, connected by lines of silver ink that formed a web across the entire continent. 7 shrines in Nightveil, 7 in the human territories. And at the center of the web, where every line intersected, the star shrine beneath the palace where we had locked the bridge. "They are not separate," I breathed. "The shrines, they were never meant to be separate." The Ashwick nobleman stepped closer, drawn by the silver light beginning to seep from the journal's pages. "What does that mean?" "It means the ritual we performed beneath the palace was only one part of a larger pattern." I traced the silver lines with my finger. The ink hummed beneath my touch, recognizing something in me that it had been waiting to find. The first sealing was not meant to be a single sacrifice at a single shrine. It was a network. Living bridges, the entity called them. Riftborn and their Fa counterparts, bound at each shrine, keeping the whole system in balance. Eris had stopped giving orders. He was watching me with an expression that had gone very still. "The first queen did not just kill the Riftborn," he said slowly. "She dismantled the entire network." "She built the blood accords over its corpse," Dorian said. His voice cracked on the last word. "She rewrote history to make Riftborn into aberrations, into threats, because if anyone remembered they were part of the original design, Someone might try to rebuild what she destroyed. The map shimmered. The silver lines connecting the shrines pulsed once, twice, and then one of the marks, a shrine deep in the sunlit kingdoms, flared brighter than the others. Beneath it, Rowan had written a single name. Caelion read it over my shoulder. His breath caught. Ilyne Ward. I stared at the name. It meant nothing to me, but Dorian made a sound like he had been struck. Ilyne Ward, he repeated. That is impossible. She was executed 30 years ago. Serdalit sent a detachment of oath-bound soldiers to the sunlit court specifically to demand her head. The diplomatic records of the exchange are in the royal archives. I have read them. Then someone faked her death, I said, or Seralit's records are lying, which would not be the first time. The pull in my chest became a command. I looked up. The door to the council chamber was still open. Beyond it, the corridor stretched toward the great hall, and in the darkness at the end of that corridor, something was walking toward us. The candle flames died, every single one, snuffed in the same instant, plunging the chamber into shadow broken burnly by the silver light bleeding from my marks and the darker, living darkness of Caelion's shadow. The captain drew her sword. The Ashwick nobleman stumbled backward. Eris's hand went to the hilt of his blade, and a voice that was not a voice, a resonance that spoke directly through the silver marks on my skin, filled the silence. Lyra Voss, hinge of the broken bridge. I have walked through 300 years to find you. It is time you knew what you were made for. You're intended. Just for a good way. Let's how good through my silver marks when the dream took me. I did not remember closing my eyes. One moment I was standing in the council chamber with Caelion's shadow coiled around us both, and the candle flames dead in their sconces. The next, the floor dissolved beneath my feet, and I was falling through a darkness that had no bottom, no direction, no end. The silver marks burned. Not with the sharp, punishing heat of the Accord's backlash, something different, something older. The burning felt like recognition. I landed on nothing. The darkness around me was not empty. It was full of stars. They stretched in every direction, not the cold, distant pinpricks I had seen in Thornwatch's winter sky. These were close enough to touch, each one a knot of silver and shadow woven together so tightly that light and dark moved through them in threading spirals. They hummed. The sound vibrated through the soles of my bare feet, through my bones, through the silver marks that now blazed bright enough to cast long shadows across the starfield. I was not alone. Caelion stood 3 paces away. His black coat was gone, replaced by something that looked like the absence of fabric, shadow given shape and draped across his shoulders. His pale violet eyes were fixed on me in an expression I had only seen once before, in the moment before he kissed me beneath the ruins, when every mask he had ever worn lay shattered at his feet. Lyra. His voice carried through the starfield without echo. You are here. Where is here? He looked down. I followed his gaze. Beneath the stars, beneath the nothing that held us suspended, chains lay across the darkness like veins across a body. They were not iron. They were made of something that pulsed with the same sick rhythm as the blood Accord's backlash, a living metal that breathed and bled and hungered. Each link was etched with script I could not read, a language older than the Fey Ten, older than the old tongue that opened hidden doors. The chains stretched away into the dark in every direction, some of them wrapped around the stars themselves, cinched so tight that the silver and shadow light guttered like a candle starved of air. The Accords, Caelion said, His voice was flat, but his shadow had risen around him in a mantle of absolute darkness. This is what they look like from the inside. How are we seeing this? The bond. He took a step toward me. The stars beneath his bare feet flared brighter at his approach, as if the proximity of shadow made their silver edges keener. The curse dragged us here, or the bond used the curse as a door. I am not certain which. I turned in a slow circle. The chain-laced starfield stretched to a horizon that was not a horizon, a point where the woven light simply stopped, and beyond that stopping point, something moved. A figure. It stood at the edge of the starfield, backlit by a light that was not silver and not shadow. The chains converged on it like iron filings drawn to a lodestone. They fed into its hands, into its chest, into the space where its face should have been, and wherever they touched, the pulsing sickness in the metal grew stronger. The figure was feeding power into the chains. I could not see its features. The distance was too great, or the chains obscured it, or the thing did not possess a face in any sense I understood. But I could feel its attention. It was not looking at me. It was looking at the chains. It was working. Caelion, I see it. The figure's hands moved. The chains responded. One of the stars nearest to us, a bright rod of silver threaded through with ribbons of living shadow, dimmed visibly as a fresh surge of power rippled through the links. The star shuddered. Its hum dropped into something that sounded almost like a whimper. Then the figure turned deads. I did not see what lay beneath the shroud of chains and distance, but I felt it register our presence the way a predator registers movement at the edge of its territory, told, calculating, and utterly without hurry. The starfield shattered. I woke gasping. My hands were at my throat, clawing at something that was not there, something that had followed me out of the dream and into the waking dark. Dead light. It was pooling in my mouth, cold as corpse flesh, tasting of rat and ancient hunger. I coughed, and it spilled across the stone floor in a thin black stream. Hands caught my shoulders. Caelion's hands. The curse screamed through my marks, blistering heat racing from my collarbones to my wrists, and I heard him hiss through his teeth as the silver threads in his burned palm slared in answer. "Breathe," he said. His voice was raw. "Lyra, breathe." The dead light evaporated from the floor. The silver marks on my skin were still blazing, throwing sharp-edged shadows across the council chamber. The candle wicks were still smoking when a captain still had her sword drawn. Eris was half out of his chair, his circlet askew. Only seconds had passed. Dorian was the first to speak. His scholar's composure was gone. His gray eyes were wide, his ink-stained fingers white-knuckled on the edge of Rowan's journal. "What?" he said. "Was that?" Caelion did not let go of my shoulders. His shadow had wrapped around his feet like a living thing bracing for impact. "There is someone else feeding the accords," he said. "Someone beyond the palace, beyond the wards. I saw them." "You saw them?" Eris's voice was sharp. "You were unconscious for perhaps 3 breaths, both of you. Your eyes were open and full of starlight." "The dream was shared." I pushed the words out through a throat still raw with dead light. "The bond pulled us into the same space. We saw the accords as chains, living chains, spread across a field of stars, and there was a figure at the edge of that field, feeding power into the links." The Ashwick nobleman made a sign against evil. The captain's sword did not waver, but her scarred face had gone the color of old bone. "The blood accords are a treaty," Eris said slowly. "A legal document. A magical binding. They are not alive." "They are alive," Caelion said. "I have felt them strike. I have felt them learn." "The curse is not static, Eris. It is sharpening. It is adapting. and someone is making it do so. I thought of the figure's hands moving through the chains with the practiced certainty of a craftsman at a loom. I thought of the star that had dimmed when power surged through its bindings, and of the whimper that had followed. "The entity," I said, "the one that walked to the wards. It is in the great hall. It is waiting for us. And that figure in the dream, the one feeding the chains, it is not the same thing." "No," Caelion said. His voice had dropped into something cold and certain. "The entity beneath the prison was buried before the first queen. It wants the bridge restored. This figure was feeding the accords, strengthening them. They are not on the same side." The pull in my chest sharpened again. The entity was closer now. I could feel its patience thinning, its ancient attention narrowing to a point. But something else prickled at the edge of my awareness. A resonance I had not felt before. Fainter than the entity's pull, but no less deliberate. The figure in the dream had seen us. It had registered our presence with the cold calculation of something that had been working undisturbed for centuries and did not appreciate witnesses. "Tell me you saw its face," I said to Caelion. When it turned, "Tell me you saw what was under the chains." Caelion's pale violet eyes met mine. His shadow had stopped moving. It hung behind him like a wound in the air, utterly still, utterly silent. "I saw it," he said, "and I know who it is." The door to the corridor slammed open. Not the controlled entrance of a messenger or a guard, the sound of wood splintering against stone, of hinges screaming, of something heavy hitting the floor. The captain pivoted, Eris drew his blade. Caelion's shadow surged forward, a wave of liquid darkness that stopped at the threshold as if it had struck a wall. A man stood in the doorway, human, middle-aged. His face was scarred in a pattern I recognized, a star-shaped board across his left cheekbone that marked him as a survivor of the Frostmark garrison. He was breathing hard. His hands were empty. His eyes found mine across the chaos of the council chamber. "Lyra Voss," he said. His voice was hoarse, scraped raw by a long ride and a longer fear. "My name is Holt. I served under your father, and I have been followed into Nightveil by something that knows your name." Behind him, in the darkness of the corridor, something laughed. Trap. Chapter 52. The laugh was still echoing when Caelion's shadow struck. Not the controlled liquid extension I had grown used to. This was a lash of absolute darkness that punched past Holt's shoulder and into the corridor beyond, moving with a predator's precision. I heard something shriek, a sound that splintered at the edges into harmonics no living throat should produce. Then silence. The shadow retracted. Caelion had not moved. His hand was still half raised from the council table, his pale violet eyes fixed on the doorway with the cold, flat certainty of something who had just confirmed a suspicion. "A harvester," he said. "One of the Unmade's older servants. They feed on names and carry them back to their master." Holt stumbled forward into the chamber. His scarred face was sheened with sweat, and his hands were shaking badly enough that Eris had to catch his arm to steady him. "It followed me from Frostmarch," Garen said. "Through the pass, through the outer gates, through wards that should have burned it to ash." His eyes found mine again. "It spoke your name the whole way, like a prayer, like a summons." I felt the pull in my chest sharpen. The entity in the great hall was still there, still waiting, its patience a physical pressure against my sternum. But now I could feel the harvester's echo too, a fainter, hungrier resonance that had gone silent when Caelion's shadow struck it. "The wards are failing faster than we thought," Dorian said. His voice was hoarse. "If the Unmade servants can walk through Nightveil's outer gates without burning, then the prison is not merely cracked, it is hemorrhaging." How many more of those things are inside the palace? The scarred captain demanded. Caelion turned from the doorway. His shadow coiled back to his feet, thicker now, darker, moving with the slow, deliberate patience of something that had tasted prey and wanted more. One harvester does not travel alone. There will be others. They will have slipped through the lower city first, through the warren, through anywhere the dead light has touched. He looked at Eris. How many guards are still loyal to the throne? Eris's jaw tightened. You mean loyal to Mother. I mean loyal to the realm, loyal to the wards, loyal to keeping the Unmade from swallowing Ilaria before the week is out. Caelion's voice was utterly flat. How many guards will fight for that, even if it means standing against Saratheth's command? The question hung in the chamber. The Ashric nobleman was still making signs against evil, his lips moving soundlessly. The captain's scarred face had gone from bone white to something harder, the color of someone calculating odds. 24, she said finally. Maybe 3. The older ones. The ones who remember what the breaches were like before the accords were tightened. The younger guards were trained under Saratheth's captains. They will not break oath. Then we start with the older ones. Caelion moved toward the door. Garin Holt, you will stay with Dorian. Tell him everything you saw on the road from Frostmarch. Every deadlight pool, every breach, every harvester. He needs to map their movements. Where are you going? Eris asked. To the lower guard hall, to find the 36 who might listen. He paused at the threshold and looked back at me. The question in his eyes was not a command, it was an invitation. I crossed the chamber to his side. The silver marks on my rusts were still pulsing with residual starlight from the dream, and the pull of the entity in the great hall sharpened as I moved, as if it could feel me approaching. The entity is still waiting, I said quietly. It wants something from me, from us. Then it can wait a little longer. Caelion's voice was low enough that only I could hear. If the accords are being fed by someone, and the prison is hemorrhaging harvesters, and Saratheth is drafting a proclamation to erase you from existence, then we need more than a war council. We need an army. And if your mother's captains get to them first, the ghost of something dark moved behind his eyes. Then we'll know exactly who is loyal and who is lost. The lower guard hall was beneath the eastern barracks, a long stone room lit by iron cressets that burned with steady, mundane flame. No firelight, no shadowcraft. This was where the old soldiers gathered, the ones who had served before Sarath tightened her grip on the palace guard. There were perhaps 20 of them when we entered. Grizzled fey men and women in worn leather armor, their weapons propped against benches, their conversations dying the moment Caelion stepped through the door. I saw recognition on their faces. Not fear, not quite respect, something more complicated. The weariness of old soldiers looking at a prince they had watched grow from a child into something his mother had hollowed out and refilled. Your Highness. A silver-haired woman with a captain's sigil on her pauldron rose from a bench near the hearth. Her face was lined, her eyes the color of winter steel. We heard the alarms. We heard the entity walked through the inner ward. Captain Ashford. Caelion inclined his head. How many of your people are still willing to fight for the realm? Against what, precisely? Her gaze flicked to me, cataloging the silver marks visible at my collar, the way Caelion's shadow pooled at his feet instead of draping normally. Against the Unmade? Against the Deadlight? Or against the Queen? Against whoever is feeding the accords and letting the prison fail. A murmur ran through the hall. Several soldiers exchanged glances. A young fey man near the back, barely old enough for his first campaign, looked suddenly ill. Captain Ashford's expression did not change. That is a serious accusation, my prince. I am not making an accusation. Caelion stepped further into the hall, and his shadow spread behind him like a cloak of living darkness. I am stating a fact. The blood accords are not a static treaty, they are a living binding. Someone has been strengthening them deliberately, sharpening the curse, while the Unmade's cruisen cracks a wider righty hour. 2 border forts have fallen. Harvesters are walking through wards that should incinerate them. The entity that was buried beneath the palace before the Frost Queen's reign is standing in the Great Hall right now, waiting. He let the silence stretch. I was shaped to be a weapon, he said quietly. It wants something from me. From us. Then it can wait a little longer. Caelion's voice was low enough that only I could hear. If the accords are fed by someone, and the prison is hemorrhaging harvesters, and Sarathef is drafting a proclamation to erase you from existence, then we need more than a war council. We need an army. And if your mother's captains get to them first? The ghost of something dark moved behind his eyes. Then we will know exactly who is loyal and who is lost. The lower guard hall was beneath the eastern barracks, a long stone room lit by iron cressets that burned with steady mundane flame. No fey light, no shadowcraft. This was where the old soldiers gathered, the ones who had served before Sarath tightened her grip on the palace guard. There were perhaps 20 of them when we entered. Grizzled fey men and women in worn leather armor, their weapons propped against benches, their conversations dying the moment Caelion stepped through the door. I saw recognition on their faces. Not fear, not quite respect. Something more complicated. The weariness of old soldiers looking at a prince they had watched grow from a child into something his mother had hollowed out and refilled. Your Highness, a silver-haired woman with a captain's sigil on her pauldron rose from a bench near the hearth. Her face was lined, her eyes the color of winter steel. We heard the alarms. Caelion caught my arm, but his attention was on the body, on the dead light threading through a man he had known since childhood, on the warning that named the bridge, named me, as the catalyst for whatever catastrophe was coming. The harvester didn't do this, Captain Ashford said. She had followed us from the guard hall with 6 of her cohort. Her voice was steady, but her knuckles were white on her sword hilt. This was a message. From whom? Eris had arrived behind us, still wearing his circlet, still carrying the weight of the council chamber on his shoulders. He stared at the glowing veins with naked horror. The entity in the Great Hall? No. Caelion knelt beside the body. His shadow reached out, not touching the dead light, but hovering at its edges like a hound scenting something unfamiliar. The entity beneath the prison does not kill like this. It speaks. It waits. It does not carve warnings into walls. Then who? Caelion looked up at me. The pale violet of his eyes had gone dark, the color of a bruise, the color of something old and cold waking up. The figure in the dream, he said, the one feeding the accords. It felt us watching. It knows we saw it, and it is answering. The dead light in Captain Varen's veins pulsed once, twice, and then began to spread outward across the stone floor, reaching for our feet like a tide. Chapter 53. The dead light crawled across the stone floor with the patience of something that did not need to hurry. Caelion moved before I could shout a warning. His shadow slammed outward in a wall of absolute black, cutting the corridor in half. The dead light met it and stopped, pooling against the darkness like water against a dam. I felt the impact through the stone beneath my feet, a cold, hungry vibration that wanted to keep spreading, wanted to reach living flesh. It cannot hold long. Captain Ashford's winter steel eyes were flat with grief held in check. What's left of him is a weapon. My prince, if you can seal this corridor, I can bury it. Caelion turned his head just enough to meet my gaze. But I will need to drop the ceiling. The whole section. It will cut us off from the chapel. The Valeri's chapel, the safe haven Alyne's seal was meant to grant us, the wards that predated Seralet's grandmother. Do it, I said. His shadow surged upward, punched through the ancient stonework above us, and the corridor collapsed in a roar of shattered rock and dust. The dead light screamed as it was buried, a sound like tearing silk. And then there was silence and grit in my teeth, and Caelion's arm around my waist, pulling me back toward the guard hall. Captain Ashford was already speaking, already issuing orders to her cohort about securing the adjacent passages. Eris stood staring at the rubble with his circlet catching the torchlight, his expression unreadable. "We need to appear in public," he said. I blinked dust from my lashes. Now? The court is fracturing. He turned to face us. Half the nobles think the entity in the Great Hall is a sign of the Unmade's victory. The other half think Mother is about to claim you outside the blood, and anyone who sheltered you will share your fate. The Herald's ultimatum runs out in less than 2 hours. If the court does not see you standing and composed and unbroken, the panic will do Seralet's work for her. What do you propose? Caelion's voice was rough from the dust. The Moon Gallery. There's a reception already scheduled, something Mother arranged before the alarms began. The nobles who are too afraid to leave their chambers might still come if you are there. You want us to dance? I said flatly. While the entity in the Great Hall waits, while Varen's body is still cooling beneath the rubble. I want you to give us a chance. Eris's voice was rough from the dust. The Moon Gallery. There is a reception already scheduled, something Mother arranged before the alarms began. The nobles who are too afraid to leave their chambers might still come if you are there. You want us to dance? I said flatly. While the entity in the Great Hall waits, while Varen's body is still cooling beneath the rubble. I want you to give us a chance. Eris's voice was not the polished diplomat's tone he usually wore. It was raw. Every faction is measuring whether to stand with us or scatter. They need to see that you are not running, that you are not afraid. I looked at Caelion. He was still holding me, his arms steady around my waist, his shadow pooled at his feet like a hound that had just finished a kill and was waiting for the next command. The curse hummed between us, a low-grade pain but had become so constant I almost did not notice it anymore. Almost. We will go, I said. The Moon Gallery occupied the highest level of the palace's western wing, a long chamber whose ceiling was not stone, but a lattice of enchanted mirrors angled to catch the silver moon, even when clouds should have hidden it. The mirrors reflected and multiplied the light, casting the entire space in shifting pools of pale radiance that moved like slow water across the floor. Musicians played in a corner, a string quintet whose notes drifted through the air like smoke. Perhaps 40 nobles had gathered, a fraction of what the gallery could hold, but enough to matter, enough to carry whispers back to every house. I wore a gown of deep midnight blue, the color of Nightveil itself, with silver thread woven through the sleeves in patterns that matched the marks on my wrists. I had not chosen it. A servant had appeared with it 10 minutes before we were to enter, and I had not asked who sent her. Caelion wore black, as he always did, but the high collar had been replaced with something softer, something that left the hollow of his throat visible. A concession to the performance, a reminder that we were supposed to be in love. We danced. The steps were simple, a formal pattern that required his hand on my waist and my fingers light on his shoulder, bodies turning in slow circles beneath the moon mirrors while the watching court tracked our every movement. His shadow lay quiet for once, flattened against the floor like an ordinary darkness, and I could feel the effort it cost him to keep it that way. They are measuring us, I murmured, my lips barely moving. They always measure us. His hand tightened fractionally at my waist. The question is whose measurements they will act on. 2 soldiers slipped out of the guard hall. They will have reached Saralith by now. Then she knows we have recruited part of the garrison. She knows we found Varen. She knows the figure in the dream is answering us. He turned me, and the mirrors caught my silver marks, made them flare briefly visible through the sheer sleeves. I heard someone inhale sharply. She also knows we came here instead of hiding. That will unsettle her. You want her unsettled. I want her to make a mistake. The music shifted, drawing us closer. The formal distance of the opening steps gave way to something slower, more intimate. Around us, other couples had begun to dance as well, but I could feel their attention like a weight. Lady Valeria stood near the eastern wall, her face pale and intent. Lord Ashric had positioned himself by the musicians, close enough to flee if the mood turned sour. I did not see any of the Curlon's Reach contingent, but that did not mean they were not watching. The 3 houses, I said. They sent no one to meet us. They sent everyone who matters. They are here, watching, deciding whether Ilyne's seal was a promise or a trap. Caelion's gaze swept the room without appearing to move. If we hold tonight, they will declare for us. If we break, we will not break. His eyes came back to me. The pale violet had softened, no longer the bruised darkness of the corridor, but something closer to twilight, something almost gentle. No, he said, we will not. The dance drew us into a slow revolution, our bodies aligned, his breath warm against my temple. I could smell the dust still caught in his hair from the collapsed corridor, the faint ozone tang of his magic, and beneath it all something clean and sharp that was simply him. The performance was supposed to be measured, controlled, a careful display of unity without excess. It was not working. Every step felt like truth. Every touch of his hand on my waist sent heat spilling through me that had nothing to do with the curse and everything to do with the way he was looking at me. As if the watching court had ceased to exist, as if the entity in the great hall and the figure feeding the accords and the dead light spreading through the borderlands were all secondary to the simple fact of standing here, in this moment, holding on. Lyra. His voice was barely a whisper. If I could go back to the beginning, to the warren, to the moment I first saw you in that tannery courtyard with your knife drawn and your silver veins burning, I would choose you again, knowing everything. The curse, the war, all of it. I would choose you. The words landed in my chest like a blade. Something cracked, the mirrored floor beneath us split with a sound of silver light, and the curse struck through me with such force that my vision whited out. I felt Caelion's arms lock around me, felt him pull me against his chest even as the floor continued to splinter, even as the watching nobles screamed and scrambled backward, even as the mirrors above us shattered one by one and rained moonlight down like a storm of razors. My silver marks blazed. The curse was not just striking. It was tearing, trying to separate something inside me that was never meant to be separated. And I understood with a clarity that cut deeper than the pain that the blood accords had just stopped warning us. They had started trying to kill us. The last mirror shattered. The music died, and in the sudden, terrible silence, something else spoke. Not the entity from the great hall, not the figure from the dream. It was the curse itself, given voice for the first time, and what it said was my name. Spoken with such hatred that the sound of it cracked the remaining glass in every window across the gallery. Chapter 54. The silence after the curse spoke my name was the worst sound I had ever heard. Not the crack of the mirrors, not the screams of the nobles scrambling over shattered glass, but the silence that followed, when 40 fey lords and ladies stared at me with something that had moved past fear into a colder, hungrier calculation. Caelion's arms were still locked around me, his breath ragged against my hair, and I could feel the tremor running through him, the effort it took to keep his shadow bound when everything in him wanted to strike back at whatever had just used my name as a weapon. "Don't," I whispered. My voice came out raw, scraped clean. "If you let it loose now, they will call it proof." His grip tightened, then slowly, deliberately released. He stepped back just far enough to make it look like a recovery rather than a retreat, his hand sliding down my arm to my wrist, checking my pulse with the practiced ease of someone who had been trained to assess damage before showing concern. The curse's voice had gone, but I could still feel it, coiled somewhere behind my sternum like a serpent waiting for the next opportunity to strike. Prince Caelion was the first to move. He stepped forward, his expression schooled into something almost convincing, and addressed the room with the smooth authority of an heir who had been waiting his entire life for a crisis he could manage. "The reception is concluded," he said. "You will return to your chambers. You will speak to no one until the Crown issues a formal statement. You will not send messages, you will not convene in private, and you will not interpret what you witnessed here tonight without official guidance." Lady Valeries opened her mouth. Eris cut her off with a single glance. That was not a request. The nobles filed out. Some looked shaken. Some looked hungry. Lord Ashwick caught my eye as he passed and gave me the smallest nod, barely a dip of his chin, but it was enough. The three houses had seen the curse try to kill us. They were still watching. They had not yet decided. When the last of them had gone, Eris turned to us. His face was pale beneath the air's circlet, and for the first time I saw something that looked like genuine fear in his eyes. "Mother has requested a private audience," he said, "with Lyra, alone." Caelion's shadow surged before I could speak. No. She used the formal language of mercy. She invoked the old right. If Lyra refuses, Seralith can declare her in contempt of the Crown's grace and use it as grounds for immediate sanction. Eris's jaw tightened. "I am not delivering a suggestion. I am delivering the terms of a trap that has already closed." The answer is still no. "Eris." I stepped forward, my legs steadier than I expected. The silver marks were still glowing faintly through my sleeves, but the pain had subsided to something bearable, something I could think through. "Where does she want to meet?" "The Valeries' chapel." Caelion made a sound that was not quite a laugh. "The one place in this palace warded against her magic, and she chooses it for a private audience. That is not mercy, that is theater." "Everything she does is theater," I said, "but she has just watched her curse try and fail to kill me in front of 40 witnesses. She needs to reassert control. If I refuse to see her, she can spin that into a narrative about my instability, my danger, my unwillingness to negotiate." I met Caelion's eyes. "If I'll go, I force her to face me on ground she cannot fully control." "Lyra." His voice was low, rough. "The curse just spoke. It spoke your name. You are not at full strength." "I am never at full strength anymore. That is the point." I reached out and touched his wrist, barely a brush of my fingers against his skin. The silver marks flared, but the pain was manageable. We were learning the limits, even as the curse escalated. "You cannot come with me. She will have the guards turn you away, and your refusal will become another weapon she can use. But you can do something else while I am in that chapel." "What?" "Find Dorian, the scribe who was taking notes during the reception, the old court recorder with the ink-stained collar. Find him before Seralith's people do. He witnessed the curse speak. His transcription is the only official record of what happened in this room tonight. If Seralith controls that record, she controls what the court believes." Caelion held my gaze for a long moment. Then he turned and strode toward the shattered doors without another word, his shadow flowing behind him like a cloak of living darkness. Eris watched him go. He will never forgive me for delivering that message. He will not forgive either of us for a great many things before this is over. I squared my shoulders. Take me to her. The Valiris chapel was in the lower east wing, a corner of the palace that had been sealed after some long-forgotten architectural dispute and only recently reopened after Ilyne's seal had given us access. The corridor leading to it was narrow and cold, the stones older than the rest of the palace, and the air carried a faint scent of dust and old incense. 2 guards in Serelite's livery stood at the chapel door. They did not look at me as Eris delivered me to them. They simply opened the door and stepped aside. Queen Serelite was kneeling at the chapel's altar. I stopped just inside the doorway. The image was so discordant with everything I knew about her that my mind struggled to process it. She wore a gown of unadorned gray, no crown, no jewels, her silver-white hair loose down her back. The thin scar through her left eyebrow was more visible without the careful cosmetics she usually wore. She looked almost human. Almost. The Valiris family built this chapel before my grandmother was born, she said without turning. The wards in these stones predate the blood accords. Do you know what that means, Lyra Voss? That your magic cannot touch me here. Correct. Nor can mine touch you. She rose, turning to face me. Her pale violet eyes were calm, but there was something beneath the calm that I had never seen before. Something raw. This is the only place in Nightveil where we can speak without the accords listening. The old magic in these walls is older than the treaty, older than the prison, older than the lie my grandmother told to keep the world from burning. You admit it was a lie. I admit nothing. I am offering you a bargain. She folded her hands in front of her, the gesture almost prayerful. You are exhausted. You are marked in ways that will never fully heal. The curse is escalating, and it will not stop escalating. Every moment you remain near my son, the treaty will try harder to unmake you. Do you understand what that means? It will not simply kill you, it will unmake you. Erase you from the blood and the memory of every living thing that ever knew your name. I know what the proclamation says. The proclamation is a formality, a political instrument. She took a step toward me. This is not. This is the truth of what the blood accords were built to do, and I am the only person in this palace who has read the original text in full. Every Riftborn who ever existed before you was erased, Lyra. Not killed, erased. The treaty does not simply end your life, it ends the memory of your life. It ends the bloodline. It ends everything you touched and everyone who loved you. When the curse finishes its work, my son will not remember that he held you in the warren. He will not remember the feast, the shrine, the star chamber, or the kiss beneath the ruins. You will be a blank space in his memory, and he will spend the rest of his immortal life trying to fill a void he cannot name. The words hit me like a physical blow. I thought of Rowan, of his journal, of the blood-activated cipher that only responded to Voss blood. If the accords erased me, would they erase him too? Would they erase everything he had died to preserve? You are offering to stop it. I am offering you exile. Her voice was steady, almost gentle. Leave Nightveil tonight. The Herods are still at the gate. I will provide you with a document of safe passage, signed under the old rite of mercy, granting you immunity from prosecution and free travel to any human kingdom of your choosing. I will seal your silver marks under heavy warding so the curse cannot find you. Caelion will be restored to full favor, his shadow magic unbroken, his position as second prince secured. And the truth of what happened beneath the star chamber? The truth of the bridge and the original ritual and my grandmother's crime will be buried forever. No one will ever know that Riftborn were meant to be the bridge. No one will ever know that the blood accords were built on a lie. And the grandmother's crime will be buried forever. No one will ever know that Riftborn were meant to be the bridge. No one will ever know that the blood accords were built on a lie. And Elena Ward, for the first time something flickered in her eyes. Who? The woman your oathbound tried to execute 30 years ago. The last witness to the first Queen's massacre. The woman who has been hiding in the sunlit court for 3 decades, protected by nobles who owe an old debt. I let the words fall like stones into still water. My father died to protect her. You know exactly who she is. Sarah-Light's composure held, barely. Elena Ward is a ghost, a rumor. If she were alive, I would know. Like you knew the Star Chamber's original pattern was still there. Like you knew the entity beneath the prison was not the Unmade. Like you knew your grandmother's reign was built on a crime so catastrophic that you would rather let the world burn than admit it. I stepped toward her, and I saw it. The mask slipped. Just for a heartbeat, just enough to show me what was underneath. You are not afraid of me, are you? You are not even afraid of the curse failing. You are afraid of what I prove. Careful. I prove that Riftborn were never aberrations. I prove that the bridge was always meant to exist. I prove that your grandmother was a murderer who built a 300-year peace on the bones of people she erased from history. And you have spent your entire reign protecting that lie because the alternative is admitting that everything you were taught about necessity and sacrifice was wrong. I stopped an arm's length from her, close enough to see the faint, black, vein-like markings at her wrists, the lattice of binding magic that kept her power contained. You are not offering me mercy. You are offering me a chance to make your problem disappear. If I leave, you can keep pretending that the blood accords are sacred. If I stay, I am living proof that they were never anything but a cage. Sarah-Light was silent for a long moment. When she spoke, her voice was very quiet. You know what Rowan Voss said to me before he died? The name hit me harder than the curse had. He said that his daughter would burn brighter than the star that was stolen from her. He said that every Riftborn his ancestors had protected, every name they had hidden from the court records, every child they had smuggled across the border before my oathbound could find them, was a seed planted for a harvest I would not survive. Her eyes met mine, and for the first time I saw something that looked almost like grief. He was not afraid of dying. He was afraid of leaving you. And he made me promise on the old right, on the mercy I am offering you now, that I would not let you become what he was. What he was, I repeated, a man who chose truth over safety. A man who chose love over survival. A man who died for a daughter who is now standing in front of me, marked by the same treaty that killed him, and refusing the only bargain that will let her live. She reached out and touched my cheek, her fingers cold against my skin. I am not your enemy, Lyra. I am the only person in this world who understands what it costs to be what we are. I have spent 2 centuries making choices that would break a lesser ruler, because the alternative was worse. I let your father die. I let my son be hollowed. I let the archives be altered and the shrines be buried and the truth be silenced. I did it all because the bridge your ancestors built was not a salvation. It was a summons. Her fingers dropped. She stepped back. The entity beneath the prison is not the only thing that was waiting for a Riftborn to rise. The figure feeding the accords, the one you saw in your dream, the one that killed Captain Varen and carved a warning into the stone outside this chapel, has been waiting too. And if you complete the bridge, if you restore the network Rowan mapped in his journal, you will not just save Aloria. You will open a door that has been sealed since before the blood accords were written, and what comes through will make the Unmade look like a candle guttering in the dark. She turned and walked toward the altar, her gray gown trailing through the dust. I am offering you exile because I am afraid. Not of you, not of what you prove, but of what you will wake if you succeed. I stood in the silence of the chapel, my silver marks pulsing with a steady, painful light, and for one terrible moment I almost believed her. Then the chapel door slammed open, and Caelion stood in the threshold with his shadow raging around him and a crumpled parchment in his hand. "The scribe," he said. "The old court recorder. He is dead, and whatever killed him wrote something on the wall of his chamber." His eyes met mine. It wrote your name, and beneath it a single sentence. "She will open the door, and I will walk through." Chapter 55. Caelion's words hung in the chapel air like smoke from a snuffed candle. The old court recorder dead, my name carved into his wall, a promise that I would open a door and something would walk through. I turned back to Serelith. Her face had gone still, the way deep water goes still before something breaks the surface. "You knew," I said. "You knew the scribe was dead before you offered me exile." I knew something was hunting everyone who had touched the truth. Her voice was threadbare. "I did not know it had reached the palace already. I thought we had more time." "More time for what? For me to leave before it found me?" "For you to choose." She gestured at the chapel walls, at the ancient wards that predated her grandmother's crimes. "This place was built before the blood accords, before the first queen drove her knife into the star pattern and called it necessity. The wards here do not answer to me. They do not answer to the curse. They answer to something older, and that is why I brought you here. Not to threaten you, to give you a choice that cannot be overheard by whatever is writing your name on dead men's walls." Caelion stepped into the chapel, his shadow dragging behind him like a wounded animal. He had not retracted it fully since the moon gallery. It pooled at his feet now, dense and wrong, watching Serelith with an attention that felt almost separate from him. Caelion stepped into the chapel, his shadow dragging behind him like a wounded animal. He had not retracted it fully since the moon gallery. It pooled at his feet now, dense and wrong, watching Serelith with an attention that felt almost separate from him. Caelion stepped into the chapel. His shadow steadied at his feet, but his eyes were steady on mine. He did not speak. He did not need to. He was going wherever I went, and we both knew it. "I stopped surviving the day I walked into this court," I said. "I stopped hiding the night the Star Bridge rose. If something is hunting old soldiers who knew my father, if it has been killing witnesses for 2 decades, the scribe was compiling a list, 23 names, all soldiers who served under Lyra Voss at Frostmarch, all dead within the last 10 years except 3. Garen Holt is one of the 3 still breathing." I grabbed the parchment from his hand and scanned it. The old man's writing was cramped and hurried, ink blotted where his hand had shaken. But the names were clear. I recognized some of them from my father's stories. Men he had laughed with, fought beside, trusted with his life. All dead. Murdered by something that left no trace except dead light in the veins and a name carved into stone. "The figure in your dream," Serelith said quietly. "The one feeding the accords. It has been killing witnesses. Anyone who knew what really happened at Frostmarch, Anyone who might have heard Rowan Voss spit the truth before he died. It is erasing the evidence. I looked up from the list. Why? If the Accords already suppressed the truth, if the court already believes your version of history, why kill old soldiers who have no power? Because they have memory. Caelion's voice was grim. And memory is the one thing the Accords cannot fully erase. The treaty can make people forget names and bloodlines. It can scrub records and alter archives, but it cannot reach into the minds of every soldier who heard a dying man's confession. It cannot kill every story whispered in a barracks at midnight. The figure in your dream, Sarilith said quietly, the one feeding the Accords, has been killing witnesses. Anyone who knew what really happened at Frostmarch? Anyone who might have heard Rowan Voss speak the truth before he died. It is erasing the evidence. I looked at Caelion. His shadow seethed at his feet, but his eyes were steady on mine. He did not speak. He did not need to. He was going wherever I went, and we both knew it. I stopped surviving the day I walked into this court, I said. I stopped hiding the night the star bridge rose. If something is hunting old soldiers who knew my father, if it has been killing witnesses for 2 decades to bury the truth, then the truth is the only weapon I have left. I pulled the chapel door open. Find Karen Holt, get his testimony, then we decide what to do about exile. The corridor beyond the chapel was dark. The alarm bells had stopped tolling, but the silence was worse. It felt like the whole palace was holding its breath. Caelion fell into step beside me. His shadow stretched ahead of us, testing the darkness like a hound scenting prey. The old servant routes run beneath the east wing, he said quietly. They connect to a drainage tunnel that empties into the lower city near the market. If we move fast, we can reach the broken hilt in half an hour. And if the thing that followed Garen is waiting in the tunnels, then it will learn what my shadow has become. His voice was soft and lethal. And so will my mother. We walked in silence through the dark corridors. My silver marks pulsed with a steady, painful light, illuminating the way just enough to see the turnings. Behind us, the Valeri's chapel stood empty, its ancient wards humming with a frequency I could feel in my teeth. Sarilith did not follow. At the east wing, Caelion pressed his palm against a section of wall that looked no different from any other. A seam of shadow split the stone, revealing a narrow staircase spiraling down into darkness. The air that rose from it was cold and smelled of old water and rust. The servant roots were built before the blood accords, Caelion said. They were sealed after my grandmother's purge. Vaylor found them during his years in the archives and kept them secret. If we are being tracked, this is the one path that might confuse whatever is following us. Or trap us underground with no way out. He almost smiled. It was not a warm expression. I did not say it was a good plan. I said it was the only one. We descended. The stairs spiraled for what felt like an eternity, the walls narrowing until my shoulders brushed stone on both sides. The silver light from my marks reflected off patches of damp and the occasional glint of old iron supports. The deeper we went, the colder the air became, until my breath misted in front of my face. When we reached the bottom, the tunnel opened into a low-ceilinged passage lined with crumbling brick. Water ran in a shallow channel down the center, black and sluggish. The smell of rock was stronger here, mixed with something else. Something that reminded me of the dead light in the corridor outside the Valeris chapel. Caelion's shadow stopped moving. I stopped too. In the darkness ahead, something breathed. It was not a human breath. It was slow and wet and rattling, the sound of lungs that had not been designed for air. The silver marks on my wrists flared, and in the sudden brightness I saw it. A shape crouched in the tunnel, hunched and wrong, its limbs bent at angles that did not been designed for air. The silver marks on my wrists flared, and in the sudden brightness I saw it. A shape crouched in the tunnel, hunched and wrong, its limbs bent at angles that did not match any living thing. Its skin was the color of old bruises. Its face, if it had one, was turned toward us, and where its eyes should have been, there were only hollows leaking a thin silver smoke. It laughed. The same laugh I had heard from the darkness behind Garin Holt in the council chamber. The same laugh that had followed him from Frostmarch through every ward between the border and the palace. And then it spoke my name, and the sound of it was a summons. Chapter 56. The creature's laugh was still echoing through the drainage tunnel when Caelion's shadow struck. It moved faster than thought, a whip of absolute darkness that lashed across the space between us and the hunched thing with bruise-colored skin. The impact should have torn it apart. The shadow had killed a harvester in the council chamber with less effort than a blink. The creature did not die. It flowed around the strike like smoke parting for a blade, reforming an arm's length closer. The hollows where its eyes should have been leaked silver smoke in thin, weeping ridulets. Its bent limbs straightened with a series of wet clicks that echoed off the tunnel walls. Lyra Voss. Its voice was a rattling bellows breath, slow and deliberate. Daughter of the Breach, the gate at Dusk remembers your name. My silver marks flared so bright, the tunnel walls blazed white. The creature recoiled, but not from pain, from recognition. Then it turned and fled into the darkness, moving with a wrong, skittering gait that was faster than anything alive should be. Caelion did not pursue. His shadow contracted back to his feet, seething with frustrated hunger. It was not a harvester. No. I forced my breathing to steady. The light from my marks was already dimming, leaving purple afterimages swimming in my vision. It was something else, something that knew the gate. Which gate? I did not have an answer, but the pull in my chest, the resonance that had been growing since the star bridge rose, was tugging westward now, toward the outer wall, toward the border. Dorian, I said, we need Dorian. The royal archivist met us in a storage chamber off the lower guard hall, a cramped space smelling of old parchment and lamp oil. He had Rowan's journal open on a crate, his ink-stained fingers tracing the silver lines of the Star Shrine network. The creature spoke of a gate at Dusk, Caelion said without preamble, and called her Daughter of the Breach. Dorian's gray eyes went very still. The Western Gate. It was called the Gate of Dusk in the old records, before the Accords renamed it. The original star work is still embedded in the arch, dormant for 300 years. He looked at me. Your marks. They pulse in response to ambient magic. If the Western Gate has a dormant node, you want to use me as a compass. I want to confirm something I have suspected since the palace ritual. He turned the journal toward Will. The map of 14 shrines shimmered in silver ink, but only one blazed bright. Ilyne Ward's shrine. The other 12 were dark. The star bridge you raised beneath the palace stabilized one node. One. But the original network connected 14 shrines across both kingdoms. If the prison was meant to be held by all of them, then stabilizing one buys us time, not victory. Caelion finished. His voice was flat. How long? I do not know. But the dead light is spreading. Harvesters are walking through the wards, and someone just called Lyra by a title I have only seen in pre-Accords texts. Daughter of the Breach. It is a name for Riftborn that predates the first Queen's purge. What does it mean? Dorian's hesitation was answer enough. We left through the servant rats Caelion had mapped, climbing toward the outer wall instead of descending. The western gate was a monument to old fear, a towering arch of black stone carved with constellations no living fae remembered. The lower city sprawled beyond it, but at this hour, the gate was sealed. Two guards in Nightveil black stood beneath the arch, their hands resting on sword hilts. They stepped aside when Caelion approached. The Hollow Prince's reputation still carried weight, even among soldiers who had not yet sworn to him. The starwork was barely visible, faint lines of silver inlaid into the arch's underside, so worn by centuries of weather and neglect that they looked like cracks in the stone. But when I stepped beneath the gate, the marks on my rusts answered. The resonance hit like a physical blow. I staggered, catching myself on the arch's pillar. The silver lines in the stone kindled to life, racing upward through the gate's iron bars, and vanished into the darkness beyond the wall. The silhouette went with it, dissolving into smoke and whispers. The last thing it said, so faint I almost missed it, was, "They are coming, and you are how they walk." The silver marks on my wrists went dark. The gate's starwork dimmed and died. I was left standing in the frozen silence, my hand pressed to the stone, my heart slamming against my ribs. Dorian spoke first. "That was not the Unmade." "No." Caelion's voice was lethally quiet. "That was something the Unmade killed. Something that has been trapped in the gate's starwork for 300 years. An echo," Dorian said, "a remnant of the original bridge's architect. The first queen did not just kill the Riftborn, she destroyed the minds that designed the network. If one of them embedded a message in the gate..." "What door?" I demanded. The word was a stone in my throat. The figure feeding the accord said I would open a door. The dead scribe's wall said it. Now this echo, this ghost of the first light, says the door must not open. What door am I supposedly opening? No one answered. Then the alarm bells began to toll again, not from the palace, but from the watchtowers along the outer wall. One bell, then two, then a cascade of iron voices rolling out across the lower city. A soldier appeared at the top of the wall stair, her face bloodless beneath her helm. "My prince, the border. The dead light is moving west. It is not spreading, it is running." She swallowed. "Toward Thornwatch." The echo's final words ran in my skull. "They are coming, and you are how they walk." Beneath my palm, the gate's stone was still cold with the ghost of dead light. And somewhere in the lower city, Garen Holt was waiting with the truth my father died to protect. Chapter 57. The drainage tunnel spat us into a narrow alley between a tannery and a collapsed guard post, the stones slick with something I did not examine too closely. The lower city smelled of old blood, cheaper magic, and desperation. A combination I knew in my bones. Caelion's shadow settled around his shoulders like a cloak reluctant to fold. It had been wrong since the Tuttle creature fled, since the echo at the gate of Dusk, since his shadow had failed to kill something that should have died. He did not speak of it. He did not need to. Garen said the broken hilt. I pressed my palm flat to the alley wall, orienting myself by the distant toll of watchtower bells. They were still ringing. The dead light was still running. "How long do we have?" "Before the dead light reaches Thornwatch?" Caelion's voice was flat. "Hours, before someone realizes we left the palace without Eris's permission?" "Less." We moved. The lower city was Nightveil's underbelly, stripped of court velvet. Here, the perpetual twilight pooled in greasy corners, where enchantment lamps had been smashed or stolen. The architecture was older than the palace above. Narrow streets, iron-shuttered windows, doorways built for people who did not want to be noticed entering or leaving. I had lived in places like this for 8 years. The rhythm came back like a half-remembered song. The broken hilt squatted at the end of a dead-end lane, its sign a shattered sword mounted above a door reinforced with spell iron. The windows were dark. The street was empty. Too empty. Caelion caught my wrist before I stepped into the open. His grip was light, 2 fingers against my pulse point, but his shadow had gone very still. The door is warded. I squinted. The spell iron reinforcements gleamed with a faint reddish light that pulsed like a heartbeat. Blood warding. Old magic. Illegal in Nightveil proper, but common enough in the Warren that I recognized the pattern. Someone inside does not want visitors. Someone inside is already dead. We found Garin Holt in the back room, sprawled across an overturned table with a crossbow bolt through his throat. The bolt was short, iron-tipped, fletched with gray feathers I knew from Thornwatch garrison issue. Human-made. The star-sharped burn scar on his cheek was still visible above the wound. His eyes were open. His hand was clenched around something, a scrap of parchment torn from a larger document, the edges charred as if he had tried to burn it before the bolt found him. I knelt beside him. My hands did not shake. That would come later. For now, I was back in the Warren with a job to do and a dead body that could still tell me what I needed to know. He was not the target. Caelion stood at the doorway, his shadow pressed flat against the frame. Listening. The bolt is through the throat. Quick, clean. They wanted him silent, not suffering. Someone knew he was coming here. I pried the parchment from Garin's stiffening fingers. The charring had eaten most of the text, but 3 words remained legible in blood-brown ink. To blood and... The rest was ash. Blood and what? I whispered. Garin's dead eyes offered no answers. Caelion went still. We are not alone. The shadow warned me before the sound did, a scrape of leather on stone from the alley behind the tavern. I was on my feet with my knife drawn before my next heartbeat, silver flame licking along the blade's edge before I consciously called it. The figure in the doorway was human. Middle-aged, dressed in the stained letters of a lower city merchant, but the calluses on his hands were wrong for trade. They matched mine. Alchemist's burns, enchantment stains. Someone who worked the black market long enough to forget what honest labor felt like. You are the broker. I did not lower the knife. The one selling blood-etched treaty clauses? The merchant's eyes flicked to Garin's body. Something moved behind them. Calculation, not grief. I sold him information. I did not kill him. Convenient timing. I heard the bells. His voice was hoarse, the voice of a man who had been rutting. Everyone in the lower city heard the bells. The dead light is moving. The gate woke up. People are saying the Riftborn came back from the dead and lit the western arch like a beacon. His gaze settled on my left wrist, where the silver marks lay dark against my skin. People are saying a lot of things. Caelion moved before I could stop him. One moment he was beside me, the next he had the broker pinned against the wall with his forearm across the man's throat and shadow coiling at his feet like a living thing. Who is your patron? I did not lower the knife. The one selling blood-etched treaty clauses. The merchant's eyes flicked to Garin's body. Something moved behind them. Callum in his time, the import to the days of the fearing. I don't think they was warning had to miss it this. Still the grand males looked at, alien borders on disdain littles. That data wild is encountered, so I still go so time about his B&D class with you. We are not hoking under the body. Completely slick the moment. And I completely setter the Chris body. The word runs in the air like a blade. Brennish. Brennish Crossing. Brennish Market. The Warren, where I had lived for 8 years, where the dead light had first broken through. where someone had known exactly when and how to expose me. The conspiracy did not just reach into human hands, it reached into my past. Chapter 58. The bolt was still in my hand, cold iron and gray feathers, and the weight of 3 blood-smeared letters that might have been a name, or a warning, or both. The alarm bells had changed pattern, the dead light had reached Thornwatch, and somewhere above us, in the lower city's tangled streets, a human conspiracy was cleaning up its loose ends with Thornwatch garrison crossbows and cutthroats. Caelion pulled me through a side door and down a stairwell that smelled of old stone and wet ash. His shadow moved ahead of us, a black flood that tested corners and swallowed light before we reached it. We did not speak. There was nothing to say, while the kill teams still hunted and the broker's blood was still wet on my sleeves. We found a room beneath the derelict alchemist's shop, a cellar with cracked crucibles on sagging shelves, and a stone floor stained in patterns that might have been old spellwork or might have been older violence. The walls were thick enough to muffle the bells. The door was heavy oak, with iron bands that had outlasted the building above them. It would hold. For a while. Caelion barred the door with a fallen beam and turned to face me. In the thin light of my silver marks, his face was a study in controlled fury. Not at me, at everything else. "Say it," he said. "Whatever you are holding behind your teeth, say it." I set the bolt down on a cracked crucible. The Warren. Someone in the Warren knew about me before the breach. Someone fed my location to the hunting party that cornered me. Someone timed the breach to flush me into the open. My voice was steady in a way that felt borrowed from someone else. And someone has been killing Frostmark veterans for 2 decades to keep that truth buried. The list. 23 dead. Garen Holt made 24. I looked at the bolt. The broker would have named him if he had lived long enough. Bren. A Brennish name. Human. Someone who knew the market. Someone who knew me. Caelion moved closer. His hand found my arm, a deliberate pressure, grounding rather than restraining. Lyra. I was in the Warren for 8 years. 8 years of black market work, illegal enchantments, desperate people who did not ask questions. Someone watched me that whole time, and I never knew. Someone sold me to the Thorn. Someone is still selling me now. His grip tightened. You cannot know that. I can know that the bolt through Garen Holt's throat is the same make as the bolt that would have killed me in the Warren if the garrison had been faster. I can know that the broker was writing a Brennish word when his patron murdered him. I can know that the dead light is running toward Thornwatch, and my past is reaching into Nightveil, and the thing feeding the Accords has been hunting my father's soldiers for 20 years, because they knew something it could not let anyone remember. The words came faster than I meant them to. My silver marks were bright now, not flaring with the curse, but burning with something older. The veins of light traced upward from my wrists toward my elbows in slow threads. What did Rowan Voss die to protect? I heard my voice crack on his name and did not care. What truth was worth killing 24 of his soldiers to bury? What did Serelith promise him that she is still trying to keep? Caelion did not answer with words. He pulled me against his chest and held me there, one hand at the back of my head, the other pressed flat between my shoulder blades. His shadow retreated to the edges of the room, a dark sentinel facing outward, giving us this. Whatever he died to protect, Caelion said against my hair, you are still alive to find it. I did not cry. I had not cried since I was 16 years old, kneeling in a Warren alley with my father's letter crushed in my fist and the Thorns' hunting horns in the distance. But I let him hold me. I let my hands fist the fabric of his coat. I let myself breathe. The kiss beneath the ruins. My voice dropped. I would choose you again, knowing the curse, knowing the war, knowing everything that is coming for us. I would still choose you. The word hung between us, unspoken but not unsaid. Love. It pressed against my ribs like a second heartbeat. The accords would punish it. The curse was probably already listening, sharpening its edges, waiting for the moment when our guard dropped far enough to strike. But here, in this cellar beneath a dead alchemist shop, with the alarm bells tolling and the dead light running toward Thornwatch and a human conspiracy closing in, I refused to let fear silence me. I know, I said. I would choose you too. I did choose you. I keep choosing you. Even when, my voice caught, even when it hurts. His forehead pressed against mine, his eyes closed, his breath came uneven, as if the words had wounded him in some necessary way. Lyra, I am not going to pretend anymore. Not with you, not in rooms where no one else is listening. I pulled back far enough to meet his eyes. I love you. The curse can hear me say it. The accords can shop in every chain they have. I am still saying it. His hand tightened on my neck. His shadow seethed at the edges of the room, a dark mirror of whatever was moving through him. When he spoke, his voice was raw. I love you. The words scraped out of him like something that had been buried so deep it had grown roots. I have loved you since the shrine, possibly before, possibly since you looked at my mother's court and refused to kneel. The curse did not strike. We stood there, foreheads together, breathing the same air, waiting for the backlash that did not come. My silver mark stayed dark. I wanted to shimp. The kiss beneath the ruins, my voice was unaffected quietly, in fact that the curse completely fids. The course was pretty unliked. We stood there, foreheads together, breathing the same air, waiting for the backlash that did not come. My silver mark stayed dark. We are not just a hinge and a seal, we are a key, and someone is very afraid of what we will unlock if we survive long enough to use it. Caelion was silent for a long moment, then his mouth curved. Not a smile, something sharper. You want to weaponize the one thing the curse is designed to punish? I want to make the curse choose between killing us and letting us destroy the system that feeds it. That is either brilliant or suicidal. Those have been the same thing since I entered Nightveil. He laughed, a real laugh, rough and surprised, as if his own reaction had caught him off guard. His hand slid from my jaw to the side of my neck, his thumb resting against the pulse point beneath my ear. I meant what I said at the Moon Gallery. His voice dropped. I would choose you again. Knowing the curse, knowing the war, knowing everything that is coming for us. I would still choose you. The word hung between us, unspoken but not unsaid. Love. It pressed against my ribs like a second heartbeat. The accords would punish it. The curse was probably already listening. The beauty is before us. His shadow stayed at the edges. The silence stretched thin and strange. Maybe it cannot hear us here, I whispered. Or maybe it is saving the strike for when it will hurt most. Then let it. I kissed him. Not like the desperate, world-ending kiss beneath the ruins. This was slower, deliberate, a choice rather than a surrender. His mouth was warm, and his hand was steady on my neck. and for a handful of heartbeats, the war outside this room did not exist. When we broke apart, we were both breathing harder. His pupils were blown wide. His shadow had crept closer, no longer a sentinel but something that curled around our feet like a guardian. "We need to move," he said. "The kill teams will not stop looking. The conspiracy will not leave loose ends." "I know." I stepped back, steadying myself. "But first I need to know something." "Ask." "Your shadow. It has been wrong since the tunnel, since the creature. What is happening to it?" His expression shuddered, not the mask, but something closer to uncertainty. "I do not know. It has not been this autonomous since I was a child, since the oath rooms." The word landed like a stone in still water. It is as if something woke up, something that was supposed to stay buried. The oath rooms, where Serelith had tortured him, where he had been forced to kneel on a 7-pointed star and swear oaths that hollowed him out, and where, according to the plans Eris had shown us, the oldest binding tables in Nightveil still waited beneath the palace. My silver marks flared. Not the curse, something else. The veins of light that had been tracing upward from my wrists suddenly burned bright, and I felt a pull, a directional tug, as if something beneath the city had reached up and hooked fingers into my bones. "Lyra?" I looked down at my arms. The silver marks were moving, deliberately, tracing a pattern across my skin that I had not consciously called. The lines converged at my elbows, crossed my forearms, and spiraled inward toward the pulse points at my inner wrists. A root. "The oath rooms," I said. "Something in the oath rooms is calling me." Caelion's shadow rose around us both, not attacking, shielding. And from somewhere beneath the city, something answered my silver light with a pulse of its own. Chapter 59. The oath rooms breathed. Not the way the upper palace breathed, with silk rustling and the whisper of court bosses threading through moonlit corridors. This breathing was stone and old air, and the slow, patient exhale of something buried so deep it had forgotten daylight existed. Lyra felt it in her teeth before her silver marks confirmed it. The pull from the cellar had become a hook beneath her ribs, dragging her down through servant tunnels that predated the blood accords, past walls that ran wet with condensation, and moss that glowed a faint fungal blue. Caelion moved ahead of her, his shadow running along the floor in a dark tide that did not match the shape of his body. It had been wrong since the tunnel creature fled, and it was worse now, flicking at the edges of her vision like a second frantic heartbeat. He did not speak. He did not need to. She could read the tension in the set of his shoulders, the way his left hand stayed half-curled as if braced for an attack that would come from inside him rather than outside. "Almost there," she said, and her voice sounded too loud in the narrow passage. Her silver veins had traced a deliberate path up her arms, converging at her inner elbows and pulsing with a rhythm that was not her own. The passage opened into the oath chamber. It was larger than she remembered from the plans Eris had shown them, a circular room carved directly from the palace foundation's living rock. The 7-pointed star on the floor still held its ancient grooves, but now she saw that the star was only the center of a much larger design. Concentric rings of starpet radiated outward, carved so finely that torchlight would have missed them entirely. But her silver light caught every line, and every line caught fire. Dorian Vale was already there. He knelt beside the star's northernmost point, his scholar's robes pooling in dust that had not been disturbed in centuries, one ink-stained finger tracing a sequence of runes that glowed faintly blue. He looked up when they entered, and his face was not the face of a man who had found answers. It was the face of a man who had found the question he had been too afraid to ask. "You need to see this," he said. "Now, before Saralith's people realize you are not in the lower city." Lyra crossed the chamber and knelt beside him, Caelion's shadow fanning out behind her like a shield. Dorian pointed at a block of black stone set flush with the floor, its surface polished to a mirror sheen. Inset into the stone were symbols that predated any Fae script she recognized, older than the blood accords, older than the palace, older than the first queen who had tried to bury them. "This is a binding table," Dorian said. "Pre-accord. The oath rooms were built over it, but they did not destroy it. They could not. The stone is keyed to something older than the curse." His finger moved to a sequence that looked less like writing and more like a diagram. Two figures standing opposite one another, with a thread of light arching between them. "This is the original pattern. Before the Accords. Before the Purge. Before Saralith's grandmother drowned the truth in dead light and legal language." He turned to look at her, and his gray eyes held an emotion she had never seen in him before. Not fear, not hope, something sharper, grief. "Chosen bonds did not weaken the wards, Lyra. They strengthened them. The old binding tables were designed to anchor a lattice, not a prison. Two people, one sun-touched and one shadow-bound, freely choosing each other. Their connection fed power into the ward network. Every living bridge reinforced the whole. The word hit her like a blow. Bridge, not an aberration, not a weapon, a living bridge. Caelion's voice came from behind her, low and rough. "The Accords inverted it." "Yes." Dorian's hand trembled against the stone. "Saralith's grandmother did not just kill the Riftborn. She rewrote the binding language so that any true bond would poison the wards instead of feeding them. She made love into a crime and called it peace." Lyra stared at the carved figures. The thread of light between them was not a chain. It was a bridge, arching upward, two hands reaching across a divide. Something in her chest cracked open. Her silver marks flared. Not the curse. Something else. The light in her veins turned searing white, and before she could stop it, a drop of blood fell from the small cut on her palm, the one she had gotten hauling herself through the cellar grate, and hit the polished black stone. The binding table drank it. The concentric rings ignited. Blue light shot outward from the center, racing through the carved channels in the floor, climbing the walls, illuminating the entire chamber in a cold, ancient radiance that had not been seen for 300 years. The air thickened, the temperature dropped, and then, in the center of the seven-pointed star, the echo rose. It was not a ghost. It was a memory pressed into the stone so deeply that blood and silver had simply unlocked it. Two figures shimmered in the air, one human and one fae, their hands joined above the binding table in a gesture that was not a surrender, but a promise. Behind them, a lattice of light spread outward like a web, 14 points glowing in perfect balance, and a voice spoke, not non-voice but Mweni, layered like the entity beneath the prison, like the echo at the gate of Dusk, like something that had been waiting since the world was whole. "Living bridges keep the world in balance." The words resonated in Lyra's bones. Her silver marks pulsed in answer. Caelion's shadow stopped its frantic writhing and went perfectly still, as if listening. "The first sealing," Dorian breathed. "This is the original ritual. Before the Accords, before the prison, this is what my people destroyed." The echo held for a heartbeat longer, the two figures turning toward Lyra as if they could see her, as if they had been waiting for her specifically. And then it dissolved. The light died. The chamber fell into near darkness, broken only by the faint bleed glow of moss and the lingering silver of Lyra's veins. and then the door above them slammed shut. The sound was unmistakable, a heavy stone seal grinding into place, and it was followed by a second sound, a hissing, liquid rush that Lyra recognized from the corridor beneath the moon gallery, from Captain Varen's corpse, from every nightmare she had had since the shadow pool called her name. Dead light. It poured through the cracks in the ceiling, sick and silver gray and wrong, moving with intention, not simply flooding but hunting. It found the edges of the chamber and curled inward, seeking heat, seeking life, seeking horror. Caelion's shadow surged upward to meet it, but even as it formed a dome around the three of them, Lyra saw the strain in his face. His shadow had been wrong since the tunnel. Something had woken up in him that was supposed to stay buried, and now it was fighting against an enemy it had once obeyed. Saralith's loyalists, he gritted out. They sealed us in. A voice carried down from the sealed door above, cold and precise and nothing like the pains. One of her captains. The Queen sends her regards. The oath rooms will make a fitting tomb for a pretender and 2 traitors. The dead light pressed harder. Caelion's shadow buckled. Chapter 60. The dead light pressed down. I reached for Caelion's hand before I had finished the thought, before I had decided anything except that the binding table had shown me 2 hands joined above a 14-point lattice. And if that memory was old enough to predate the accords themselves, then the answer was not separation. It never had been. His fingers locked through mine, cold and steady, despite the shadow dome brooking above us, despite the strain carving lines into his face. Silver flame surged up my arm. Not the curse, not the violent lash the accords had used before. This was my magic, answering my will, racing through my veins and into the space where our palms met. The flame licked outward, threading through the cracks in Caelion's shadow dome, and where it touched the dead light, the gray-silver tide recoiled. Not much. A handspan. Enough to breathe. Again. Caelion gritted out. I pushed harder. The silver flame brightened until the oath chamber lit like a star had cracked open beneath the palace, and the dead light shrieked. It was not a sound made by any throat. It was the noise of something that should not exist, being forced to acknowledge something older than itself. Dorian Vale scrambled along the far wall, his scholar's robes catching on broken stone, his ink-stained fingers tracing the concentric rings that still glowed faintly blue from the binding table's activation. "The starwork," he called, voice shaking but precise. "It is not just decorative. There is a release mechanism carved into the inner ring. If I can read the sequence—" "Read faster," I said. The dead light surged again, and this time it was not simply pressing. It was learning. It curled around the edges of Caelion's shadow dome, probing for weakness, finding the places where his power had gone wrong since the tunnel. His hand tightened on mine until I felt the bones shift. "The creature," he said, low and rough. "In the tunnel. It did not just survive my shadow, it recognized it." I did not ask what he meant. I could feel it through the bond, the wrongness in his magic, the way his shadow fought itself as much as the enemy. Something that had been buried in the oath rooms had woken up, and it knew the dead light intimately. "The sequence," Dorian muttered. "It is not Fae script. It is older, pre-Lasses. I think it is the same language as the binding table's original carvings. 7 points, 7 words, 7... The dead light hit the dome with a concussive force that drove Caelion to one knee. I dropped with him, refusing to let go of his hand, and the silver flame flared so bright I felt it burning behind my eyes. My marks traced every vein in my arms now, wrists to elbows, and they were not the pale glimmer I had grown used to. They were white-hot, searing, the same color as the echo that had risen from the binding table when my blood hit the stone. "Living bridges keep the world in balance," I whispered. The dead light screamed again, and something beneath the binding table answered. The pulse I had felt before, the heartbeat in the stone, grew stronger. It was not the entity beneath the prison. It was not the echo at the gate of Dusk. This was something else, something that had been sealed into the foundation stone itself, and it beat in rhythm with my silver marks, with Caelion's shadow, with the bond that had survived a curse and a court and a queen who wanted us dead. Dorian found the release. His hand slammed against the 7th point of the inner ring, and the entire chamber shifted. Not an earthquake, something deeper. The starwork flared once, blinding, and then the concentric rings began to rotate in opposite directions, grinding against each other with a sound like bones being realigned. "The floor," Caelion said. "It is opening." A seam split the stone 3 paces from the binding table, a crack no wider than my hand at first, then widening, deepening, revealing a narrow stair spiraling downward. Not the servant tunnels, not the drainage ways. Something older, cut directly into the living rock beneath the palace. "Down," I said. "Now." We moved together, Caelion's shadow dome collapsing behind us, the dead light pouring after. Dorian went first, robes gathered in one hand, the other still clutching something he had pried from the binding table's edge. Caelion followed, and I came last, silver flames still blazing from my free hand, holding the dead light at the threshold. The stair ended in a rough-cut passage that smelled of cold stone and old magic. The dead light stopped at the seam above us, pressing against the opening but unable to descend. Something in the starwork, or something in the passage itself, held it back. We did not stop to question it. We ran. The passage bent twice, then opened into a wider chamber, half aclapped, the ceiling supported by pillars carved with the same 7-pointed stars that marked my wrists. Rubble choked the far end. But in the center of the floor, nearly buried in fallen stone, something pulsed with silver-blue light. A shard of accord stone. No larger than my palm, broken along one edge as if it had been lucked from a larger hole, and it beat with the exact rhythm of my bond to Caelion. Not mimicking it, matching it. As if the stone and the bond with the same thing, expressed in different forms. I picked it up. The shard flared in my hand, and for one heartbeat I saw the lattice again, the 14 points, the living bridges, the whole network my father had died to protect. It was not a map. It was a heartbeat. And it was failing. "Lyra," Caelion voice pulled me back. Dorian had found a way up, a collapsed stair that led toward the east wing, and as we climbed through the rubble into the thin gray light of a Nightveil corridor, I realized the alarm bells had stopped. The silence was worse than the tolling. Captain Ashford met us at the top of the stair, her winter steel eyes red-rimmed, her pauldron scored by something that had cut deep enough to mark the metal. "The Queen," she said, and her voice was hoarse. "She is gone. The east wing is empty. Her guard, her jurists, her household, all vanished." "Vanished where?" Caelion demanded. "We do not know. The wards at the eastern gate were opened from the inside. A dozen soldiers saw her leave, but no one stopped her. No one could." Ashford's jaw tightened. "She took the Accord reliquary with her, the sealed one, the one no one has opened in 300 years. The Accord shard pulsed against my palm, and I understood. Cerelid had not fled. She had gone to finish what her grandmother started. And somewhere to the east, where the dead light was running toward Thornwatch, where the border was about to ignite, where the last 3 surviving Frostmark veterans still drew breath, The queen was carrying the weapon that had been bet to ensure no judge could ever rise again. Chapter 61. The corridor outside the east wing was too quiet. Ashford's words hung in the air like smoke that would not settle. Gone. The queen had vanished, her household, her jurists, her guard, and she had taken the one thing that had been sealed for 3 centuries, the Accord's reliquary, the weapon built to ensure no bridge could ever rise again. Caelion's hand found mine, not for comfort, for grounding. His fingers were cold, and I felt the wrongness in his shadow before I saw it, the way it pooled at his feet in jerky movements, like a creature trying to remember how to breathe. "The Eastern Gate wards," he said. "You said they opened from the inside. Was it her, or was it someone else?" Ashwood's jaw worked. "We do not know. The gate captain is dead. Not dead light. A blade. Someone cut his throat before they opened the wards." "So she had help inside the garrison," I said. "Or she compelled it." Caelion's voice was flat, but his shadow surged against the stone floor, a silent snarl. "She has been writing binding clauses into house compacts for 200 years. A gate captain would be nothing." Dorian stepped forward, still clutching the fragment he had pried from the binding table. His scholar's hands were shaking, but his voice held steady. "The reliquary. What exactly is inside it?" Ashford shook her head. "No one alive knows. It was sealed by the first queen herself. The jurists have guarded it for 300 years, but they were never permitted to open it. Even Seralith, for all her rewriting of every other law, never touched that seal. Until now." "She would not open it unless she was desperate," Caelion said, "or unless she found a reason to think it would work." "Or unless she has been preparing to open it for a very long time," I said. The Accord shard pulsed against my palm, a sharp silver-blue beat that matched the ache in my marked rusts. The 14-point lattice flickered at the edge of my vision, the network of living bridges, failing. And somewhere to the east, the queen was carrying a weapon designed to finish that failure. A door slammed somewhere deeper in the east wing, boots on stone, running. A young soldier rounded the corner, his face bloodless, his tunic necked with the sigil of the palace guard. "Captain Ashford," he gasped. "The council chamber. They are gathering. Prince Aerys has called the remaining houses. He says the queen's flight voids her authority. He says the throne is vacant." Caelion went still. "Vacant," Ashford repeated. The word was a blade she was testing. "Aerys is moving fast." "He is injured," I said. I remembered the way Aerys had looked at the moon gallery, the fear breaking through his practiced composure. "How fast can he move?" "Fast enough to call a council before we reached the corridor," Caelion said. His voice was cold now, the hollow prince voice, the one he wore like armor. He knew she was going to run, or he prepared for this possibility long before tonight. Dorian's gray eyes moved between us. "If Aerys claimed the throne in Sir Light's absence, he will not offer Lyra protection. He will offer the court a return to order. And order right row means blaming the rift-born woman for the queen's flight and the dead light at the border." "He tried to help us," I said. "At the War Council. He chose truth over his mother's lies." "He chose survival," Caelion said. "Aerys has been choosing survival since we were children. He is better at it than I am." The young soldier was still breathing hard, waiting for orders. Ashford looked at Caelion, and I saw the question forming in her winter steel eyes before she spoke it. "The 5th cohort is yours, my prince. We swore it in the lower hall for the tribunal. If you mean to challenge Aerys for command of the realm's defense, We will follow you into that chamber and stand behind you." Caelion did not answer. His shadow twisted at his feet, and I felt the strain in him, the pull of two directions. If he walked into that council and claimed emergency authority, he would confirm everything Saraith's allies had whispered for weeks. The Hollow Prince, seduced by the half-blood, turning against his own bloodline to seize power. The court would fracture. Some would follow him, others would see it as proof that Lyra Voss had corrupted the second prince beyond redemption. But if he did nothing, Eris would consolidate power. And Eris, for all his careful smiles and reluctant mercy, would not risk the realm for a Ruft-born woman. He would offer the court what Saraith had always offered: order, at a price. "I need to see my father," Caelion said, "before Eris moves." Ashford nodded. "The king has been confined to the East Tower, but with the queen gone, the guards may have abandoned their posts." "Then we go now." Caelion turned to me, and for a moment the mask cracked. I saw the exhaustion beneath, the wrongness in his shadow, the weight of everything pressing down, firely following with my word solger, its truth thok. "My John's love will be unbonden by Suspy. We cannot now for all the city-wisers, it still be livergrift. Wash for Radiant. My fans lied still shadowed sleeply. Please pay the tressment to me, to the tops and green-clad steel-up screen, the heavy robe pulled around his shoulders. His silver-white choir was disheveled, his violet eyes shadowed with something deeper than exhaustion. But his gaze was clear, sharper than I had ever seen it. "She took the reliquary," he said. It was not a question. "Yes," Caelion said. "Then we have less time than I hoped." Voller leaned forward, and I saw the tremor in his hands, the effort it cost him to sit upright. "The reliquary does not contain a weapon. It contains a command. The First Queen's final command, written in her own blood, bound into the accords themselves. If Saraith speaks it in the right place, at the right time, it will activate every dead clause in the treaty at once. Every punishment, every erasure, every binding, all of it, focused on a single target." "The bridge," I said, "the bridge and its hinge. You, Lyra Voss, she means to unmake you before you can wake the shrines. And she means to do it at Thornwatch, where the border is already breaking, where the dead light is already rutting, where the human kingdoms will see your destruction and believe it was justice." Caelion's shadow surged. "She cannot. The eastern gate wards were opened, but she cannot reach Thornwatch before we do." "She does not need to reach Thornwatch," Vaylor said. "She only needs to reach the Thornwatch shrine, the one your Fafir Lyra died trying to protect, the one that connects to every other shrine in the network. If she speaks the command there, it will not just kill you, it will tear the lattice apart from the inside. Every shrine, every living bridge, everything Rowan Voss died to preserve. I would offer the court what Saraith had always offered: order, at a price." "I need to see my father," Caelion said, "before Eris moves." Ashford nodded. "The king has been confined to the East Tower, but with the queen gone, the guards may have abandoned their posts." "Then we go now." Caelion turned to me, and for a moment the mask cracked. I saw the exhaustion beneath, the wrongness in his shadow, the freely shells cloudly from the Jerdily method. "Found again? Smell the cardis exist into the stound, a serious love of only sixlurkstits. This is horrible wars." "Odo, you possibly agreed with the skin grate. Sween mine." The accord shard burned against my palm, and I saw it again. The 14 points, the failing light, the threads of silver and shadow that held the world in balance. "She fled east," I said. "Captain Renault, Garen Holt, the creature in the tunnel. They were all pulling us toward the same thing. The truth my father buried. The witness the echo commanded me to find. I looked at Vaelor. Ilyne Ward is at the Thornwatch shrine. The king met my gaze. Yes, and Sir Ilyne knows it. She has known it for 30 years. She let Ilyne live because killing her would have drawn attention to the shrine. But now, with the dead light running and the border about to ignite, she no longer cares about attention. She only cares about finishing what her grandmother started. Caelion turned toward the door. Then we ride for Thornwatch, now, before she can speak the demand. You will not reach her in time if you ride alone, Vaelor said. The roads are broken. The dead light is moving. You need the 5th cohort. You need the authority of the crown behind you. He pushed himself upright, and the effort of it made his face go gray. You need to walk into that council chamber and take command, Caelion, not as the Hollow Prince, as your father's son, as the prince who chose truth over obedience, as the man who loves a rift-born woman and will not let the realm burn to hide it. Caelion was silent for a long moment. His shadow coiled at his feet, darker than it should have been, still wrong, still fighting itself. But when he looked at me, I saw the answer in his eyes. You will be beside me, he said. I will, and they will call you the power behind the throne. Let them. I have been called worse. I have survived worse. He almost smiled. Almost. The guard at the door cleared his throat. My king, Prince Aerys has convened the council. The chamber is filling. If you mean to act, it must be now. Vaelor straightened his robe. For a moment, he looked less like a broken king and more like the man who had once defied his wife before the entire court. Then we go. All of us. Together. We descended the tower stair, the king leaning on the old guard's arm, Caelion's shadow trailing behind us like a wound that would not close. The accord shard beat against my palm, a steady pulse, a heartbeat that was not mine. At the council chamber doors, the noise hit us before we entered. Shouts, accusations. Aerys of voice, smooth and controlled, rising above the chaos. The queen has abandoned her throne. The realm cannot stand leaderless while the dead light eats the border. I am the heir. I claim emergency authority to mobilize the garrisons and secure the palace until... The doors slammed open. Caelion stepped into the chamber with his shadow rolling off him like smoke, and the room went silent. The throne is not vacant, he said. Our father still sits it, and he has something to say. Leet. Think. Think. The council chamber went quiet when Caelion spoke, but it did not stay that way. Aerys stood at the head of the table with his hands braced on the polished stone, his circlet catching the torchlight. His face was controlled, the mask of a prince who had been preparing for this moment for years. Around him, 24 nobles, captains, and jurists had frozen mid-argument, their heads turned toward the doors Caelion had just thrown open. Father, Aerys said, and the word came out flat. Not surprised, not relieved, calculating how this changed the board. King Vaelor stepped forward, leaning on the guard's arm but holding his own weight. You declared the throne vacant while I still breathed. Explain yourself. The queen has fled. The reliquary is gone. Dead light is moving on Thornwatch, and the human kingdoms are preparing to march. Aerys straightened. I acted to prevent a collapse. Someone had to. You acted to claim what was not yours. Vaelor's voice carried no heat, only the exhaustion of a man who had been watching his sons fracture for decades and had run out of time to mend them. But we will settle that later. The human envoys are here. I felt the shift in the room before I saw the envoys. A current of tension, the scrape of boots on stone as soldiers repositioned. Captain Ashford moved to stand at Caelion's left shoulder, her hand resting on her sword hilt. The envoys entered through the far doors. There were 5 of them. 4 armored soldiers in the gold-chased plate of the sunlit council, their helms shaped like roaring lions, and at their center, a man I recognized. Harold Caelion. He had aged since I last saw him in Thornwatch, 8 years and a lifetime ago. The lines around his mouth had deepened, the gray at his temples had spread, but his eyes were the same, pale and unblinking, and when they found me across the crowded chamber, something in them sharpened. King Vaylor. Harold Caelion stopped at the foot of the table. His soldiers fanned out behind him, hands on their blades. We have ridden through roads choked with dead light to deliver the sunlit council's final word. You will hear it. You will address this court with respect, or you will not address it at all, Caelion said. Caelion's gaze flicked to him. The Hollow Prince. I heard you had grown teeth. He turned back to Vaylor. The council finds Nightveil in breach of the blood accords. The border forts of Thornlight and Westguard have fallen to shadow corruption. Dead light has reached Thornwatch's outer districts. Our priests confirm the force is fey magic, twisted and weaponized, and our scouts report creatures wearing the shapes of Nightveil soldiers walking the border roads. A murmur rippled through the nobles. Eris's jaw tightened. The council demands the immediate transfer of the reft-born woman known as Lyra Voss into human custody for examination under sunlit law. Caelion's voice was flat, practiced, the tone of a man delivering a sentence he had already decided. She will be questioned regarding her role in the breaches, her connection to the Unmade, and the nature of the ritual performed beneath this palace. If she is found to have acted as an agent of Nightveil against the human kingdoms, she will face judgment. Caelion's shadow surged. I felt it before I saw it. A pressure against the air, a darkening at the edges of my vision. The nobles nearest him stepped back. You are not taking her, Caelion said. Caelion did not flinch. The blood accords grant the council jurisdiction over crimes that cross the border. The blood accords grant the council nothing, Vaylor said. He straightened, and for a moment the weight of 300 years of kingship settled into his bones. The treaty was written to keep the peace between our peoples, not to let human jurists drag fey subjects across the border for interrogation. Lyra Voss is under Nightveil's protection. She will remain here. She is rift-born. She belongs to neither kingdom. Caelion's eyes found me again. You know what they are saying in Thornwatch? Half the city believes you are dead. The other half believes you are a weapon Nightveil built to destroy the sun. The priest in the square preaches your name like a curse. If you stay here, the war will find you. If you come with us, you may have a chance to speak for yourself. The accord shard burned, not with pain, with urgency, a pulse that matched my heartbeat, that matched the silver light threading through my wrists, that matched the 14-point lattice dying in the dark beneath the palace. The soldier with the sun-forged blade lunged. I did not think. I did not plan. The blood accords grant the council jurisdiction over crimes that cross the border. The blood accords grant the council nothing, Vaylor said. He straightened, and for a moment the weight of 300 years of kingship settled into his bones. The treaty was written to keep the peace between our peoples, not to let human jurists drag fey subjects across the border. For interrogation, Lyra Voss is under Nightveil's protection. She will remain here. She is riftborn. She belongs to neither kingdom. Caelion's eyes found me again. You know what they are saying in Thornwatch. Half the city believes you are dead. The other half believes you are a weapon Nightveil built to destroy the sun. The priest in the square preaches your name like a curse. If you stay here, the war will find you. If you come with us, you may have a chance to speak for yourself. The accord shard burned, not with pain, with urgency, a pulse that matched my heartbeat, that matched the silver light threading through my wrists, that matched the 14-point lattice dying in the dark beneath the palace. The soldier with the sun-forged blood lunged. I did not knock. I did not plan. My hand came up, and the silver flame answered. It was not the curse. It was not the wild, uncontrolled burst of magic that had exposed me in the warren 8 years ago. This was deliberate, focused. A blade of silver light that met the soldier's sun-forged steel and stopped it cold. The chamber went white. When the light faded, the soldier was on his knees. His blade lay on the stone, the gold sheen gone from its edge, the metal blackened and cracked. Smoke rose from his gauntlets. He was staring at me with something that was not fear, not hatred, but something older. Recognition. Riftborn, he breathed. Yes, I said, and I am done running. Caelion's face had gone pale. His soldiers had not moved. The nobles were silent, frozen in place, their hands half raised to shield their eyes. This court recognizes the Sunlit Council's concerns, Vaylor said into the silence, and his voice was steady. But it does not recognize its authority to arrest. You will leave Nightveil. You will return to your own lands, and you will tell your council that Lyra Voss is not a weapon they can claim. If you send us away, Caelion said, the armies march at dawn. Then they march. The word hung in the air like smoke. Caelion looked at me one last time. I could not read his expression. It was not hatred, it was not fear. It was the look of a man who had seen something he did not understand and was already trying to decide whether to call it a miracle or a disaster. You have made your choice, he said. When the dead light reaches Thornwatch, when the sunlit kingdoms burn, remember that we offered you another way. He sheathed his blade. His soldiers pulled their fallen comrade to his feet, his gauntlets smoking, his eyes still fixed on me. They retreated through the far doors, their boots echoing on the stone, and the doors slammed shut behind them. The silence lasted 3 heartbeats. Then Eris spoke. You have just guaranteed a war. The war was already coming, Caelion said. They brought sun-forged steel into the throne room. They were never here to negotiate. They were here to confirm what they already suspected, Vaylor said. He sagged against the guard's arm, the strength draining out of him. That Lyra is riftborn. That the bridge is real. That the accords are failing. He looked at me. They will be back. Not with envoys, with armies. The accord shard cooled against my palm. The silver marks faded to faint lines along my wrists. I stood in the center of the council chamber, surrounded by nobles who had just watched me stop sun-forged steel with a blade of silver flame, and I thought of Saralite racing east with the reliquary, of Elena Ward waiting at the Thornwatch shrine, of the dead light running toward the border, of the figure feeding the accord, the watching from somewhere in the dark. Then we go to Thornwatch first? I said. Before the armies, before Saralite, before the border ignites completely. Caelion stepped to my side, his shadow settling around his feet like a cloak. The 5th cohort rides within the hour. Prince Eris watched us with an expression I could not read. Calculating, weighing, deciding whether to stand with us or against us. The alarm bells began to toll again, not the measured ring of warning, the frantic, desperate peal of a city under attack. I did not look at Caelion. I did not need to. I felt his answer in the bond that pulsed between us, steady as a heartbeat, dangerous as a blade. The border had already ignited. Chapter 63. The alarm bells were screaming. I stood at Caelion's left shoulder as the council chamber erupted into chaos. Nobles who had been frozen by shattered sun-forged steel now scrambled for the doors, their composure shattered faster than the soldier's blade. Captain Ashford had her sword bare, her red steel eyes tracking the room for threats. Dorian had pressed himself against the far wall, his gray eyes moving too fast, cataloging everything. Eris had not moved from the head of the table. His expression was not fury, not fear. It was the look of a man who had been calculating odds and just watched the equation change. "The city is under attack," he said, and his voice cut through the panic like a blade. "The sunlit armies march at dawn. Our mother has fled with the reliquary. And you," his gaze swung to Caelion, "have just thrown the last diplomatic tether into the fire." The diplomatic tether was a noose, Caelion said. He had not raised his voice. He did not need to. His shadow cooled around his feet in jerky, wrong movements, darker than the torchlight should have cast, and every fae in the room could feel it. They brought sun-forged steel into the throne room. They were not here to negotiate. They were here to arrest her. And you handed them a spectacle. I handed them the truth. Caelion stepped forward, and his shadow rose with him. The truth this court has spent 300 years bearing. The truth our mother is racing to destroy. He swept his gaze across the remaining nobles, the ones who had not fled. The Ashwick lord with his hollow eyes, the steel-haired captain from Eris's war council, two jurists in blood-red sashes who had not moved since the soldier's braid shattered. You heard the Sunlit Council's ultimatum. You saw what they brought into this chamber. You watched a Riftborn woman stop sun-forged steel with silver flame. The world is changing. You can kneel to the old lies or stand with the truth. 100 Redham, Captain Ashford slammed her fist against her chest in salute. The 5th cohort stands with Prince Caelion. One of the jurists stepped forward. Her face was pale, her red sash trembling. The Accord jurists have served the Queen for 2 centuries, but the Queen has fled, and the Accords, she swallowed. I have seen the clauses, I have enforced them. They were built on a lie. She looked at me. I will not arrest the hinge. A second jurist followed, then the Ashwick noble, then 2 more soldiers who have been standing guard at the far doors. The shift was not a wave, it was a crack spreading through ice, slow, irreversible. Eris watched it happen. His face was unreadable, but his hands had gone still on the table. You are fracturing this court. This court was already fractured, I said. I stepped forward until I stood at Caelion's side, shoulder to shoulder, the accord shard cool in my palm. Cyrillath rewrote the house compacts. She erased bloodlines that refused to kneel. She tortured her own son in oath rooms beneath this palace and called it training. The fracture happened 300 years ago. You are only now feeling the break. Eris looked at me, really looked, and I saw something shift in his violet eyes. Not the hollow prince's cold mask, not the exhausted soldier's surrender, something else. Something that had not been there when we first faced each other in a tattery courtyard with a knife between us. Then we stopped being careful together, I said. His grip tightened. For one heartbeat, the shadow around his feet stilled. The wrongness in it quieted, as if the bond itself had reached into him and steadied something broken. Then another soldier appeared in the doorway, not Ashford. A scout, by the dust on her cloak, her breath coming in gasps. My prince, report from the Eastern Road. Speak. The Queen has been sighted. She is traveling with a dozen phagers and twice that number in... The scout hesitated. In cult robes, black robes marked with the Accord's dead clauses. They are heading for the border shrine at Thornwatch. They will reach it before dawn. The words landed like stones in still water. Cult robes, the Accord's dead clauses. The figure feeding the curse had not been working alone. It had been building an apparatus, and Cyrillath, desperate and fleeing, had allied herself with the very thing she had spent 2 centuries suppressing. Caelion's face went very still. The shrine at Thornwatch, the one beneath the old garrison chapel. The scout nodded. They are moving fast. We cannot intercept them before the border. The alarm bells tolled again. The dead light was at the gates. The armies were marching. And Lyra was carrying the First Queen's blood-written command toward the shrine where Ilyne Wood waited, with cultists at her back and the reliquary in her hands. The accord shard burned against my palm. I looked at Caelion, he looked at me. Then we do not intercept them, I said. We reach the shrine first. Chapter 64. The war chamber's candles had burned to stubs when Dorian pushed through the door. He didn't knock. He just stood there, a scroll clutched in his hands, his gray eyes split between revelation and dread. I was at the table, tracing the old roads on Rowan's map for the 100th time. Caelion was at the window, his silhouette cut against the red glow of distant fires. The wrongness in his shadow pulled at his feet like a wounded animal, but when he turned, it steadied. Barely. Lady Elson Veilcrest, Dorian said. That's the name Garin Holt died trying to give us. I straightened. The name landed in my chest before my mind could catch up. Veilcrest. The same sigil that was carved on the binding table. Yes. Dorian crossed the room and spread his scroll beside my father's map. His fingers shook. Garin told me one thing before he was killed. One thing he'd kept for 20 years. The woman in sunlight knows the first crime. He didn't have time to speak her name, but in his pocket we found a scrap of parchment burned to near nothing. 2 words legible. By blood and the opening of a Veilcrest oath. The Veilcrests were oath-bearers to the First Queen's court. Their line was thought extinct, but according to the archives, one woman survived the purges. She vanished into the sunlit kingdoms under a fake identity. And you found her, Caelion said. It wasn't a question. House arrest. Sedition charges filed 3 days ago by the Sunlit Council. She's been held in a private estate in the inner city of Thornlight. Or she was. The breaches may have reached Thornlight by now. She could be dead. She could be moved. But if she's still there, she is the witness Lyra Voss and the architect both pointed toward. I looked at the map. Thornlight was 60 miles east of Nightveil, on the sunlit side of the border. Thornwatch lay between us and it. The woman who knew the first crime was perhaps the only person who could identify the original design of the bridge before it was broken, and the figure who had murdered 24 Frostmark veterans was still hunting anyone with knowledge. Caelion's hand rested on the table. His shadow curled toward me, dark and wrong. But when my fingers brushed his, it quieted. We cannot ride for Thornlight. The sunlit armies march at dawn. If we send a party, we risk losing them to the dead light or the council's soldiers. Then we don't send anyone, I said. We go ourselves after the shrine. Dorian's mouth tightened. But a fist pounded on the door. Ashford stepped in, her winter steel eyes bright with adrenaline. Mira Fenn's line just came through. Encoded. For Lyra Voss only. My heart stopped. Mira's encoded lines were reserved for moments when she was being watched, when every word was a risk. I held out my hand. The slip of paper was crumpled and sweat-stained. Mira's sharp script was burned into it in charcoal. SY SWB4. Sexwdfuzio SWWT ahewed1.bt. Yes wop SBW. MIGO this heavily bold is not the time that we have been barest sap, draw to the inner sea deforns. I voured us in affords. Ime is in tying the brass. The occultist provide her of the Queen's card, and the cultists had reached Thornwatch before us. They had seized the gate. The chapel beneath which the shrine lay was guarded, and Mira, who never told me not to come, was telling me not to come. Caelion read the note over my shoulder. His shadow snapped. "They're already there," I said. The words felt foreign, wrong. "She beat us." He didn't answer. His violet eyes had gone cold, not the Hollow Prince's mask, but something harder, something ready to cut through stone to get what he wanted. "Dawn is 3 hours away," Caelion said. "The 5th cohort is mounted and waiting. The defenses will hold little enough." "You cannot leave the city," Ashford started. "My prince—" "I am not leaving the city to our enemies. I'm riding to the border with the one person who can stop Serelith from finishing her grandmother's work. If we succeed, the Shrine Network stands, the Accords crack, and the sunlit armies lose their pretext for war." Dorian was still staring at the map. "But Lady Elsin, if she's in Thornlight—" "I am not leaving the city to our enemies. I am riding to the border with the one person who can stop Serelith from finishing her grandmother's work. If we succeed, the Shrine Network stands, the Accords crack, and the sunlit armies lose their pretext for war." Dorian was still staring at the map. "But Lady Elsin, if she's in Thornlight—" "Share is what really Bruzini, the Exarish wait for Slayer." Sharith was preparing to unneg everything my father died to protect. I turned from the window. "Then let's not be late." We walked out of the war chamber together, into a city under siege, toward a race we had already lost. The door slammed shut behind us, and the alarm bells kept tolling. Rake, treachery. Chapter 65. The horses were lathered before we cleared Nightveil's outer ring. The 5th cohort rode behind us, 40 riders in black and silver, their captain's sigil catching the torchlight of a city already half in flames. Caelion rode at my left, his shadow pooling beneath his horse like something drowning. Every few minutes it snapped at the air, and I reached across the space between us to brush his wrist, and every time it steadied. The eastern road was a scar. Dead light had touched it hours before us, leaving the trees along the verge stripped of color, and the stone markers cracked as if something heavy had pressed down on them and then released. Refugees streamed past us in the opposite direction, carts piled with children and flour sacks, faces blank with the particular exhaustion of people who had stopped believing in safety. Some of them looked at the silver-haired fair prince riding hard toward the border they were fleeing, and made warding signs. Others looked at me, and their hands froze mid-gesture. Word traveled ahead of us. I could feel it in the way a woman dragging a handcart stopped to stare, in the way a man on a half-dead mule turned his animal into the ditch to let us pass, and did not look away from my face. Lyra Voss, the Riftborn, the Hinge, the girl from the Warren who died and didn't. Caelion's voice cut through the hoofbeats. "They know you." "They knew me before I left," I said. "Now they know the rest." Ashford pulled her horse alongside. The captain's lined face was set in the expression of someone who had ridden into impossible things before and expected to do so again. "Thornwatch's outer gate is 40 minutes at this pace. The fires in the lower district are visible from here." I followed her nod. The horizon ahead was bruised orange, a low smolder that ate at the dark. Thornwatch was burning. Not the whole city, not yet, but enough. The district where I had sold illegal enchantments and slept with a knife under my pillow and learned to be invisible was burning because Deadlight had found it and cultists had followed. "Mira's last signal came from the old tanner's loft on Hook Street," I said. "She'll stay until she can't." "If the cultists have the shrine gate," Dorian said, breathless from the pace, "then they have the chapel. And if they have the chapel, they have the place my father was condemned," I finished. The words came out flat, factual, because if I let them be anything else, I would not be able to ride. Serelith chose it for a reason. Caelion said nothing. His shadow twisted, and I touched his wrist again. The contact sent a pulse of silver light up my forearm, visible through my sleeve, and his shadow quieted like a creature recognizing its name. We rode. The outer gate of Thornwatch stood open. Not broken, not breached. Open. The garrison gunners that should have flown above it were gone, replaced by a black clock stitched with silver characters I recognized from the binding table. Accords script, dead clauses written in thread. Ashford drew her blade. They've taken the gatehouse. No, I said and pointed. A figure was climbing down from the gatehouse ladder, hands raised, moving with the careful gait of someone trying not to be killed. She was human, middle-aged, wearing the stained tunic of a gate warden. Her face was gray with fear, but her voice carried, "Hold! I'm not one of them." The garrison pulled back to the inner keep when the dead light hit the lower market an hour ago. The creatures are coming through wherever it pools. She's got maybe 60 soldiers fit to fight and a city full of people who don't know whether to run or riot. Caelion turned to Ashford. Take 30 riders to the inner keep. Reinforce the garrison. The other 10 come with us to the chapel. My prince, the sunlit armies march at dawn. If you're still inside Thornwatch when they arrive, then the sunlit armies will find me at the shrine with the queen I intend to stop. His voice left no room for argument. Go. Ashford saluted, wheeled her horse, and began calling out names. 30 riders peeled away toward the inner city. The remaining 10 formed a tight column behind us. Dorian slid from his horse, clutching a satchel of scrolls. The shrine beneath the chapel. If Serelith has already begun speaking the Queen's command, then we're already too late, I said. But she hasn't finished, or the dead clauses would have torn the network apart already, and I'd have felt it. The accord shard would have shattered. I pressed my palm against the cold lump of the shard beneath my tunic. It pulsed. Still alive, still connected. The lattice held. We moved through Thornwatch on foot, leading the horses through streets I knew better than my own heartbeat. Hook Street, the tanner's loft where I'd hidden after the breach 8 years ago. The alley where Mira had once stabbed a bounty hunter in the thigh and told me to run. The market square where I'd sold enchantments to desperate people and never let them see my face. Everything was changed. The dead light had painted whole buildings in shades of gray, leaching color from stone and wood, as if the world itself was forgetting how to be alive. Fires burned in the lower district. People huddled in doorways, clutching children and belongings, watching us pass with the hollow expressions of those who had already lost everything and were waiting to lose the rest. At the corner of Weaver's Row, a woman stepped into the street. She was slight and filthy, and her red hair was tied back with a leather cord that had once been mine. Lyra Voss, Mira Finn said, I told you not to come. You told me a lot of things, I said, and then I was crossing the space between us and pulling her into a grip that was half embraced and half disparate inventory of her alive, alive, alive. The chapel. What do you know? She pulled back, her sharp face unreadable. Serelith went below an hour ago with her personal guard. The cultists are holding the chapel above. The garrison tried to breach it twice. Both times the doors opened and something came out that used to be soldiers. Now they're standing guard outside, and they're not blinking, Lyra. Whatever she's doing down there, it's changing the rules. The shrine, I said. My father was condemned in that chapel. Rowan Voss stood where Serelith is standing now, and she sent him to die, and now she's going to finish what her grandmother started unless we stop her. Caelion stepped forward. His shadow was wrong, still wrong. But when he looked at the chapel spire rising above the rooftops, something shifted in his expression. Not the hollow prince, not the lover, a soldier calculating odds. 10 riders, he said, against a garrison chapel held by cultists and whatever she's turned the soldiers into. 11, Mira said. I'm coming. No. I caught her wrist. If we fail, someone has to get the civilians out of the inner keep before the dead light swallows the rest of the city. Someone has to tell them what happened. And if you succeed? Then the shrine network stands, and we have a chance. Mira's jaw tightened. She was not the sort of woman who accepted being left behind. But she was also the sort of woman who understood that some battles required a particular kind of weapon, and she was not it. Fine, she said. But if you die, I'm telling everyone you owed me 6 silver marks. It'll ruin your reputation. Nothing left to ruin. She vanished into the alley, the way smugglers do. We turned toward the garrison chapel. Its spire was silhouetted against the burning sky, black stone and older than the city around it, built on a fault line between 2 kingdoms that had never learned to stop killing each other. The doors were sealed. The soldiers who had once guarded it stood motionless before them, their eyes open and empty, their mouths moving in words I could not hear. Caelion drew his blade. His shadow rose behind him like a second weapon. Together, he said. I nodded. The accord shard burned cold against my chest. My silver marks pulsed with a rhythm that matched the shrine beneath our feet. We walked toward the doors, and the things that had been soldiers turned to face us. And from beneath the chapel floor, a voice began to speak in a language older than the blood accords, older than the first queen, older than the fear that had built this world of separation and silence. Serelith had started the queen's command, and I had to stop her before she finished it. Chapter 66. The transformed soldiers did not blink. Their eyes were open and empty as dried wells, and their mouths shaped syllables in a language that hissed like steam escaping a cracked vessel. The air around the chapel doors shimmered with the wrongness of it, heat without warmth, light without illumination. I stopped 5 paces from the first of them, close enough to see that the veins in their throats pulsed with something silver black, not blood. Don't touch them! Mira's voice came from behind me, low and steadied. The last squad that tried came back, changed. I had not heard her return. I turned, and she was standing at the mouth of Weaver's Row with a crossbow slung across her back and a smear of ash across her children. Her expression was the one she wore when she was about to do something reckless and needed me to shut up and follow. You said you'd stay back, I said. I said fine. She jerked her chin toward the chapel. Those things aren't going anywhere. Serlet's voice is still under the floor, which means she hasn't finished whatever she's speaking. And you've got maybe half an hour before the sunlit vanguard hits the outer gate, so walk with me while I show you something. Caelion's hand found my elbow. His shadow pooled at his feet like a creature waiting for permission to strike. The shrine is here. We can't leave it. 10 riders against possessed soldiers and a chapel full of cultists isn't a fight, Mira said. It's a funeral, but there's a way under the east wall that the garrison doesn't know about, and if you want to reach the shrine without dying in the doorway, you're going to need more than steel and shadow. Her gaze flicked to Caelion, unflinching. You're the Hollow Prince. I've heard the stories. But this is my city, and I've been running resistance ops in it for 8 years while you were wearing silk in Nightveil. Trust me or don't, but decide fast. Caelion looked at me. I nodded. Show us, I said. She led us through streets I had walked 1,000 times and no longer recognized. The dead light had eaten the color from Hook Street, turning the old brick to bone white and the cobblestones to something that looked soft as rot. Fires guttered in the lower market, but no one was fighting them. The people we passed moved in clusters, clutching children and sacks of grain, their faces hollow with the particular terror of those who had been promised safety by 3 different authorities and believed none of them. Mira ducked into a narrow passage between a collapsed tannery and a shuttered apothecary. Caelion's riders followed in single file, leading their horses with hands on hilts. The passage opened into a courtyard I remembered, the old dyer square where Mira and I had once hidden a crate of illegal sun-blessed charms beneath a false floor while a garrison patrol searched the building above us. Now the square was full of people. 40, maybe 50. Women with makeshift bandages wrapped around their arms, old men clutching rusted swords, children pressed against their mothers' legs, silent and wide-eyed. A young woman with a healer's satchel was stitching a gash in a soldier's shoulder while he bit down on a leather strap. They showed up after the first breach hit the lower market, Mira said quietly. Garrison told them to shelter in the inner keep, but the inner keep's got room for maybe half the civilians in this district, and the other half got turned away at the gate. So I opened the dyer square, told the smugglers to spread the word. You did this alone? I asked. I had help. Your father's old contacts, mostly. The ones who survived. She paused at the edge of the square, her sharp face unreadable. They remember Rowan, Lyra. They remember what he tried to do before the purge. And when I told them his daughter was the one the Fae were hunting, the one who sealed a breach with her bare hands in the warren 8 years ago, they stopped being afraid of the raw things. Something cold settled in my stomach. What did you tell them, Mira? She met my eyes without flinching. The truth? That you're not a weapon. That you're not a curse. That the blood accords were built on a lie about what Riftborn are, and that the only reason the wards haven't collapsed entirely is because you and the Hollow Prince over there have been holding them together with your bare souls, while the Queen who's supposed to protect this kingdom tries to tear them apart. Mira, I know. Her voice cracked just slightly and then steadied. I know you didn't want to be seen. I know you spent 8 years making yourself invisible, untouchable, impossible to pin down. But the world's ending, Lyra. The dead light is spreading. The sunlit armies are marching, and these people, she gestured at the courtyard, at the wounded soldier and the healer and the mothers clutching their children. They need something to believe in that isn't the garrison commander lying to them about reinforcements or the cultists promising them salvation through annihilation. They need a bridge. Caelion stepped forward. His shadow had quieted, just rolling, but no longer writhing. What else did you tell them? Mira's expression flickered. That the bridge isn't just a metaphor. That Lyra's magic is the only thing that can reconnect the star shrines and hold the wards together. That if she dies, the whole network dies with her. She turned back to me. I'm sorry. I know you didn't choose this, but you're already in it, and hiding was never going to save you. So I made sure that when you walked into Thornwatch, you wouldn't walk in alone. I looked at the courtyard, at the faces turned toward us, wary and exhausted, and holding something that looked almost like hope. At the soldier who had stopped biting down on the leather strap to stare at me with an expression I couldn't read. At the children who had never seen a Riftborn before and would grow up knowing my name whether I survived the night or not. Don't apologize, I said. Just tell me we have a way into the chapel. Mira nodded. There's an old drainage tunnel under the east wall. Pre-Accord's construction, same stone as the shrine. The cultists don't know about it because the smugglers who used it died before the cultists started recruiting. I've got 6 fighters who can hold the tunnel entrance while you go through. They're not soldiers, but they're angry, and angry counts for something. Angry counts for a lot, Caelion said. He turned to his riders. Hold the courtyard. If the sunlit vanguard breaches the outer gate before we return, fall back to the inner keep and tell Ashford to hold the line. No heroics, no last stands. We need the keep standing when we finish this. The lead rider saluted, fist to chest. Mira was already moving toward a grate set into the courtyard's far wall, rusted and half hidden by a collapsed awning. The tunnel runs straight under the chapel foundation. It'll put you in the sublevel, maybe 20 feet from the shrine chamber, but you need to move fast. Saralit's been speaking for almost an hour, and whatever she's saying, the stone's starting to answer. I felt it then, a vibration beneath my feet, so low I had mistaken it for the distant rumble of fires. But it was not fire. It was resonance, sown answering voice, and it was building. Mira, I said. She paused at the grate, her fingers on the rusted iron. If we don't come back, make sure they know the truth. All of it. My father, the shrines, the accords. Don't let them vary it again. Her jaw tightened. You'll come back. Mira, fine. She wrenched the grate open with a screech of corroded metal. But if you die, I'm telling everyone you owed me 6 silver marks and died without paying. It'll ruin your reputation forever. Nothing left to ruin, I said. Just tell me we have a way into the chapel. Mira nodded. Chapter 67. The drainage tunnel ran colder than it should have. Not the damp chill of old stone and stagnant water, but something deeper. A cold that pressed against the silver marks on my wrists and made them flicker like candles in a wind I could not feel. Caelion moved behind me, his shadow wrong but quiet. We had not spoken since dropping through the grate. The tunnel was too narrow for walking side by side, and the stone hummed with Saralit's ancient voice, a resonance that set my teeth on edge and made my burn scar throb in time with each syllable I could not understand. The passage sloped downward. Water slicked the floor, black and still, reflecting nothing. The walls were carved with the same pre-accords tool marks I had seen in the binding chamber beneath Nightveil. Straight grooves cut by something sharper than iron. How far? Caelion's voice was barely a breath. Mira said 20 feet from the shrine chamber. 20 feet. The vibration in the stone grew stronger with every step, and I could feel the voice now, not just as sound, but as pressure, pushing against the inside of my skull like a second heartbeat. The silver veins along my wrists had brightened to threads of liquid light, casting pale shadows on the tunnel walls. The tunnel opened abruptly into a chamber. I stopped so fast, Caelion nearly collided with me. It was not the shrine, not yet. This was something else. A circular room carved from the same living rock as the binding table, maybe 30 feet across, with a low ceiling supported by pillars that had been shaped to resemble interlocked hands. The starwork on the floor was incomplete, broken in places, overlaid with newer carvings that made my stomach turn. Execution sigils. I recognized them from the tribunal records Dorian had shown me, the legal marks that sanctioned death under the blood accords. They had been chiseled into the original star pattern like scars, cutting through the older symbols with deliberate violence. And beneath those, even newer, the silver-black shimmer of accord wards, the dead clauses made visible, pulsing faintly in rhythm with Saralit's voice above. This is where they condemned him, I said. The words came out flat, not a question. Caelion stepped past me, his shadow pooling at his feet like ink. He studied the execution sigils with an expression I had seen only once before, when he looked at the oath room door. Recognition, and something older than anger. The purge used this chamber, he said. Not just for your father, for all of them. the Frostmark veterans, the Riftborn who were caught before you, the scholars who questioned the Accords. This is where the Queen's justice was carved into stone. I walked to the center of the chamber. The broken star pattern beneath my feet was still warm, still holding some residue of the original magic, but it was buried under layers of corruption, like a wound that had been reopened and cauterized and reopened again. The purge itself fed the corruption, I said. Every execution, every sigil, every ward. They weren't just killing people, they were feeding something. The figure, Caelion said, the thing feeding the Accords. It's been eating death for centuries, and Saralite's grandmother built it a table. I knelt and pressed my palm to the stone. The silver marks on my wrists flared white-hot. The chamber answered, not with Saralite's ancient voice, not with the hissing language of the transformed soldiers. This was something else, a memory pressed into the stone, the way the echo had been pressed into the binding table, triggered by my blood, my magic, my name. The execution sigils flickered, the Accord wards dimmed, and in the center of the broken star, a figure resolved out of silver light and shadow. Rowan Voss. He was younger than I remembered, younger than the shade at the shrine, younger than the man who had pressed a journal into my hands and told me to run. His face was unlined, his hair still dark, his eyes the same gray as mine but without the exhaustion that had hollowed them in his final years. He was speaking, not to me, to someone else, someone I could not see, his voice urgent and low. She is not a mistake. Tell him. When they come for me, tell them she is not a corruption. She was the key, the only key. If they kill her, they kill the bridge, and if they kill the bridge, the prison fails. There is no other way, there never was. The words hit me like a blade between the ribs. Not a mistake, the key. My father had known. Before the purge, before the execution, before Saralite's grandmother rewrote the binding language to turn love into poison. Rowan Voss had understood what I was. Not an aberration, not a contamination. The hinge the entity beneath the prison had been waiting 300 years to find. He tried to pass the evidence here, Caelion said. His voice was rough. This chamber, this was where he tried to tell them. Garin Holt, I said. Garin was here. He was the one my father was speaking to. I did not know how I knew it. The memory did not show me, but the certainty settled into my bones like something that had always been there, waiting for the right stone to touch. The silver light faded. Rowan's figure dissolved into the broken star. The execution sigils dimmed as we passed, the Accord wards flickering like candle flames in a draught. The stone beneath our feet hummed with Saralite's voice, louder now, building toward a crescendo that vibrated in my teeth and my bones, and the silver light that was no longer just my magic, but something older, something that had been waiting beneath this chapel since before the first queen wrote fear into law. The arch opened onto a spiral stair. At the bottom, Saralite was speaking the final words of the queen's command, and the stone was answering with a voice that was not stone at all. Chapter 68. The spiral stair spat us into a chamber that had forgotten sunlight. Not darkness. Something worse. A luminescence the color of old bruises pressed against the stone, thickening the air until every breath tasted of metal and cold centuries. The shrine beneath Thornwatch's garrison chapel had been carved before the first queen, before the blood accords, before anyone thought to name the division between night and sun. The walls curved upward into a dome where 14 points had once held living stars. Now only 4 burned, and their light was the sick silver black of corruption. Saraleth stood at the center. She had shed the frost-white gowns of court for something older. Leather and silver mesh hugged her frame, and the lattice of black veins at her wrists had spread past her elbows, pulsing in rhythm with the voice that was not stone. Her pale violet eyes found me the moment we cleared the arch, and something in them shifted. Not surprise. Recognition, sharpened by exhausted certainty. Around her, 7 figures in the black robes of dead clauses. Cultists. 2 jurists in crimson sashes stood behind them, their faces blank as shut doors. The sealed Accord's reliquary rested on a plinth of black glass before Serelith, its lid still closed but trembling. "You came faster than I hoped," Serelith said. Her voice was hoarse from speaking the ancient language, but the steel beneath it had not dulled. "I wanted to finish it before you arrived, a mercy neither of us deserved." Caelion stepped forward, and his shadow rose around him like wings unfolding. The cultists flinched. The jurists did not. Serelith only watched, her jaws set, her hands steady at her sides. "There is no finishing this," Caelion said. "Whatever you are trying to command, it is not yours. It never was. The reliquary is mine by blood and succession." Serelith's tone did not rise. It flattened, the way a blade flattens before the thrust. "My grandmother sealed it. My mother guarded it. I am the only living heir to the First Queen's compact, and I will not let the world burn because you have decided love matters more than survival." "It is not love that threatens the world," I said. "It is 300 years of lies built to hide the fact that Riftborn were never aberrations. We were the design. The original bridge required us. Your grandmother rewrote the binding language to destroy what she feared, and you have been feeding her corruption ever since." Serelith's gaze cut to me. The black veins at her wrists pulsed faster. "You sound like your father," she said. "Rowan Voss stood in this chamber 24 years ago and spoke almost the same words. He believed them. He died for them. And now you stand here, his daughter, wearing his conviction like armor, and you still do not understand what you are asking the world to bear." "Then explain it," I said. "You promised him you would not let me become what he was. You kept that promise for 24 years. So explain to me, before this chamber seals us all in, what you think I am." Something flickered in her face. Not softness. A wound reopened. "Rowan Voss was the first human I ever respected," she said. "He was not afraid of me. When I came to this chamber to witness his execution, he looked at me with your eyes, Lyra. Silver gray and utterly unafraid. He told me his daughter would be the harvest I could not survive. He made me promise not to let you become what he was." She drew a breath that shook at the edges. "He was right. You are the harvest, but not of my destruction, of the world's. The bridge you can open will not save Eloria. It will summon what the Unmade was built to contain. My grandmother did not rewrite the binding language of a fear alone. She did it because the first bridge opened a door, and something came through. Something that has been waiting beneath the prison for 300 years, wearing the voices of the dead, calling itself the Hinge's destiny. The entity beneath the palace, the chorus of voices, the thing that had called me Hinge and claimed it, had been waiting." "You think the entity is what the Unmade was built to contain?" I said. "But that is backward. The Unmade is what was built to contain the entity. The prison is not failing, it is working exactly as it was designed, and what is inside it has been calling to me, because I am the key that can let it out." Serelith's expression did not change, but the reliquary on the plinth trembled harder. "You do not know that," she said. "You are guessing. You are hoping. And hope is not a strategy. It is a blade that cuts the hand that holds it." I know what my father told Garen Holt in this chamber. I know what the accord shard beneath the palace showed me. I know what the echo of the bridge's architect screamed before your grandmother killed her. The first queen did not seal the bridge to protect the world. She sealed it to silence the truth, and she built the accords to make sure no Riftborn would ever rise to speak it again. Sarileth turned to Caelion. The movement was precise, deliberate, a queen pivoting to her final piece on the board. You can still choose differently, she said. I shaped you to be the seal. I made you strong enough to hold the bridge closed, not open it. Release her. Walk away from this chamber. Blame the breaches on human corruption, on Thornwatch's failures, on my grandmother's crime if you must. The court will accept it. Nightveil will survive. The sunlit armies will have no cause for war, and Lyra Voss will live, exiled but alive, because I made a promise to her dying man that I intend to keep. Caelion was silent for 3 heartbeats. His shadow coiled tighter around his feet, then reached for me, brushing my silver-lit fingers with a tenderness that had nothing to do with control. You made me into a weapon, he said. You hollowed me out so I could deliver her to sacrifice without hesitation. You taught me that love was weakness, that trust was surrender, that every soft thing in me was a liability to be carved away. And you were wrong. You were wrong about all of it. She is not a corruption. She is the key. And I am not your weapon. I am the shadow to her light, and I am done being your hollow prince. Sarileth closed her eyes. When she opened them, the queen was gone. What remained was something older and colder, a sovereign who had spent 2 centuries making choices that would damn her, and who had decided, always. They want to stand around to the caning too. This appointment do not expire first pour, and it gives a following iniminifical point. This is the reliquid custom assigns. I can't even give them the thrut 7. The chef to take their strain to can't use self. Amnamixling open games, completely only. Would before the first towards the envenomment remained animast on the skage. We are actually making this distrib that tadink conscious malin socks, but you weakness. Your braze will live me. Your perfect looking airs really do very faster. They can deski me picia grathers. Even. Plays now if still asking. Once a question, using we care even as a pressigitalist. He sought to talk about the brage, but the minute they're invited. The spites are ruttening there in your complicating imagation. The spice is illuminated, I will be just an owned. Chapter 69. The reliquary's light hit me before the cultist did. Silver black poured from the cracked lid in a wave that was not heat, not cold, but something older than both. A pressure that bypassed skin and pushed directly against bone. My silver veins ignited in answer, threads of white fire racing from my knuckles to my elbows, and the scar on my forearms screamed with a pain I had not felt since the Warren breach. Caelion's shadow swept outward in a crescent, catching the first cultist mid-lunge. The blade etched with dead clauses clattered across stone. The second cultist swung at my left side, and I dove forward, not away, rolling past the black glass plinth with the accord shard pressed hard against my ribs beneath my tunic. The jurists were speaking. Their hissing language filled the sealed chamber like steam from a cracked pipe, and the 4 corrupted stars in the dome above pulsed in answer, each pulse dragging a fingernail of pressure down my spine. The arch, I shouted at Caelion. The pattern is still there beneath the sigils. He did not ask what pattern. He had seen the execution chamber. He had seen the star work cut through by dead sigils and accord wards, and he trusted me to know what I was reaching for. His shadow split. Half stayed wrapped around him like a second spine, deflecting a cultist's blade. Half shot toward the sealed arch, probing the silver-black barrier with tendrils of darker darkness. Serelith stood at the center of the chamber with both hands raised, the reliquary open before her, and the language that was not words spilling from her mouth like blood from a throat. Her Blavvean eruption had reached her shoulders now, crawling toward her jaw. "You cannot rewrite what was sealed in blood," she said, and the ancient language threaded through her words, making them resonate in my chest. "The hinge opens the door. The door cannot be closed from this side." "The hinge," I said, "is not what your grandmother thought it was." I pressed my palm flat against the floor. The accord shard beneath my tunic pulsed once, hard, in exact rhythm with my heartbeat. Caelion's shadow, still probing the arch, shuddered and went still. For one suspended breath, the entire chamber froze. The cultists, the jurists, the queen, as if the stone itself had drawn a sharp inhalation. Then the shrine answered. Not with the hissing language of the dead clauses, not with Serelith's ancient command. With silver, clean and absolute, bleeding up through the execution sigils carved into the floor and burning them away. The dead sigils screamed. There was no other word for it. A sound like parchment tearing inside my skull, and then the sigils blackened and crumbled, and beneath them, exactly where I had known they would be, the original star points ignited. 14 of them. Not 4 corrupted, not 2 missing. 14 points blazing in the dome above, in the floor below, in the walls around us. A lattice of silver fire that had been sleeping beneath centuries of blood and silence, and waiting for someone to call it by its true name. The projection hit the chamber like a physical blow. The stone turned translucent. Every surface became a window, and through the windows we saw the first shrine as it had been. A chamber of living rock, carved by hands that were neither fully human nor fully fey, by builders who called themselves bridge makers. A man and a woman stood at the center, their hands joined above a reliquary that held not dead clauses, but something that glowed with the same silver light that burned in my veins. They were the first rift born. The knowledge came not as words, but as certainty, pressed into my mind by the stone itself. They were not accidents, they were not aberrations. They were created, chosen, shaped by the old balance to be living bridges between sun and shadow, anchor points for the ward network that kept the world whole. The man turned, and his eyes were silver gray. Like mine, like my father's. "The first hinge," Caelion said beside me. His voice was rough with wonder and horror. The first hinge was not a threat. It was the original design. Serelith screamed. The sound was not rage, it was not even denial. It was a sound I had heard once before, in the warren, when a woman watched her child consumed by dead light and understood that everything she had believed was wrong. "You do not understand," she said, and the ancient language was gone from her voice now, stripped away by the silver light. "You do not know what came through the door after them. The bridge was the beginning of the end. My grandmother saw it. She sealed it to save us." "Your grandmother saw a truth she could not control," I said, "and she built a prison around it. She built the accords to make sure no Riftborn would ever rise to speak it again. She silenced the bridge makers and called their creation a corruption. She made the world believe that what I am is a mistake." The projection shifted. The first shrine dissolved, and we saw the moment of betrayal. A fey queen in frost-white armor, Serelith grandmother, standing over the bodies of the bridge makers with a reliquary in her hands. She was weeping. She was terrified. She was wrong. The reliquary in Serelith's hands cracked further. Black light bled from the fissure, trying to smother the silver. But the 14-point lattice was stronger now, fed by the shard against my ribs and the marks on my rusts and something else something that had been waiting in the foundations of Thornwatch since before the first queen's crime. The two jurists collapsed, their crimson sashes darkened to black, and their mouths stopped moving. The cultists scrambled backward, pressing against the sealed walls, their dead claws' blades dimming. "Lyra," Caelion said, "the wards above." I looked up, through the translucent stone, through the floor of the garrison chapel and the execution chamber and the foundations of Thornwatch. I saw the sky. The sky was tearing open. A crack, a fissure of dead light vomiting down over the city, wider than the Warren breach, wider than anything I had seen since I was 16 years old and my father held me in a burning house and told me to run. The shrine's awakening had cracked something open. The truth had entered the stone, and the stone had answered, and the answer had ripped a hole in the world above us. Seraph laughed. It was the ugliest sound I had ever heard from her, a laugh with no humor and no victory and nothing left but exhaustion. "You wanted the truth," she said, and the ancient language was gone from her voice now, stripped away by the silver light. "You do not know what came through the door after them. The bridge was the beginning of the end. My grandmother saw it. She sealed it to save us." "Your grandmother saw a truth she could not control," I said, "and she built a prison around it. She built the accords to make sure no Riftborn would ever rise to speak it again. She silenced the bridge makers and called their creation a corruption. She made the world believe that what I am is a mistake." The projection shifted. The first shrine dissolved, and we saw the moment of betrayal. A fey queen in frost-white armor, Seraph grandmother, standing over the bodies of the bridge makers with a reliquary in her hands. She was weeping. She was terrified. She was wrong. The reliquary in Seraph's hands cracked further. Black light bled from the fissure, trying to smother the silver, but the 14-point lattice was stronger now, fed by the shide against my ribs and the marks on my wrists, and something else, something that had been waiting in the foundations of Thornwatch since before the first queen's crime. Plizzically, Charane's silver light punched upward through stone and sky, and above Thornwatch, the dead light answered. I felt the fissure tear wider. Not with my eyes, I was still anchored in the shrine chamber with Caelion's hand locked around mine, and Seraph laughing her exhausted, shattered laugh. But the 14-point lattice blazed through me like a second heartbeat, and every star point was a nerve. I felt the breach above the city as if someone had driven a blade through my own ribcage. "They're coming through," I said. My voice came out thin, pressed flat by the pressure of holding the lattice open. "Something is coming through the fissure." Caelion's shadow surged. He was already moving toward the sealed arch, the one Seraph's reliquary had locked with language older than words. "How many?" "I don't know. Dozens. More than dozens. The dead light is spilling into the lower market, and there are shapes inside it." Through the translucent stone I saw them. Creatures tumbling from the sky fissure like drops of black rain, hitting rooftops and dissolving, reforming in the streets. Some wore shapes I recognized from the Warren 8 years ago, twisted human forms with too many joints. Others were worse, shapes that had never been human, shapes built from memory and hunger. Caelion pressed his free hand against the arch. Shadow bled from his palm into the stone, probing for weakness the way a surgeon probes a wound. "The seal is ancient, not accords. Older. It won't answer to shadow alone." "It answers to blood," Seraph said. We both turned. She stood at the center of the shrine, the cracked reliquary still cradled in her arms. The black veins had reached her jaw now, threading up from her shoulders like roots seeking water. Her pale violet eyes were dry, but something in them had broken. "Yours specifically," she continued, looking at me. The arch was keyed to the first hinge's bloodline. My grandmother sealed it so only a true Riftborn could open it from inside. She wanted to make sure no one could ever release the Breachmakers from below. And now Lyra is below, Caelion said. So she can open it. I can open it. I pulled my hand from his reluctantly, the warmth of his fingers lingering on my skin. The curse stirred at the separation, a warning ache behind my ribs, but I pushed it down. But if I open it, what else gets out? Saralat's laugh this time was quieter, almost intimate. You are beginning to understand. My grandmother was not wrong to be afraid. The first hinge opened a door, and something walked through that had no business in this world. She sealed it, and we called that sealing peace. We called it the blood accords. We pretended the thing beneath the prison was safely bound. The entity, I said. The entity is patient. The entity has been waiting for you to open every door between sun and shadow so it can walk through the widest one. The more you use the lattice, the more you awaken the full 14-point network, the easier its passage becomes. She shifted the reliquary at her arms, and black light oozed between the cracks like blood from a wound. You are fighting to save Thornwatch. The entity is counting on it. Above us, through the stone, a building collapsed. I felt the impact through the lattice, a distant shudder that should have been sound but translated into light behind my eyes. The civilians Mira had gathered in the Dyer's Square, the riders Caelion had left in the courtyard, the 60 garrison soldiers holding the inner keep. We don't have time for wardings, I said. I walked to the arch and pressed both palms against the stone. Silver veins threaded down my wrists, through my fingers, sinking into the ancient rock. We have time for choices. Open. The arch recognized me. The sensation was nothing like the Accord's hostile magic. This was older, simpler, a look that had been waiting for its key to come home. Silver light bled from my hands into the stone, and the arch dissolved into mist and silence. Cold air rushed down from above. The spiral stair was open. Caelion was at my side before I could speak. I'll clear the chapel. The cultists are still up there, and the transformed soldiers. Once I reach the surface, I can coordinate with Ashford and the riders, and leave me down here with her. His gaze flicked to Sarallath, then back to me. The calculation in his eyes was brutal and swift. She can't hurt you. Not now. The lattice is yours, and the reliquary is nearly spent. He touched my jaw, one brief gesture that was not performance and not careful. If I stay, I'm a shadow in a room full of light. Let me be useful where shadow belongs. I wanted to argue. Every instinct I had sharpened in Thornwatch's alleys told me that splitting up was what the enemy wanted, that Sarallath's wardings were tailored to drive a wedge between us, that the curse would notice the distance and find a way to punish it. But I could feel the dead light spreading through the city above. I could feel the creatures moving through streets I had walked since childhood. I could feel Mira's 40 civilians huddled in the Dyer's Square, waiting for a miracle or a funeral. Go, I said. But Caelion, if you feel the curse pull, if it starts to hurt more than the fighting does, you come back down. You don't try to be a hero, you come back. I am not a hero. He pressed his lips to my forehead, a kiss so brief it was barely memory, and then he was gone up the spiral stair, shadow coiling at his heels like a hound. The silence he left behind was enormous. Sarallath watched me with eyes that had seen empires fall. You love him. You knew that. I knew he loved you. That was dangerous enough. But you loving him in return. She shook her head slowly. The curse has been holding back, saving its strength. It knows the bond is the weapon. It knows that if it can break you apart now while the lattice is open and the breach is widening, it can undo everything you've built. I forced my eyes open. The silver light in the shrine was flickering. Then it doesn't understand what we've built, I said through gritted teeth. Or who built it. I reached again, harder this time. Not carefully, not gently the way I had been trained to hide everything that made me what I was. I reached with the full force of my rift-born magic, silver flame and human blood and fey shadow and every contradiction the Accords had tried to stamp out for 300 years. The curse screamed. I screamed with it. But through the pain, through the lattice, I felt Caelion's shadow answer. A pulse of darkness against the silver, steady as a heartbeat, steady as the hand he had pressed to my jaw before he left. The bond held. Then the curse twisted, not attacking, manipulating. The pain shifted from blade to something subtler, something that pulled at the edges of my consciousness and tried to make me forget why I was holding on. The Accords didn't just want to sever the bond. They wanted me to want it severed. They wanted me to believe I was a danger to him, that my love was a weapon pointed at his heart, that the only mercy I could offer was distance. Sarlight's voice cut through the fog. It feels like wisdom, doesn't it? The curse doesn't just hurt, it persuades. My grandmother designed it that way. She knew pain could be endured, but the belief that you are poison, that breaks people in ways pain never could. I looked at her. The black veins had reached her temples. She was dying, slowly, the reliquary's corrupt magic consuming her from the inside as she held it together. You felt this, I said, for centuries. I was trained to believe the curse was justice, that separation was mercy, that love was a door that only opened onto ruin. Her voice cracked. Rowan Voss taught me otherwise. He was the first human who ever looked at me and saw a woman instead of a queen. And when he begged me to spare you, not for power or politics, but because you were his daughter and he loved you, I understood that my grandmother had been wrong about everything. But you went through with the execution anyway. I went through with the execution because I was afraid, because I had spent 200 years believing the curse was wisdom, and one conversation with a dying soldier was not enough to break 2 centuries of conditioning. She lifted her chin. The gesture was pure fey, pure royalty, even with the corruption eating her alive. I am not asking for your forgiveness. I am telling you that the curse is lying to you right now, and you need to know what a lie feels like so you can choose truth. Above us, through the lattice, I felt Caelion's shadows surge with killing force. The transformed soldiers were falling. The cultists were breaking. He was almost through to the surface. But the creature on the rooftop above the dire square was still watching, still waiting. And the curse was still whispering, patient and persuasive as a lover, that the only way to save him was to let him go. I pressed my paw harder against the accord shard. The warmth steadied me. The truth, I said, is that I am the hinge, and a hinge doesn't work if it breaks apart. I reached for Caelion again, through the pain, through the persuasion, through the curse's patient, gentle insistence that I was doing him harm. His shadow met my light halfway, and for one breath, one impossible breath, the 14-point lattice flared so bright that every creature in the lower market shrieked and recoiled, and the dead light above Thornwatch flickered like a candle in a gale, and the thing on the rooftop scrambled backward with silver smoke streaming from its hollow eyes. Then the curse closed its fist. Not gently this time, not persuasively. The Accords had tried subtlety and failed, and now they were done playing. The pain was not physical, it was existential. It was the sensation of every bond I had ever trusted being peeled away from my soul, layer by layer, starting with the deepest. My father's voice, telling me I was not a mistake, Mira's hand on my shoulder in the warren, promising she would find me again. Caelion's fingers on my jaw, brief and warm and real. I felt them all pulling away. And I realized with a clarity that cut deeper than the pain that the curse was not trying to kill me. It was trying to make me forget. Lyra. Saralight's voice was sharp now, urgent. It is taking your bonds. It is taking the memories of why you formed them. You have to anchor yourself. You have to choose something it cannot take. The 14-point lattice was dimming. The star points were wavering. Above Thornwatch, the fissure began to widen again, and the creatures that had recoiled were turning back. I couldn't feel like Caelion anymore. Chapter 71. The curse had stopped trying to persuade me and had begun to dismantle. I felt it in my chest first, a pulling sensation like someone drawing thread from fabric. Not the sharp burning pain of the earlier backlash. Something quieter, more surgical. Each bond I had ever trusted, each memory that gave that bond meaning, was being unpicked, stitch by stitch, and I could feel the places where they had been attached growing smooth and blank. My father's voice. You are not a mistake, Lyra. You are the key. The words were there, I could repeat them, but the warmth beneath them was draining away. The memory of his hand on my shoulder in the warren, calloused and steady. I reached for it and found only the shape of what had been, hollowed out and cold. Anchor yourself, Saralight's said again, but her voice was distant now, a sound heard through water. You must anchor yourself to something it cannot take. I could not feel Caelion. The 14-point lattice flickered above me, the silver light guttering like a candle in a draught. Through the translucent stone, I saw the fissure widening, dead light vomiting into the Thornwatch sky, and the creatures were turning back toward the city. I saw Mira in the Dyer's Square, crossbow raised, 40 civilians behind her, and the bruised-skinned thing on the rooftop was leaning forward now, mouth opening on a laugh I could not hear. None of it felt real. None of it felt like mine. The curse did not want me dead. Death would have been a mercy, a martyrdom, a story someone else could carry. The curse wanted me erased, wanted every reason I had ever had to fight, stripped away until I was nothing but a hollow woman with silver in her veins and no memory of why the silver mattered. You were hidden. The thought rose not as a voice, but as a certainty, smooth and patient. You were hidden for 8 years in the warren, and no one came for you. No one knew you. No one wanted you. You were easiest when you were invisible. The silver flame on my wrist dimmed. You were claimed. Another certainty sliding into place like a key in a lock. Claimed by the Fae hunting party. Claimed by the blood accords. Claimed by Prince Caelion under false betrothal. A legal loophole, not a choice. You have never been chosen. You have only ever been useful. My breath caught. The accord shard pressed against my ribs was cooling, the pulse that had matched my heartbeat growing fainter. You were feared. The curse's work was precise, methodical, a surgeon cutting away everything that made me who I was. Feared by the garrison soldier who named you Riftborn. Feared by the court that watched you with velvet hostility. Feared by Queen Saraligth, who saw in you the weapon her grandmother tried to destroy. Feared by Caelion, who was trained to deliver you to sacrifice and could not separate duty from desire. The 14-point lattice wavered. 3 star points went dark. You were used. The certainty pressed deeper, finding the oldest wounds, the ones I had learned to guard with sarcasm and knives and careful exits. Used by the sunlit council who knew what you were for 8 years and waited for the right moment to demand your arrest. Used by the hollow prince who needed a riftborn to complete the sealing and found you convenient. Used by the entity beneath the prison, which calls you hinge and destiny and means to walk through every door you open. I was sinking. I knew I was sinking, could feel the fuel rising around me, but the curse had made the sinking feel like wisdom, like relief, like setting down a weight I had been carrying so long I had forgotten it was crushing me. And then, very faintly, I heard him. Not words, not yet, just the echo of his shadow surging above me, through the spiral stair, through the chapel, through the transformed soldiers and the cultists who were breaking. Caelion was fighting, bleeding, probably, giving everything he had to reach the surface and hold the line. And he was doing it without my light to steady his corrupted shadow. He was doing it because he had promised. The curse tried to pull that memory too, tried to unpick the moment in the cellar beneath the alchemist's shop when he had said, "I am the shadow to your light," and lent it not as poetry, but as vow. Tried to make me forget the way his hand had found mine in the oath chamber, unhesitating, and the silver flame had surged not as curse, but as answer. But this memory was different. This memory had weight the curse could not lift. Because Caelion had not hidden me. He had stood beside me before the entire court and claimed our bond as real, knowing it could kill us both. He had not claimed me. He had asked. Every touch, every near kiss, every moment of vulnerability had been offered with an open hand, never a closed fist. He had not feared me. He had looked at my silver flame, at the veins spreading like roots through my fingers, and called it just light. He had not used me. He had refused to deliver me to sacrifice. Had chosen me over protocol, over throne, over the mother who shaped him into a weapon. He had kissed my forehead before walking up that spiral stair, and it had not been goodbye. It had been, "I will come back." And that was the word the curse could not take. The one it had been trying to erase from the beginning, buried beneath centuries of blood and silence and a treaty built on fear. Chosen, not useful, not hidden, not claimed or feared or used. Chosen. The silver flame on my wrist caught. Not the dim flickering light of a candle in a gale, but the steady, bone-deep glow of something that had decided not to go out. The 3 dark star points relit, the 14-point lattice steadied, and I heard him. Not through the bond the curse had tried to sever, through the lattice, through the 14 star points that had been sleeping beneath centuries of blood and silence, waiting for someone to choose truth over fear. Through the accord shard pressed against my ribs, which pulsed once, hard, as if recognizing its own name. And his shadow, which had been fighting alone and corrupted and clinging to the memory of my light, answered. The curse screamed, not with pain, not with persuasion, but with something I had never heard from it before. Fear. Lyra, Saralaith breathed, and her voice was cracked with something that might have been hope or might have been grief. What have you done? I did not answer. Above Thornwatch, the dead light fissure was still widening. The creatures in the lower market were still turning back. The thing on the rooftop was still watching, but the 14-point lattice was burning silver white now, brighter than it had ever been, brighter than the execution sigils that had tried to bury it, brighter than the reliquary's corrupt magic, brighter than the dead light vomiting through the sky. And somewhere above me, through stone and fire and centuries of lies, Caelion's voice answered again. Chosen, he said. The curse drew back. For one breath, one impossible breath, it retreated. And then it lunged. Chapter 72. The curse lunged, and this time it did not whisper. It tore through me like a blade dragged along bone, and the sound that left my throat was not a scream, but something thinner, something that had no name in any language spoken above ground. The 14-point lattice flickered, 3 stars guttering, then 4. Cerulite's breathing caught wet and ragged against the reliquary's black glass plinth, and I could hear, beneath the curse's howling, the dying queen whisper something that might have been a prayer. But I was not listening to her. I was not listening to the curse. I was pressed against the lattice like a hand against glass, feeling, reaching, searching for the one thread the curse had not yet managed to sever. Above me, through stone and collapsing mortar, and the shriek of dead light, Caelion was still fighting. I could not feel him through the bond. The curse had made certain of that, had unpicked the thread between us with surgical precision, and left only a raw, bleeding absence where his presence had been. But the lattice was not the bond. The lattice was older than the accords, older than the first queen's crime, older than the division between sun and shadow, and it did not care what a 300-year-old curse thought it could take. Through the 14 star points, I saw him. He stood in the ruined chapel above the spiral stair, surrounded by bodies and rubble and the hissing remnants of transformed soldiers whose silver-black blood pooled on the flagstones. His shadow coiled around him in jerking, wrong movements, darker than it should be, missing the silver counterweight my light had always provided. He was bleeding from a gash above his left eye, and his coat was torn at the shoulder where a dead claw's blade had found purchase, and his pale violet eyes were fixed on the stair that led down to me. Captain Ashford was shouting at him. Her silver hair was matted with blood and ash, and she had one hand pressed against her ribs, where something had struck her hard enough to dent the pauldron. Behind her, through the shattered chapel doors, I could see the flicker of torches and the distinct glint of sun-forged steel. "The keep is falling," Ashford was saying, and her voice carried through the lattice with a clarity that burned. "The sunlit vanguard breached the outer gate 10 minutes ago. If we do not pull back now, there will be no line left to hold. Mira's civilians are evacuating through the drainage tunnel. You must come with us." "No, Mailme." Caelion's voice was hoarse, scraped raw by shouting my name through stone and steel, but it was steady. He did not look at Ashford. He did not look at the bodies, or the torches, or the dead light still vomiting through the fissure above Thornwatch. He looked at the stair. "Your Highness." Ashford stepped forward, and her winter steel eyes were bright with something that was not quite fear and not quite fury. "If you go back down there, you will die. The curse will kill you both. You know this." "I know what I promised." That promise was made before the bond was severed, before the curse escalated. The tactical situation has changed. "The tactical situation?" Caelion said, and his shadow rose around him like a wave that had not yet decided whether to crash. "Has not changed since I kissed her forehead and told her I would come back. That was not a diplomatic courtesy. That was not a performance. That was a vow, Captain. I will not break it." Ashford's jaw tightened. She had been a soldier longer than Caelion had been alive, and she knew the weight of orders given by a prince who was no longer hollow. She also knew the weight of watching someone walk into a fight they could not win. "At least let me send 2 soldiers with you." "No. They would slow me down, and the cultists are regrouping on the lower stair. I will clear the path alone." "You cannot clear a path and fight the curse and reach her before the reliquary detonates. The Queen's command is still active. The stone is still answering her voice. If you do not—" "Captain Ashford." Caelion turned to face her for the first time, and his shadow turned with him. And the thing that lived in his eyes was not a hollow pulse, was not the weapon Cerulite had shaped, was not even the man who had stood before the court and claimed our bond as real, knowing it could kill us both. It was something simpler. It was something fiercer. I did not choose her because it was safe. I did not choose her because the tactical situation permitted it. I chose her because she is the first person in 2 centuries of Nightveil's history who looked at me and saw someone worth choosing back. And I will not leave her to burn alone because the curse has decided to get creative. Do you understand me? Ashford heads hearting him to begin. As we will desully be home, I like to overtop your bounders. I get someone like this. I understand it. My deck ports coming men it does not like to threat. I interests when they are now biting the least little, and I shouldn't. To return starveful. I could not plick ahead, at the Chabril stair. Cultists met him on the 3rd landing, 2 of them, their black robes crusted with dried blood, their blades etched with clauses written in a language that predated the moon. Caelion's shadow took the first one through the throat before he could raise his weapon. The second lunged, and Caelion caught his blade on a conjured edge of darkness, twisted, and drove him into the wall hard enough to crack stone. He did not pause. He did not look back at the bodies. He kept descending. The vow was made, I said, and my voice was still steady, even as the curse clawed at the edges of my mind, trying to find another memory to erase. Before the severing, before the escalation, before any of this, the vow was made and he is coming back. Romantic nonsense. The world does not run on vows, it runs on power. The world, I said, has been running on a lie your grandmother told 300 years ago. Maybe it is time we tried something else. Lyra laughed, or maybe she coughed, and the sound was wet and dark and full of rot. You sound like Rowan. He said the same thing, you know, the night before the execution. The world has been running on a lie, Lyra. Maybe it is time we tried something else. He smiled when he said it, smiled, as if they were not going to kill him at dawn. A chunk of the ceiling crashed down 20 feet from the altar. Dead light poured through the gap, silver black and wrong, and something moved in it. Something vast and slow and patient that had been waiting 300 years for a crack wide enough to walk through. And then Caelion stepped off the spiral stair and into the shrine chamber. He was bleeding from 6 wounds. His shadow was fraying at the edges, corrupted past anything I had seen before, barely holding together without my light to steady it. His left hand was pressed against his ribs where something had struck him hard enough to crack bone, and his breathing was ragged and shallow and entirely recklessly alive. He looked at me. Across the silver-black light and the dying queen, and the reliquary still pulsing with its ancient language, he looked at me, and his eyes were the same pale violet they had always been, and they held no regret. You came back, I said. I said I would. He crossed the chamber in 4 strides, stepping over the bodies of the collapsed jurists, past the cultists who still breathed, past the corrupted star points that flared and guttered in his presence. He did not slow. He did not hesitate. The curse is about to detonate. Saralith was right about that much. The moment I touch you, it will throw everything it had at us. I know. You could tell me to stop. You could tell me it is not worth the risk. You could... Caelion. He stopped. He was close enough now that I could smell the blood and the ash and the cold, clean scent of shadow magic that had always been his alone. Take my hand, I said. He did. The curse did not scream this time. It did not whisper or persuade or try to unpick my memories one by one. It did something worse. It gathered every ounce of power it had accumulated in 300 years of punishment and separation and fear. Every death that had fed the execution sigils, every suppressed bond, every rift born it had unmade, and it hurled all of it through us at once. The pain was not pain. Pain was a word for something the body could contain, something with limits and edges and an end. This was annihilation. This was the blood accords trying to erase us so completely that not even our names would remain. Silver flame erupted from my mark. Shadow exploded from Caelion's. The 14-point lattice blazed so brightly the stone itself began to crack, and the cracks spread outward in a star pattern older than the first queen, older than the bridge, older than the division between night and sun. And the reliquary Sarat had carried across half a continent, the sealed vessel that contained the first queen's final command, the weapon built to ensure no bridge could ever rise again, shattered. The sound it made was not an explosion, it was a sob. The sob of something that had been locked in darkness for 300 years, something that had been written in blood and silence and had never expected to be released. The heart of the accords spilled into the chamber, and it was not dead. It was not a weapon. It was not the cold, legal machinery of separation Seraph had believed in all her life. It was alive. It was furious. And it had been waiting for us. Chapter 73. The world went white, then silver, then black. When my vision cleared, I was still standing, still holding Caelion's hand, still burning with a fire that felt like it would never stop. But the pain had changed shape. It was no longer the curse trying to unmake me. It was something else entirely. Something that poured out of the shattered reliquary in waves of heat and grief and a pressure so old my bones sang with recognition. The reliquary had not exploded outward. It had collapsed inward, folding into itself like a star dying. And where the black glass plinth had stood there was now only light. Living light. Light that breathed. Caelion's grip on my hand tightened until I felt the bones shift. His shadow was still fraying, still wrong, but it curled around our joined fingers with something that was not quite protectiveness and not quite desperation. Something closer to hope. "What is that?" he said. Not a question, a demand aimed at the dying queen. Cerilith did not answer. She could not. The black veins had threaded past her temples now, and down the left side of her jaw, and her pale violet eyes were fixed on the light with an expression I had never seen on her face before. Not fear, not hatred, something worse. Recognition. "I have carried that thing for 200 years, she whispered. 200 years, and I never once looked inside. My grandmother said it was a weapon, the final command, the law made absolute. She said it would save us if the bridge ever rose again." "It is not a weapon," I said. The words came out of me without thought, without doubt, without any conscious decision to speak. They came from the same place the silver flame came from, the place that had recognized the star pattern beneath the execution sigils, the place that had known the truth the first queen buried. "It is the heart of the accords." The light pulsed once, twice, 3 times, and then it opened. I saw it all. Not as words or images or anything my mind could hold in sequence. I saw it as the body feels a wound, immediate and total and beyond argument. The blood accords had been built on a foundation older than the first queen, older than the division between night and sun, older than the names humans and fae used to call themselves enemies. They had been built on balance, on consent, on the radical, terrifying idea that sun and shadow could choose each other freely, and that choice was what made the world whole. And then I saw what Cerilith's grandmother had done. She had not written the accords. She had rewritten them. taken the living heart of the old compact, the blood oath and the starfire and the 14-point lattice, and twisted it into a machine of separation. Every clause of punishment, every dead clause Serelith had tried to activate, every execution sigil carved into the floor beneath Thornwatch, all of it was perversion, corruption. Fear so vast it had burned for 300 years and called itself law. The original governing principle, a voice said from the shattered doorway, and I turned to see Nightveil picking his way through the rubble with Mira at his side, her crossbow still raised and her face streaked with ash and tears. Was balance through consent, not purity through punishment, not separation through blood. The bridge was meant to be a choice. That is why the first queen had to kill the bridgemakers. Not because they were dangerous, because they were proof. Proof of what? Caelion said, but his voice was strange, hollow, like he already knew the answer and could not bear to hear it spoken. Dorian met his eyes without flinching. Proof that sun and shadow were never meant to be enemies, that the division was manufactured, that the war the Accords ended was a war the first queen started and then blamed on the nature of magic itself. Mira lowered her crossbow. The bolt was black with dead light residue, and her hands were shaking, but her voice was steady. The civilians are in the tunnel. Ashford is holding the courtyard, but the sunlit vanguard has reached the outer market. Whatever you are going to do it now. Serelith laughed. It was not the laugh of a queen. It was the laugh of a woman who had spent 2 centuries holding a lie and had just watched it shatter in front of her. And the sound was wet and dark and horrible. She pushed herself up from the black glass plinth with hands that were more corruption than skin, and she reached into the heart of the light. "Do not touch it," I said. "You think I want to destroy it?" Serelith's fingers closed around the pulsing core, and the light flared, and the 14-point lattice screamed in a frequency that drove Mira to her knees and made Dorian stumble. "You think after everything I have done, everything I have sacrificed, everything I have murdering anyone who knew the truth and calling it necessity, and every single time you were wrong." I was afraid. "Yes," he said, "you were, and fear is not the same thing as wisdom." Serelith looked at him, her son, the prince she had hollowed out and filled with obedience and called love. Something in her face cracked, something that had been holding for 200 years. Then she raised the heart of the Accords above her head, and the light erupted, and she spoke a word in the ancient language, the language older than the first queen, older than the lie, older than fear. The shrine chamber inverted, the 14-point lattice did not dim, it inverted, turning inside out, and the silver light became silver black, and the pattern that had been feeding power into the world began to feed power into something else. Something beneath us. Something that had been waiting. "The door," Serelith said, and her voice was calm now, terribly calm, the calm of someone who had finally stopped fighting. "You wanted the truth. Here it is. The heart of the Accords is not a weapon. It is a lock. And I have just turned the key." Chapter 74. The silver-black light did not burn. It flowed. It poured out of Serelith's hands and into the inverted lattice like water finding a channel carved for it 300 years ago. And the shrine chamber groaned, and the stone beneath my knees grew worn, then hot, then something worse than hot. "You told me," he said, and his voice was wrong. Not the hollow prince, not the commander who had claimed a cohort with iron certainty. Something rawer, younger. "You told me when I was 8 years old that you made me strong because the world would break anything soft. You told me when I was 12 that obedience was the only armor a second son would ever have. You told me when I was 16, after the first time he had the jurists bind my shadow to your command, that it was love. Saralath's hands were dissolving. I could see the bones beneath the skin now, black-veined and splintering, and still she held the heart of the accords, and still the light poured. I did love you, she said. You sharpened me into a blade and called it devotion. Yes. The word came out steady, terrible, stripped of every layer of queenly performance she had worn for 2 centuries. Because a blade does not break when the world turns on it. A blade does not hesitate. A blade does not choose its wielder. And I needed you to survive, Caelion. I needed you to survive me. The chamber shook. Mira grabbed my arm and hauled me backward, away from the spreading pool of silver black that was eating across the floor, and Dorian pressed himself against the shattered doorway with his scholar's robes singed and his face the color of old parchment. The 14-point lattice screamed in a frequency that made my teeth ache. Caelion did not retreat. You needed me to obey, he said. You needed me to deliver her to the shrine and hold her down while the ritual consumed her. You needed me hollow enough that I would not ask questions when you asked me to murder the woman I love. That is not love. That is engineering. Saralath looked at him, truly looked, and for one breath, she was not the queen who had ordered the execution of my father. She was not the architect of the Blood-Aquad's deadliest clauses. She was a mother who had spent 2 centuries building a cage around her son and calling it protection, and something in her face folded. I know, she whispered. Then she raised what remained of her hands above her head, and the light erupted. The force of it drove Caelion back 3 steps. I caught his arm, and his shadow wrapped around my wrist before I could think, cold and frayed and desperate, and the touch of his magic against my silver veins sent a shock through both of us that was not the curse. It was recognition. It was the thing that had been waiting beneath the shrine for 300 years, and it knew our names. You think love without control can save this world? Saralath's voice rose, cracking, and the light flared brighter, and somewhere above us the deadlight fissure screamed in answer. You think choosing each other is enough? Look at what choosing has cost. Look at what the truth has already done. The sunlit armies are marching. The Unmade is pouring through every crack the lattice has opened. The entity beneath the prison is waking, and you, my son, my blade, my only surviving child who still breathes, you are standing in a dying shrine with a woman the entire world wants to burn, and you are telling me that love is enough. Caelion's shadow coiled around my arm. My silver veins pulsed in answer. The lattice was still inverted, still feeding power into the thing beneath us, but where Caelion's magic matched mine, the silver-black light buckled. It is not enough, he said. Love is not enough. It has never been enough. But it is the only thing you never tried. Saralath flinched. I saw it, Mira saw it. For one heartbeat, the queen of Nightveil, the woman who had murdered my father and called it necessity, flinched like a child caught in lies she had been telling so long she had forgotten it was false. Then her face hardened, the crack sealed. The exhaustion and the grief and the terrible fractured love vanished behind 2 centuries of training, and Saralath spoke a second word in the ancient language, and the thing beneath the shrine answered. The floor split, not in the center, not beneath the plinth, directly beneath Caelion and me. I felt the stone drop out from under us, and my hand locked around Caelion's wrist, and his shadow surged upward in a desperate spiral that caught nothing, because the silver-black light ate through it like acid through silk. We fell. Saralath's voice followed us down. Then watch. Watch what love without control has built. Watch what comes when the door opens. And tell me, my son, my blade, my greatest failure, that I was wrong. We hit stone. Hard. The impact drove the breath from my lungs and the light from my eyes, and when I could see again, I was lying on my back in a chamber that was not the shrine. It was older. The walls were carved from stone that predated the palace, predated the first queen, predated everything Dorian had ever shown me in his archives. The carvings were not fey. They were not human. They were something else entirely. A language of spirals and angles and impossible geometries that hurt to look at. And at the center of the chamber, in a pool of liquid silver that did not reflect light but drank it, something was rising. Caelion groaned beside me. His hand found mine. His shadow was gone, stripped away by the fall, and his face was bloodless, and his eyes were fixed on the thing emerging from the pool. There she is, Saralath said from above, and her voice was calm now, calm and cold and empty. The first bridge. The first failure. The reason I sharpened you into a weapon, Caelion. The reason the accords exist. The reason love must never ever be trusted with power. The thing in the pool opened its eyes. They were silver gray, like mine, like my father's, like the first Riftborn the records had tried so hard to erase. It smiled. Hello, daughter, it said. I have been waiting for you to come home. Chapter 75. The woman who called me daughter stepped from the pool without disturbing its surface. Liquid silver clung to her like wet silk, sliding from shoulders and hips and the long curve of her throat, and where it touched the stone it left no stain, no ripple, no proof she had ever been submerged. Her hair was the color of old moonlight. Her face was my father's face, stripped of everything human and recast in something that had never learned to fear. Her eyes were my eyes, silver gray, bright, alive with a light that did not belong to any magic I had ever touched. Caelion's hand tightened on mine. His fingers were cold, his pulse a ragged stutter beneath the skin. The fall had taken his shadow. He was naked without it, a prince stripped of the only armor he had ever been allowed to wear, and I felt his fear in the way his thumb pressed against the silver veins threading my wrist. Do not be afraid, the first bridge said. Fear is a language they taught you. I am not them. Her voice moved through the chamber like water finding cracks in stone. The carvings on the walls, the spirals and impossible angles, pulsed once in answer. Above us, the shrine screamed. Not stone, not wind, the dead light fissure tearing wider, ripping through the inverted lattice Saralath had turned into a wound. I felt it through the 14 points that still burned inside my chest, 4 of them corrupted silver black, 10 flickering between dark and light. The entity beneath the prison was moving. I could feel that too, a weight shifting in foundations older than memory, patient enough to weigh 300 years, and hungry enough to swallow a city when the door finally opened. Mira is up there, I said. Dorian, 40 civilians in a dire square with crossbows and ash on their faces. They will not survive what is coming. Yes, the first bridge said, but not yet. Time moves differently here. You have a handful of breaths before the store reaches them. Will you use those breaths well? She lifted one hand, and the silver pool behind her rose into a column that did not fall, a liquid pillar that turned slowly in the air. Inside it, I saw the shrine chamber above. Mira pressed against the shattered doorway, one hand clutching the frame, the other wrapped around a crossbow I recognized from Rowan's old workshop. Dorian beside her, his scholar's robes singed black, shouting something I could not hear at a figure I could not see. The dead light was pouring through the broken dome in sheets, and the cultists Serelith had abandoned were dissolving where they stood, their black robes emptying onto the stone. And Serelith, the queen, knelt at the heart of the inverted lattice, her hands reduced to blackened bone, her silver-white hair threading through with veins of corruption that pulsed in rhythm with the thing beneath. Her lips were moving, still speaking the ancient words, still holding the lock open. "She is trying to contain it," Caelion said, and his voice was raw with something I could not name. "She thinks she can hold the collapse at the shrine. Sacrifice herself, buy Thornwatch a few more hours." He was right. I knew he was right. Serelith had spent 2 centuries lying to herself about what fear could justify, and she would spend her last breath on the same lie because it was the only thing she had left. But I was done letting her choices be the only ones that mattered. The first bridge smiled, not warm, not cold, ancient and patient, and full of a certainty that had survived the first queen's blades, the first queen's lies, the first queen's 1,000-year effort to erase every trace of what she had been. "You understand now," she said. "The accords were built on consent, on balance, on 2 hands holding the door together, not 1 hand locking it. She broke the pattern. Her granddaughter has spent centuries lying to herself about what fear could justify, and she would spend her last breath on the same lie because it was the only thing she had left. But I was done letting her choices be the only ones that mattered." The first bridge laughed, a soft sound like rain striking still water. "So like the first ones, they chose the same way. Balance by blood, the old language called it. One to hold the light, one to anchor the shadow. Not sacrifice, not punishment, just 2 people who refused to let go." The pool rose around us, not drowning, not cold. The liquid silver poured over my skin like a second breath, and Caelion gasped beside me, and I felt it. The moment the pattern recognized what we were offering. Not a weapon, not a door, not a hinge in a seal forced together by a treaty that hated them, but a bridge built from choice. The 14 points flared, every point, every node. The 4 that had been corrupted silver-black, the 10 that had flickered between dark and light, the 100 more scattered across Eloria where the original shrines had slept beneath centuries of blood and silence. The first bridge's hands came up, and the language of spirals poured from her mouth, and the liquid silver around us became a column of light that punched upward through stone, through bone, through the dead light fissures Serelith had torn open, and for one terrible heartbeat, I was not in the chamber anymore. I was everywhere. I was the shrine ceiling shattering. I was Mira dragging Dorian back from the edge of the collapsing floor. I was Caelion's shadow erupting from his chest in a torrent of uncorrupted night, no longer frayed, no longer poisoned, no longer the thing Serelith had bound in obedience. I was the first queen's crime burning away in silver fire. I was the heart of the accords, still locked, still held open by the woman who had turned the key. Serelith looked up, through the storm, through the dead light, through the dissolving cultists and the screaming stone and the entity beneath the prison that was beginning, finally, to wake. She looked up and saw me. I was not asking. "There is no containing it," I said, and my voice came from everywhere, from every star point, from every thread of silver light that had ever pulsed beneath my skin. "You can hold the lock and die, and Thornwatch dies with you. Or you can let go. Help me restore what your grandmother broke. Choose." She did not answer. Her mouth opened. The ancient words stopped. The corruption threading through her hair darened for 1 heartbeat, 2, and her eyes, Those pale violet eyes that had watched my father die, that had sharpened her son into a blade, that had lied for 200 years to preserve a peace built on murder, showed me something I had never expected to see in them: doubt. Then the entity beneath the prison screamed, and the deadlight fissure split wider, and the choice tore itself from her hands. She hesitated. One fatal beat, one breath in which 2 centuries of certainty wavered, and the Queen of Nightveil, for the first time since she watched my father smile at the edge of his grave, did not know what she believed. I used that beat. The liquid silver column around us collapsed downward, not into the pool but into me, pouring through the 14-point lattice that blazed now in every nerve and every scar and every silver vein threading my arms since I was 16 years old and watched my father die. "This," he said, "whatever it is, whatever it costs, whatever we become, this." The entity beneath the prison howled, a sound that rattled the foundations of every shrine still standing. But the door did not open wider. The door began impossibly to close. Surlath's hands, what remained of them, fell away from the inverted lattice. The corruption that had threaded through her hair and her veins and her voice for 2 centuries unraveled. Not healed, not forgiven, but stopped. The key she had turned snapped back, and the heart of the Accords, the lock that had been built to keep the first bridge buried, shuddered once and went still. She looked at me. Not at the storm. Not at the prince whose shadow had finally broken free of her. At me. "Your father," she whispered, "told me you would be the one who made me choose." I did not have time to answer, because the entity beneath the prison, the thing that had waited 300 years for a crack wide enough to walk through, was not done. The closing door stuttered, the dead light flared, and from the fissure above, something vast and patient and cold began to descend. The first bridge's voice echoed through the chamber, calm as a star dying. "The lock is broken. The pattern holds. But the unmade was never the prison. The unmade was the lid. And the thing inside has just remembered how to scream." The entity hit the shrine ceiling, and the world went white. Mira's voice, distant and desperate, was the last thing I heard before the light swallowed everything. Lyra, move. Chapter 76. The white ate everything. Not the dead light's silver black, not the corrupt glow that had poured from the inverted lattice, but pure white, absolute, the color of the first moment before sun and shadow learned to fear each other. I could not see Caelion. I could not see the shrine, the pool, the first bridge, the shattered doorway where Mira had been dragging Dorian backward. I could not see my own hands. But I could feel. Every star point in the 14-point lattice burned inside my chest like a second heartbeat. The silver veins threading my arms had spread past my wrists, past my elbows, pulsing in time with something vast and old beneath the stone. The entity's howl still vibrated through the foundations, but it was no longer the only voice. Beneath it, threaded through it, the first bridge's words repeated in the language of spirals, and I understood them without knowing how. The pattern holds, but holding is not enough. You must become what the first queen unmade. The white began to thin. I saw Caelion first. His shadow had wrapped around us both, a cocoon of uncorrupted night that pulsed in counterpoint to my silver light. His face was inches from mine, pale with exhaustion, streaked with blood from a cut above his brow, but his eyes, those pale violet eyes that had once been hollow as winter, were awake, present. His hand still pressed against my heart, and my hand, I realized, had found its way to his chest without my choosing. shadow and silver threaded between our fingers like roots intertwining. The entity, I breathed. It hit the ceiling. The shrine is still standing. Barely. His voice was raw, scraped hollow by the fight above, but steady. I can feel the dead light pressing down. It hasn't broken through. Not yet. Not yet. Because the door was closing, but the thing inside had remembered how to scream, and screams could shatter stone. The white light contracted. The cocoon of shadow and silver tightened around us, and for one terrible second, I felt the blood accords reach for us again. Not as the curse that had tried to erase my memories, not as the voice that had called me poison, but as something older and colder. The first Quillen's binding. The law she had written in blood and silence 300 years ago, designed to ensure no rift thorn would ever rise to speak the truth again. You are not a bridge, the accords whispered, and the voice was not the curse's hatred, but something worse. Certainty. Certainty that had held for 3 centuries. Certainty that had killed my father, hollowed Caelion, buried the first bridge beneath liquid silver and lies. You are an aberration, a fracture. The world breaks where you stand. Let go. I felt Caelion's shadow waver, not from fear, but from the weight of that command, pressing down on both of us like a boot on a throat. No, I said. The word was small, a syllable swallowed by the storm, by the entity's howl, by the groaning stone. But Caelion heard it. The first bridge heard it. The lattice burned brighter. I am not asking permission anymore. The silver flame rose, not as a desperate flicker, not as a weapon, not as the unstable magic that had burst from my hands in the Warren Market 8 years ago and marked me for death. This time I did not fight the shadow. I did not hold the light apart from the dark, trying to prove I was only one thing, only human, only safe. The first pattern, the original pattern, the one the first queen had broken when she killed the bridge makers and built her prison of laws, was not separation. It was consent. My silver flame reached for Caelion's shadow, not consuming it, not resisting it, passing through. And his shadow, the shadow that Cerelit had bound and caged and sharpened into a weapon, opened, welcomed, wrapped around the light like it had been waiting 300 years to come home. The accords screamed. Not the curse, the accords themselves, the corrupted heart of the treaty, the lock Cerelit had turned, the inverted lattice still burning with silver-black fire above us, all of it screamed as the first pattern locked into place. I felt the binding claw at me, trying to flinch shadow from light, trying to unmake what we were becoming. Pain ripped through my chest, through my scarred forearm, through every silver vein that now ran like rivers under my skin. Caelion held. His hand did not move from my heart. His shadow did not retreat. He did not speak, did not promise, did not offer reassurance. He simply stayed, and that staying was the most powerful thing anyone had ever given me. The liquid silver pool beneath us erupted, not into the chamber, into me. I saw everything. The 14 star shrines scattered across Eloria, 7 in Nightveil, 7 in the sunlit kingdoms, connected by threads of silver light that had been dormant for centuries. I saw the shrine beneath Thornwatch, its 4 erupted points bleeding black, the other 10 dark and silent. I saw the ward nodes, hundreds of them, ancient stones buried at crossroads and river forks and mountain passes, each one a pulse point in the living network the first Borg had built before the first Queen unmade her. I saw them flare, one by one, 2 by 2, a constellation waking. The path was there, laid out before me like a map drawn in light and shadow, every node a step, every shrine a gate. I could feel the weight of it, the impossibility of it, the distance between what I was and what the bridge needed to become. I could not walk it. Not yet. The pyre required, the understanding, the sheer time. It was beyond anything I could reach from this chamber, from this moment, from this broken body still learning to hold both halves of itself together. But I could see it. And the entity beneath the prison saw it too. The white light shattered. The cocoon of shadow and silver burst outward, and I was back in the ancient chamber, on my knees, Caelion's arm around my shoulders, the first bridge standing before us with liquid silver running from her hair like tears. Above, through the fissure that split the shrine ceiling, the dead light had stopped expanding. The fissure was no longer widening. It was healing. Stone ground against stone, silver fire laced through the cracks. The entity howled, a sound that shook the foundations of every shrine still standing, but the door was closing. The lid was settling back to the place. The thing beneath it, the thing that had waited 300 years for a crack wide enough to walk through, was being sealed away again. Not destroyed, not defeated, but contained. For now. Lyra. Mira's voice. Not in my head, not through the lattice. Real, hoarse, coming from above. I looked up. The shrine ceiling was a ruin, shattered stone and twisted metal, but through the gap I could see Mira's face, ash-streaked, bleeding from a cut on her cheek, her crossbow still in one hand. Dorian was beside her, his scholar's robes torn, his face the color of old parchment. Behind them, through what remained of the shattered doorway, I could see the cultists' empty robes blowing away like ash. The transformed soldiers had collapsed. The dead light was retreating from the shrine walls like a tide pulling back from shore. Sarilith lay crumpled at the edge of the inverted lattice. She was not dead. I could feel her heartbeat through the pattern, weak but steady. The corruption that had threaded through her hair and veins had unraveled completely. Her hands, what remained of them, were blackened bone and seville scar tissue, but the black veins no longer climbed toward her heart. The key she had turned was broken. The lock she had built her reign on, her silver-gray eyes, my eyes, Rowan's eyes, were fixed on the fissure above. The lid is closed, but he has remembered his voice. He will not forget again. He. Not an it, not a force, a he. Before I could ask, the entity beneath the prison spoke. Not a howl is this time, not a scream, a voice. Ancient and vast and threaded through with the chorus of everyone who had died to keep him buried, but a voice nonetheless. It came from beneath the stone, from beneath the liquid silver, from the place where the Unmade had been built as a lid, and the first queen had built the accords as a lock, and 300 years of silence had kept the truth from waking. Hinge my name. Not Lyra. The title the entity had given me in the chamber beneath the palace, the title the star had confirmed, the title the first bridge had spoken like a summons and a promise. You have closed the door, but you have not broken the lock. The accords still bind, the war still waits, and I remember the way out. The voice paused. The stone beneath my feet vibrated with something that might have been laughter, might have been grief, might have been the patience of something that had waited 300 years and could wait 300 more. When you are ready to walk the path you saw, daughter of the bridge, I will be here. The presence withdrew, not gone, never gone, but quiet, waiting. The dead light above the shrine flickered once, twice, and then collapsed inward, folding into a single point of silver black that hung in the shattered ceiling like a watching eye. The world did not go white this time. It went still. Mira was the first to break the silence. Her voice cracked on my name, relief and terror and exhaustion all tangled together, and I heard her boots scraping on broken stone as she half climbed, half fell down through the fissure toward us. Dorian was close behind, his scholar's robes catching on jagged edges, his ink-stained fingers leaving smears of blood on the stone. "The civilians," I said, and my voice sounded strange to my own ears, layered with an echo that had not been there before. "The Dyer's Square. Held." Mira landed hard on the chamber floor, stumbled, caught herself on a chunk of fallen masonry. Her face was streaked with ash and then tears. The bruise-skinned thing vanished when the deadlight collapsed. The sunlit vanguard pulled back from the outer market. I don't know if they're retreating or regrouping. Ashford's still holding the courtyard. She looked at me, at Caelion, at the liquid silver still threading through the air like slow lightning. "What the hell happened down here?" I opened my mouth to answer, and the first star point in the 14-point lattice, the one connected to the shrine beneath Thornwatch, flared with light so bright it burned through my silver veins like a second sun. No, not the shrine. Something beyond it. Something west. A ward node. Ancient. Buried. Dormant for centuries. And it was screaming. The first bridge turned her head toward the west. Her expression did not change, calm as a star dying, calm as something that had waited 300 years and knew the waiting was not over. But her voice, when she spoke, carried a weight that pressed the air from my lungs. "Another door is opening. Not here, not the prison. The path you saw, daughter. The path you cannot yet walk." She met my eyes. "Someone else is walking it." For the face my bracing. He felt the western ward node scream before I understood what the sound meant. It was not a sound. Not exactly. It was a rip in the silver network now threaded through my veins. A tear somewhere far from Thornwatch, somewhere ancient and buried and suddenly violently awake. The 14-point lattice flared inside my chest, and I felt Caelion's shadow tighten around my light in answer, a reflex he did not control and did not try to. "Where?" I managed. The first bridge did not answer with words. She lifted one hand, the liquid silver dripping from her fingers like slow mercury, and pointed west. The gesture was precise and absolute and utterly without comfort. "There is a shrine older than the name Nightveil," she said. "Older than the word Fae or the memory of sun. The first queen could not reach it, so she buried it. Someone had dug it up." Mira's face went pale beneath the ash. "Someone. Who?" "I do not know their shape, only their intent. They are walking the path you saw, daughter, the path you cannot yet walk." The first bridge's silver-gray eyes, my eyes, Rowan's eyes, found mine. And they are walking it wrong. The single point of dead light hanging in the shattered ceiling above pulsed once, twice. The stone beneath my feet answered with a vibration I felt in my molars, my sternum, the spreading silver veins that now threaded past my elbows and climbed toward my shoulders. "We need to get above," Caelion said. His voice was hoarse but steady. His shadow, uncorrupted now, coiled at his feet like something waking from a very long sleep. "The western shrines are part of the continental network. If someone is activating them wrongly, the whole lattice could fracture." "And the entity," Dorian added, his scholar's voice cracking on the word. "The entity beneath the prison." He said the war still waits. If the Accord's lock is being forced from the other side, he will find a door. I finished the thought before he could. The first bridge inclined her head, once, slow, a confirmation that felt like a blade drawn across my rubs. I turned toward the fissure where broken stone formed a rough stair back to the shrine level above. My legs were still unsteady. My voice still carried that strange echo, a harmonic I could not quite control, as if something else was speaking beneath my words now. something that had not been there before the liquid silver poured into my lattice. Caelion caught my elbow, not restraining, steadying. "I can walk," I said. "I know." He did not let go. His fingers were warm against the silver-lit skin of my arm, and where he touched, the light flared brighter, and the shadow at his feet answered, and somewhere deep in the continental lattice another connection locked into place, with a sound only I could hear. The brand was deepening. I felt it with every step we took up the broken stair. The original pattern, the balance by blood, the first design the first queen had broken, was not finished with us yet. Every time his shadow touched my light, every time we chose each other instead of separation, something permanent etched itself into the 14-point network. Not a curse, not the Accord's punishment. Something older than both. Something that hurt, but the hurt felt like a door opening, not a door slamming shut. Dorian scrambled up behind us. Mira followed, her crossbow still slung across her back, her eyes moving constantly, checking for threats that no longer came from the dead light, but light come from anywhere else. The shrine revel was chaos frozen mid-collapse. The 14-point lattice still burned in the dome above, all 14 star points flaring silver now. The corruption that had darkened 4 of them burned away by the original pattern lack into place. The black glass plinth that had held the heart of the Accords was a crater now, molten at the edges, still smoking. The inverted lattice Ilyne had built lay shattered across the floor in shards of silver black that no longer held power. And Ilyne herself, she had not loved from where she fell. Her hands were blackened bone now, the corruption entirely retreated, her gown of frost-white torn and scorched and stained with the residue of dead light, her silver-white hair was tangled with ash. Her pale violet eyes were open and empty and fixed on the ceiling with an expression I could not read. Not defeat, not peace, something quieter, something I recognized because I had felt it myself when I finally stopped hating Rowan for dying instead of staying. "I was not her victim," he said, as if answering a question no one had asked. "I was her creation. There is a difference. Victims are passive. Creations can choose to unmake themselves." "Did you?" Mira asked. He looked at me. His shadow reached across the broken stone and touched my silver-lit hand without flinching, without hesitation, without the curse striking because the curse had been part of the corrupted Accords, and the corrupted Accords were broken now. At least here, at least in this shrine where the original pattern had been restored. "I chose her," he said. "That was the beginning." I did not know what to say. My voice was still layered with that strange echo, my silver veins still pulsing with the light of all 14 star points, my skin still carrying the memory of liquid silver pouring through the lattice while his shadow wrapped around my heart. The brand was deepening. I could feel it settling into my bones, into the network, into the continental lattice that connected every star shrine and every ward node and every buried truth the first queen had tried to silence. Then the western star point flared again. Not a scream this time, a howl. A sound that tore through the lattice and hit me in the chest like a physical blow. I stumbled. Caelion caught me. His shadow surged up around us both, and I felt his heartbeat through the bond, steady and strong, and entirely unafraid. "Someone is walking the path," I said. "Faster now, there." I did not finish, because boots were pounding on the stairs above, not cultists, not transformed soldiers, real boots, real soldiers. The sound of armor and drawn steel, and the particular cadence of people who had fought their way through a city under siege to reach this place. Eris emerged from the shattered doorway first. He was still wearing the same clothes he had worn in the council chamber, torn now, scorched at the edges, his elegant composure stripped down to something raw. His violet eyes, so like Caelion's and nothing like Caelion's, swept the shrine chamber in a single sharp arc. The broken lattice, the shattered reliquary, the empty cultist robes, the 14-point star burning pure silver above. And Seriloth. He stopped moving. His soldiers, 4 of them, all wearing the insignia of the Nightveil Guard, fanned out behind him and stopped too. One of them made a sound low in his throat, something between a prayer and a curse. "Mother," Eris said. She did not respond. Her empty eyes stayed fixed on the ceiling. Her blackened hands did not move. The corruption that had threaded through her for 2 centuries was gone, but so was everything else. Everything that had made her the queen who ruled through fear and necessity and the terrible weight of secrets she had carried since her grandmother first broke the pattern. "She turned the key," I said. My voice still carried that echo. Eris flinched when he heard it. "She opened the lock beneath the shrine. The first bridge restored the original pattern. The seals are broken. The dead clauses are unmade. She chose." Caelion finished. "At the end, she chose to let go." Eris stared at his brother, at the shadow coiling at Caelion's feet, whole and uncorrupted, and no longer bound by the legal seals that had made him obedient. At the way Caelion stood, shoulders back, chin lifted, something in his posture that had been missing since childhood and was now, finally, present. "You're different," Eris said. "Yes, the Hollow Prince is dead." Caelion's voice was calm, not cruel, not triumphant, simply true. "He died when the seals shattered. What remains is what she could not carve out, what my father tried to preserve, what Lyra chose to trust." Eris looked at me. His expression was unreadable, but something was moving behind his eyes, something I recognized from the hidden oath rooms and the council chamber, and every moment when he had hovered on the edge of choosing a side and held himself back. "She told me Prince Eris was dead," I said. "Your mother. She said Caelion was her only surviving child who still breathed." Something flickered across Eris's face. Not surprise, confirmation. "She disowned me the moment I refused to support her flight from Nightveil," he said. "In her eyes, a son who defies her is not a son. I have been dead to her for days now." He looked at Seriloth's broken form. "I suppose it no longer matters." "It matters," Caelion said. "You came." "I came because Thornwatch was burning and the sunlit vanguard was at the outer market, and my mother had vanished with a weapon that could unmake the continent." Eris's voice sharpened, some of the old court polish cracking through. "I came because someone had to hold the line. The sunlit forces pulled back when the dead light collapsed. They're regrouping. They don't know what happened here, and they're afraid of what they don't know." "The Western Shrine," I said. "Someone is walking the path. Someone is activating star points I have not reached yet. If the sunlit forces are regrouping, if someone on the human side knows about the shrines." Eris went very still. "The Western Shrine. You mean Ilyne Ward?" "No, older than Ilyne Ward. Older than the name Nightveil. The first bridge said the first queen could not reach it, so she buried it." I felt the Western star point pulse again, another howl, another rip in the network. "Someone has dug it up." Eris's face lost what remained of its color. "There is only one shrine that fits that description," he said slowly. "The Thornlight Archive. The one Lady Elsin Veilcrest was arrested for protecting. The one my mother spent 2 centuries pretending did not exist." Dorian made a strangled sound behind me. "The Veilcrest Oath. Lie blood and—" "Elsin Veilcrest is an oath-bearer. If she's been under house arrest in Thornlight, and the Sunlit Council filed sedition charges 3 days ago, and now the Western Shrine is screaming." "She's not under arrest anymore," Eris said. "The Sunlit Council's grip on Thornlight broke when the deadlight hit. The garrison abandoned their posts. Elson Veilcrest was last seen walking toward the old foundation stones beneath the prison tower. He looked at me. She's the one walking the path. The 14-point lattice above us flared so bright I had to shield my eyes, and the entity beneath the prison, the ancient, conscious male presence the Unmade had been built to contain, the voice that had called me Hinge and promised the war still waited, spoke one word that echoed through the stone and the silver and the healing fissure above. Finally, the single points of dead light in the shattered ceiling pulsed, once. And somewhere to the west, a door that had been buried for 300 years opened. Chapter 78. The air above Thornwatch still tasted of dead light and silver, a metallic sweetness that clung to the back of my throat and would not wash away no matter how many times I swallowed. Dawn had broken 2 hours ago, but the sun looked wrong, thinner than it should be, as if the battle had worn a hole through something that could not be mended. I stood in the courtyard of the garrison chapel and watched soldiers count bodies. 47 dead from the 5th cohort. 12 civilians from the Dyer's Corps, caught by falling stone when the dead light hit the eastern wall. 3 cultists whose black robes had not been enough to protect them when the original pattern locked into place and unmade the clauses they served. The numbers arrived in fragments, shouted across the yard by mud-splattered soldiers who could not look at me for more than a heartbeat. Caelion stood at my left, his shadow pooling at his feet like a creature tasting freedom for the first time. When the sunlight touched him, the shadow did not shrink. It held its shape, full and uncorrupted, as certain as his own spine. "The garrison commander wants to speak with you," Mira said from behind me. Her crossbow was still slung across her back, but her hands were empty now, smeared with ash and dried blood from binding wounds in the square. "He's got 4 human soldiers with him. They're saying the Fae broke the peace first. They're saying they saw shadow magic tear open the outer gate before the dead light hit." "That's a lie," Caelion said, not hot, not defensive, tired and certain, and carrying a weight I recognized. "I know it's a lie." Mira's voice was flat. "But half the garrison doesn't. The other half saw your riders hold the courtyard while the sunlit vanguard broke through the outer market. The truth is a mess, and everyone is too angry to sort it out." I turned from the body count. My silver veins pulsed once beneath my sleeves, and I felt the western star point pull at me, a low ache like a stitch in my side that would not heal. The first bridge had told me something was walking the path. Elson Veilcrest, Eris had said, and the entity beneath the prison had spoken a single word into the silence. Finally. "We need to see Lyra," I said. Mira's face tightened. "She's in the chapel's sublevel. Dorian's with her. She hasn't spoken since the lattice locked. Not a word, not a blink. She just sits there with her hands like burned kindling and stares at the wall." "Then she's still in there somewhere," I said. "A shell doesn't stare." Caelion looked at me. Something moved in his eyes, something complicated and old and not yet resolved. He had been hollowed by that woman, carved into a blade, taught that obedience was love and love was a leash. And now the leash was gone, and the woman who had held it sat in a stone room beneath the chapel, reduced to blackened bone and silence, and he did not know what to feel. Neither did I. "She chose," he said quietly. "At the end, she let go." Letting go is not the same as healing. I touched his hand, just the brush of knuckles, and his shadow rose to meet my fingers without any command from him. The brand between us flared once, a heat that was no longer pain, but something closer to recognition. "We'll see her when the garrison is settled. First, we need to stop the courtyard from turning into a sodden battlefield." The garrison commander was a man named Rowan, gray-haired and square-jawed, with a scar across his nose that pulled his mouth into a permanent sneer. He stood with 4 soldiers at his back, all human, all wearing Thornwatch gray, all gripping sword hilts as though the battle had not ended. Behind them, Captain Ashford stood with 3 Fae soldiers of the 5th cohort, her winter steel eyes fixed on Relin with the patience of someone who had been counting bodies while humans sharpened accusations. "Prince Caelion," Relin said when we approached. He did not bow. "Your soldiers broke the outer gate. We have witnesses who saw shadow magic tear through the eastern wall before the dead light hut. If Nightveil used the chaos to seize Thornwatch, you have witnesses who saw shadow magic fight the dead light." Caelion interrupted. His voice was calm, the only sign of what it cost him to look at her. "She's absent. There's a difference." "Stilly justly broken, Sagid." The glass man where was a justry, rinkting dirtly fail. The glide light toter was left in Jeway, airing the eastern mine, clear of the minutes of the flot to get to the college hold. The prophets that it still tasted diem of the triggery full exable from the angeli solid in the dedication spirit head. Her ruer errands given it, who avoids a single skin reed, suddenly times that literally ottering a rodman. Her silver white hair hung lank around her face. Her eyes, pale violet and utterly empty, stared at the far wall without blinking. Dorian stood in the corner, his scholar's robes singed and his ink-stained fingers pressed together at his chest. He looked up when I entered, and something in his expression made my stomach clench. "She hasn't moved," he said. "Not since the lattice locked and the corruption unraveled. I've tried speaking to her. I've tried her name, her titles, Rowan Voss's name. Nothing." I knelt in front of Saralithe, close enough to see the thin scar through her left eyebrow, the faint lines at the corners of her mouth, the absolute stillness of a face that had once commanded 2 centuries of fear and obedience. "You said you would burn knowing you did not let the entity escape," I said quietly. "You didn't burn. You let go. Somewhere in there you chose something different." No response, not a flicker of recognition, not a whisper of the ancient language that had cracked the shrine's foundations. "She's not broken," Caelion said from the doorway. His voice was tight, the only sign of what it cost him to look at her. "She's absent. There's a difference. The corruption came out of her, and so did something else. Something that held her together for 200 years. Her will," Dorian said softly. "The blood accords fed on will, on choice, on the ability to bind and be bound. When the original pattern locked and the corrupted clauses were unmade, everything she built her reign on was erased, including, perhaps, the story she told herself about who she was." I looked at Saralithe's empty eyes and thought about Rowan Voss, about the promise she had made him before his execution, that she would not let me become what he was. About her confession in the shrine, that he had been the first human she ever respected, that she had loved him and killed him anyway because fear was stronger than love in a heart that had been shaped for 2 centuries to serve the Accords. "She needs a healer," I said. "Someone who understands what the Accords did to her, not a jailer." "She's a war criminal," Mira said from behind Caelion. "Half of Thornwatch wants her executed." "Half of Thornwatch wants everyone executed right now." I stood, my knees aching from the cold stone. Killing her won't bring back the dead, and she knows things. About the entity beneath the prison, about the first queen, about what's still waiting to walk through the door that just opened to the west. Caelion met my eyes, a long look filled with everything neither of us had words for. Then he nodded, once, and his shadow stretched toward me across the stone floor, reaching for my light without needing permission. Eris found us in the chapel's upper hall an hour later. His face was gray with exhaustion, his high-collared coat streaked with ash, and when he spoke, his voice carried a tension that had nothing to do with the battle. "The Sunlit Council has issued a formal declaration," he said. They're claiming Nightveil has been breeding Riftborn for 3 centuries in secret. They're claiming Lyra is the culmination of that program, a living weapon designed to break to blood accords and seize the sunlit kingdoms. They're calling for a full military coalition, every human kingdom, every garrison, every border fort from Thornwatch to the White Coast. The words landed like stones dropped into still water. The ceiling held, I said. The entity is contained. The wards are healing. They can't. They don't know that. Eris's voice was sharp. All they know is that dead lice swallowed half the border. The Unmade screamed in a voice that carried 100 miles, and at the center of it was a Riftborn woman standing beside a Fey prince with shadow magic that no longer answers to any law. He looked at Caelion. They're calling you the traitor prince, the weapon bearer, proof that Nightveil has been plotting conquest since the first queen signed the accords. It's a lie, Mira said. You know it's a lie. Of course it's a lie. Eris's composure cracked, and for a moment I saw the man beneath the polished air, the brother who had been declared dead by his own mother and had come anyway. But it's a lie that gives every human kingdom a reason to march. A lie that makes my mother's 2 centuries of deception look like proof of conspiracy rather than cover-up. A lie that turns Lyra from hero into justification for the invasion. I felt the western star point pulse again. A howl through the silver lattice threaded into my veins. A door opening somewhere I could not see. The ceiling held, I repeated. For now. For now, Caelion echoed. His hand found mine, and his shadow wrapped around our joined fingers like a promise made of darkness and consent. And someone is walking the path to the west. Someone who knows what the first queen buried. Eris looked at our hands, at the shadow and the silver light so tangled they could not be separated, and something in his expression shifted from fear to a harder, more deliberate resolve. Then we have to reach the western shrine before the sunlit armies do, he said. Before the entity finds another door. Before the war my mother spent 2 centuries trying to prevent becomes the only future left. The 14-point lattice above us flared once, silver burning through the healing stone, and the single point of dead light in the shattered ceiling pulsed like a watching eye. And the entity beneath the prison, the ancient male presence that had called me Hinge, spoke again. Not a word this time, but a feeling. A pressure against the wards like a hand pressed flat against a door. Testing. Waiting. Remembering that a step to the west had just been taken, and he had waited 300 years for someone to take the next. Chapter 79. Eris's words hung in the air like smoke that refused to settle. Every human kingdom, every garrison, every border fort from Thornwatch to the White Coast. The 14-point lattice above us had flared silver when he spoke, and now the silence that followed felt heavier than any stone the first queen had buried. I looked at Caelion. His shadow pooled at his feet in full sunlight, uncorrupted, alive. It stretched toward me without his command, a dark hand reaching for the silver light that still pulsed beneath my skin. The brand between us ached, but it no longer felt like a wound. It felt like a door held open by choice. They're not going to stop, I said. The Sunlit Council? They've been planning this for 8 years. Harold Caelion as good as admitted it. I turned to Mira. How many people in Thornwatch know what really happened here? She wiped ash from her cheek with the back of her hand. The civilians I gathered saw the dead light. They saw the prince fight. They saw you seal something older than any treaty. Her voice dropped. They also saw Sir Alett's soldiers speaking in tongues, and the sky rip open. Fear's going to twist whatever they saw into whatever lets them sleep at night. Then we make sure they sleep with the truth. I stepped away from the chapel's shattered altar, my boots crunching on fragments of black glass. The sunlit council is already calling me a weapon, Caelion a traitor. Every lie they spread builds momentum while we stand here planning how to be careful. Dorian looked up from the crumpled parchment he'd been clutching since the fissure. His scholar's robes were singed, his ink-stained fingers trembling. The original bridge-makers, he said quietly. They didn't hide. The first queen killed them precisely because they spoke openly, because people believed them. Then she proved our point. I felt the western star point pulse again through the silver lattice in my veins, a distant howl like a ward screaming. Hiding gave Seralith 2 centuries of control. Hiding gave the sunlit council years to build a case against us. If we keep hiding, they get to write the story while we bleed in the shadows. Caelion's hand found mine. His fingers were cold, but his shadow coiled warm around our joined wrists. You're talking about walking into the open, he said, and daring them to call you a weapon while you're still standing. I'm talking about giving the world something to see that isn't a lie. I met his eyes, pale violet, unshielded for the first time since I'd known him. I've been hiding what I am since I was 16 years old. In the Warren, in Nightveil, in every room where a single wrong glance could have gotten me killed. And all it did was give my enemies time to build a cage around me before I even knew the bars were there. Mira crossed her arms. You walk out there and announce yourselves? You're painting a target on your chest the size of the whole damn continent. I already have a target on my chest. The sunlit council put it there this morning. At least this way I get to choose what they're aiming at. I turned to face the shattered chapel doors, where the first pale light of true dawn was beginning to edge through the dust. Somewhere beyond those doors, Thornwatch was waking to the aftermath of a battle half of them didn't understand. Garrison soldiers who'd fought beside Faye, civilians who'd seen silver flame and shadow move in tandem. A city balanced on the fault line between 2 versions of history. The merchant wife from the Warrens stood in front of Commander Rowan and told him I saved her daughter. I said. A bandaged man with a child on his hip testified that Caelion stayed and fought while the dead light poured through the sky. Those people didn't wait for permission. They spoke because someone had to. Mira was silent for a long moment. Then she uncrossed her arms and let out a breath that was half laugh, half resignation. You're really going to do this. I'm really going to do this. Then I'm going to make sure the story spreads faster than the sunlit council's lilies. She was already moving toward the door, her crossbow swinging off her shoulder. I know every smuggler, every courier, every tavern keeper who owes me a favor from here to the White Coast. By the time the first sunlit herald opens his mouth, half the border towns will have heard what actually happened in this chapel. Dorian straightened, tucking the parchment into his ruined robes. I'll prepare a written account. Names, dates, the archival evidence from the vaults. If we're going to speak, we should speak with proof. Caelion had not let go of my hand. His shadow was still coiled around our wrists, and now it rose, brushing against the silver veins that threaded past my elbows. You understand, he said, his voice low enough that only I could hear. That once you do this, there's no more hiding, no more pretending. Every enemy we have will know exactly where you stand. I know. I tightened my grip on his fingers. I spent 8 years hiding. It didn't save my father. It didn't stop the breaches. It didn't keep the Unmade from remembering how to scream. I let the silver flame rise, just a flicker, just enough to light the space between us. I am done letting other people name me. The Sunlit Council calls me a weapon. Seralit called me a key. The entity beneath the prison calls me Hinge. I lifted my chin. I choose what I am, and the world is going to learn my name. The western star point howled, and then the chapel doors slammed open. A young Fey soldier stumbled through, his armor dented, his face bloodless beneath a helm that sat crooked on his head. His eyes swept the ruins, found Eris, found Caelion, found me, and in that glance I saw something worse than fear. I saw the look of a messenger who already knew his words would change everything. Sunlit banners, he gasped. Crossing the outer roads. 3 columns, maybe more. They're flying the council's war standard and they've sent a herald ahead. Eris stepped forward. How close? To Marmont 80. The dust motes in the shattered chapel had not yet settled from the young soldier's entrance when the first distant horn sounded across Thornwatch. 3 long notes. The sunlit council's war call. I stood in the wreckage of the shrine, the 14-point lattice still burning silver above me, and felt the wards humming through my skin like a second heartbeat. The western star point pulsed with a rhythm that did not match the others, someone else's footsteps echoing through a network I could now feel as clearly as my own pulse. 1/2 mile, Eris repeated. His hand had gone to his sword hilt, though his face held no battle lust. Just the hollow recognition of a man who had spent his life obeying a mother who was now a catatonic shell on the stone behind us. 3 columns with war standards. They're not here to negotiate. No, I said. My voice still carried that strange echo, the resonance of liquid silver threading through my blood. They're here because they've been planning this for 8 years. Harold Caelion admitted as much in the council chamber. The Sunlit Council didn't just declare me a weapon this morning. They'd been waiting for an excuse to march on Nightveil since before I knew what I was. Caelian's shadow rose around us both, uncorrupted and whole, no longer flinching from the pale dawn light that edged through the broken doors. Then we give them a different excuse. Mira had stopped at the threshold, her crossbow still in hand. You're not seriously suggesting we walk out there? I'm suggesting we don't let them set the terms. Caelion turned to face the young soldier, who was still trembling, still staring at the silver veins threaded through my arms and the shadow that moved around Caelion like a living thing. You said the herald is demanding we surrender by noon. What else did he say? The soldier swallowed. He said the bridge is an abomination bred by the Fae to destroy the human kingdoms, that the traitor prince helped her murder the queen and seize the throne, that half of Thornwatch is ready to open the gates and hand you both over rather than watch the city burn. Half, Dorian said quietly from his position near the fallen black glass plinth. His ink-stained fingers were still moving, still recording, as if the world could not truly end while there was a record to keep. We don't. Caelion's voice was steady, but I felt his shadow tighten around my wrist. Once Thornwatch is stabilized, we ride west. We reach the buried shrine before the sunlit armies catch up to us. We find Vale Est, and we finish what we started here. Assuming we survive the next 3 hours, Mira said. Assuming that. The horn sounded again outside, closer now. 3 long notes. 3 columns. 3 hours. I reached for Caelion's hand, and our fingers interlaced with the ease of something that had stopped being a performance a long time ago. The brand between us pulsed, not with the curse's malice, but with something older, something that had been waiting for us to choose each other enough times that the pain stopped being punishment and started being proof. Once we do this, I said quietly, there's no more hiding, no more pretense. Every kingdom on this continent will know what we are. I know. His violet eyes held mine. I spent my whole life being what someone else made me. The hollow prince, the obedient son, the weapon in my mother's hand. You're the first person who ever looked at me and saw something worth choosing. And you're the first person who ever chose me without trying to own me. The kiss that followed was not gentle, it was not careful. It was a vow sharpened by everything we had survived and everything we were about to face. His hand cupped the back of my neck, and his shadow rose around us both, and my silver flame answered without being called, and for one breath, the 14-point lattice above us flared bright enough to cast shadows across the entire ruined chapel. When we broke apart, Mira was staring at us with something between exasperation and awe. You two are absolutely impossible. We've been told, Caelion said. Eris cleared his throat. The evacuation, the garrison, the riders. We have 3 hours. I suggest we use them. He moved toward the door, and after a heartbeat, the young Seidler followed him. Mira slung her crossbow over her shoulder and gave me one last look. A look that said, "Don't you dare die before I get back." And then she was gone too, vanishing into the chaos of the city she knew better than anyone. Dorian tucked his scrolls into his ruined robes. I'll have the account ready within the hour. Names, dates, citations from the Prince archives. If we're going to start a war of stories, we should at least bring evidence. Then it was just the two of us in the ruined shrine, with the lattice burled overhead and the wards humming through my skin, and the distant pressure of the entity beneath the prison pressing against the lid we had closed but not locked. You're afraid, Caelion said. Not a question. Yes. I didn't bother lying. Not of the sunlit armies, not even of the entity. I'm afraid that we'll tell the truth and it won't matter. That the world has spent 300 years believing a lie, and it's easier to keep believing than to change. He was silent for a moment. Then he lifted our joined hands and pressed his lips to the silver veins threading through my knuckles. Do you remember what you told me in the chamber? When the curse was trying to erase everything we were to each other? That I chose you. That you chose me. Not the ritual. Not the treaty. Not the fate someone else wrote for you before you were born. His eyes met mine over our clasped hands. That's the truth the Accords were built to suppress. Not that Riftborn are dangerous. Not that sun and shadow can't coexist. That love can be chosen. That it doesn't have to be controlled. The western star point flared, and I felt it, a spike of pressure through the lattice like a warding bell ringing in a distant tower. Elsin Veilcrest was still walking. The entity beneath the prison was still waiting. The sunlit armies were still marching. But in this moment, in this ruined shrine with the dawn light beginning to break through the shattered ceiling, I felt something I had not felt since my father died. Hope. Not the soft, naive kind. The hard kind. The kind that had been forged in blood and fire and the long, terrible work of choosing to trust someone who could destroy you. Then let's break the lie, I said. The one the first queen built. The one Sterilite fed. The one the sunlit council is using to justify burning cities. Let's tell the world what the Accords were built to hide. And if the world isn't ready to hear it? I tightened my grip on his hand. Then we make them ready. The third horn sounded, closer than the others, and somewhere in the city above us I heard the first shouts of soldiers moving to positions on the walls. The noon deadline was 3 hours away. The truth was a weapon we had only just begun to sharpen. But as I turned toward the shattered doors, toward the city that was about to become a battlefield, toward the war that had been waiting 300 years for someone to break the silence, I felt the lattice pulse one more time. And another star point, this one far to the south, began to scream. Not the west, not the buried shrine where Elsin Veilclate walked. The south, where no one was supposed to be walking at all. Caelion felt it too. His shadow went rigid around us. Lyra. I know. The entity beneath the prison pressed against the wards with something that felt almost like laughter. And the western door, the one the first queen had buried 3 centuries ago, was no longer the only one opening. The south was waking, and whatever was walking there had just taken its first step toward the light. Somewhere in the city, the noon horns began to count.